大家好，我是来自 NRG 战隊的全部，希望这次比赛大家能够多多关注我们，谢谢。
こんにちは。ISG 所属のヘブンです。いい結果を出せるように頑張ります。
My name is Philo. I'm from Sweden actually, coaching an Australian team called JFT.
Halo semuanya, saya dari Roy Esports. Nama saya Hexagon. Kebetulan saya coach di tim Roy Esports.
鉄の扉ですかね。
Awalnya kirain nebak senjata, ternyata nebak permukaan ya. Permukaannya kenapa?
Huh? 我刚以为可能要猜什么打到土之类的。
itu bukan ketawa seneng sih, flashback waktu turnamen dibantai pakai itu. Aduh. Untuk yakin berapa persennya mungkin 30%.
This one was tricky because we didn't know before that we were supposed to counter shots, but this was okay, in the middle.
Jujur nih nggak tahu sih. Cuma perkiraan mungkin di situ ya. Saya tebak aja.
I can see that it's a bit to the west. You see the compass as well, and the mountains in the background is basically on the west side, I think. And then behind that bamboo, like in the middle of the picture, there's a tall mountain. I was trying to locate that, and then it's flat ground with a one-story building to the left and a shack further to the left of that.
正直自信はないんで、勘で。
右边那个丛林，然后跟那个山的角度，之后玉林那个旁边平原这样看会看到那角度。
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that was lucky shot.
感觉就是枪位比较重要，就它有几个点是枪位比较好，例如第一把中间抢那个货柜，然后跟右手那个汽油桶，下次可以去抢那个优势位。
Nggak tahu sih, tapi mungkin gue akan pakai senjata yang ada di lah, senjata yang lain daripada yang ada di tempat-tempat yang udah disebar gitu loh. Senjata khusus lah kita ngomongnya. Iya, senjata khusus. Dan itu yang bisa menang lah. Jujur enggak sih. Kenapa pilih itu? Karena kalau pakai senjata yang lain mungkin ya bisa dibilang 5% lah menangnya. Kan kebetulan kan pensiunan juga udah jarang main game karena ikut coaching kan. Gitu. Jadi kayak ya lebih baik pakai senjata yang fire rate tinggi lah dengan map sekecil itu lah. Nggak ada batasan juga kan. Fire rate yang tinggi lah. Siapa tahu yang nggak ada nyangka, saya juga nggak nyangka sih seorang pensiunan bisa menang.
大家好，我是 NRG 的胖子哥，希望这次大家能替我们好好加油，我们会好好珍惜每一场比赛，打好每一场比赛，谢谢。
Yeah, thank you everyone who believes in us, and especially thanks to JFT for believing us and picking us up for 2025. Love growing into the shoes of such a big organization, and yeah, we're going for it 2025.
Halo teman-teman semua, dukung terus Roy Esports sampai di akhir. Kita akan lolos APAC jika kalian dukung terus kami ya. See you in APAC, bro.
今日はありがとうございました。日本チームは1チームしかファイナルにいないので、試合ではその分日本チームとしていいところを見せれるように頑張りたいと思います。応援お願いします。
Bye bye.
拜拜，拜拜。
A new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Verado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here, so grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG RP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 CNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기도 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 총괄 이민호입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 25년 로드맵을 업데이트된 내용과 함께 다시 한번 전해드리겠습니다. 로드2 PGC의 구조는 기본적으로 2025년에도 동일하게 유지됩니다. 3월 글로벌 대회 진출권과 PGC 포인트를 획득할 수 있는 지역 리그를 시작으로 4월과 5월, 10월과 11월에는 4번의 PUBG 글로벌 시리즈가 개최됩니다. 또한 6월에는 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 PUBG 네이션스컵이 개최될 예정이며 12월 최고의 팀을 가리기 위해 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십으로 대단원의 막을 내리게 됩니다. 뿐만 아니라 내년 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 열리는 e스포츠 월드컵 EWC에 2년 연속 배틀그라운드가 공식 종목으로 참가하게 됩니다. 내년에도 최상급의 프로 선수들과 팬들이 함께 써내려갈 스토리에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 지역 리그는 물론 글로벌 이벤트까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
25년도에 맞이할 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 변화도 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 3인칭 대회 PUBG 플레이오프 투어가 신설됩니다. PUBG 플레이오프 투어는 스크림, 컵, 마스터즈 총 3단계의 토너먼트로 나뉘며 모두 3인칭으로 경기가 운영됩니다. 스크림은 상시 운영되며 배틀그라운드 유저라면 누구나 참여하실 수 있습니다. 스크림에서 상위 성적을 거두는 팀들은 주 1회 진행하는 컵으로 진출하게 되며 컵의 승리팀들은 최종 관문이 될 마스터즈로 향하게 됩니다. 또한 마스터즈는 공식 채널에서 생중계로 시청하실 수 있습니다. 지난 몇 해 동안 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 라이브 서비스와 조화를 이루기 위해 꾸준히 노력해왔으며 그 첫 번째 과제는 경쟁전과의 일치화였습니다. 이제는 한 걸음 더 나아가 보는 게임과 하는 게임의 간격을 더욱 좁히고자 하며 그 시도가 바로 PUBG 플레이오프 투어입니다. 기존의 프로 선수들 그리고 유저의 다수를 차지하고 있는 3인칭 플레이어들과 함께 3인칭 배틀그라운드 e스포츠로의 가능성을 보고자 하고 팬들에게 최상의 게임 플레이 경험과 플레이 팁을 드릴 수 있길 기대하고 있으니 새로운 도전에 대한 많은 관심과 응원을 부탁드리겠습니다.
배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 2025년이 그 어느 해보다 더 기억에 남을 1년이 될 수 있도록 다양한 계획을 준비하고 검토 중에 있습니다. 게임 내 주요 브랜드 및 아티스트 콜라보와 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 이벤트와의 연계성을 강화하고 게임 내에서 좀 더 다양한 서비스를 선보여 팬분들이 느끼실 수 있는 즐거움을 한층 더 높이고자 합니다.
앞으로도 팬 여러분과 선수들의 목소리에 귀 기울이고 소통하며 최상의 컨텐츠 경험을 제공해드리기 위해 노력하겠습니다. 많은 관심과 사랑 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
a new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Murado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here, so grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025 Phase 1. I'm Len, also known as the only, and gracing us at the Casa Desk is the one and only Keith Lee. Keith, from one lead to another, it's good to see you again, old friend.
It's good to see you too, man. I'm starting to miss you. I think it's been a while since we've been able to sit in the cameras together side by side to catch some of that PUBG action. Glad that we're here right now. It's very earlier on into the entire journey as well. We've seen from the big man himself, right, head of esports from Crafton, the entire calendar for the year, including the EWC, including the PGS, including the regional stuff that we're going to be covering, and we're only getting into the start of it. It's right here, right now. That's the PUBG Esports Master Series Phase 1.
Yeah, but of course, speaking of which, we got a little bit nice thing for you amazing viewers while you're supporting your favorite teams throughout the entire stream here, one of our few games as well. We're going to be dropping a couple of events codes. That's right, you can actually claim a couple of G coins for yourself, but of course, do stick around. I don't know when it's going to drop down. Keith, do you know when it's going to drop down? Because let's be honest, I do not know. So do stick around while supporting your favorite teams. You might actually try to earn some coins, some codes to claim some rewards.
Actually, to bounce off that, Leonard, I do know when those codes are coming out. So, viewers out there, get ready for this 1 in a million hint. It's coming out during the games, so you gotta stick it through the entire match. Okay, the moment you see those codes, be sure to be the first one to claim it because it's G coins. It moves on really, really fast. That's why it's called G coins, because it goes away.
Oh yeah, man, definitely gonna be can't wait to get some G coins for myself. But you know, Keith, speaking of which, this is the first Master Series of the year as well. This is pretty much the beginning of all things, right? Before, as we slowly make our way all the way towards that one event that happens towards the end of the year, is the PUBG Global Championship.
Yeah, that's the PUBG Global Series that will be happening. But first, they have to go through this one and then the APAC qualifiers, right? But to get into the APAC qualifiers, this is the journey that they have to go through, which means at the end of this 3 days run, after 18 different matches, only 6 will make it through, right? Top 2 directly into the APAC qualifiers, the final stage. Meanwhile, the 3rd all the way down to the 6th has to play again through the play-ins.
Yeah. But like you said as well, it's the top 6. It's pretty much, we also had teams from last year as well, couldn't really make the cut either, and that was pretty much their run for the year as well here. So like, and speaking of teams, we have a lot of new teams coming through for this Master Series 2025 Phase 1. Quite a few returning ones as well that has played in almost every Master Series here, including the APAC qualifiers too. So, but also at the same time, a lot of these teams are the one we'll be focusing on to see whether they can actually get off to a good start. Because, you know, this is PUBG as well as Battle Royale. A lot of these accumulative points is going to be happening throughout from day 1 to day 3 here of the Master Series as well. And I believe a third of the lobbies, not only are they returning teams, but there are also some teams who are coming with a new brand. Same roster, by the way, same roster, but under a new brand for themselves here. I'm really excited to see how well all these teams will fare against each other as well.
Yeah, I mean, the excitement is mutual between the both of us. New faces, old faces. Honestly, that all really boils down to how well you perform within the season, right? That's all that matters. And talking about performance, though, from the qualifiers, at least that's the closest we could gauge, right? The PUBG Master Series 2025 Phase 1. Remember, right now, we're already in the grand finals of things. But during the semifinals, that's where they were seeded from. Teams are broken down into A and B. And in Team A, Savage Man Esports, they are looking like they dominated the entire lobby. They're the only team with a triple-digit total points, right? 132. Second to them is one from the Oceania region, that's Justice for Tomorrow, with only 99. So they look like they were leaps and bounds ahead. Could it be that they get the easier groups? I'd rather say not. But Savage, man, they better keep up being that savage they are once today begins.
Which is exactly what I was saying just now, right? Which was there are a few returning teams that we want to be trying to focus on here, especially because when we talk about teams like Savage Man Esports in particular, just to bounce off you for that one, they are one of the few teams that's a little bit more consistent, right? Both Savage Man Esports, PMA, Pixel Stars, they were one of the few top 3 teams in their country, and also managed to win top 3 in the Master Series as well before they got to the APAC qualifiers. And that's where the real challenge starts, right? Because sure, you already showed that you are the best in your country, but now when you go to the APAC or the regional qualifiers here, in this case, you're supposed to be showcasing your skill against the best of the other countries, so in the entire region, because we are somewhat looking for the best here. But here's the overview for our entire PUBG Esports Master Series 2025 Phase 1 to see where we actually go from here.
Yeah, so just to give a little bit more graphics to what we're describing right now in terms of the journey, the Open Qualifier started all the way in February. Semifinals just wrapped up earlier in the month. Today, we are in with the grand finals. These are the top teams that have qualified through, top 16 teams, 8 from each team groups itself. Now, the top 2 at the end of this run goes directly into the PGS APAC Qualifiers final stage. Unfortunately, for the 3rd to 6th, they will again compete via the play-in itself. Now, ideally, all teams will want to already secure that spot in the final stage, because in case you didn't know, the PUBG Global Series, that carries a whopping $80,000 prize pool, comparatively to this event where it's only 20,000.
Yep, I mean, of course, besides the cash money, which by the way, it is a lot of grocery money, by the way, Keith. This also comes to the fact that you, from the Apex qualifiers, you also not only will be, when you win the top 4 or at least top 3 position or top 6, you will not only be qualified to participate in the PUBG Global Series here, but also be entitled to the PGC points, which actually someone also aids you in securing your spot in that PUBG Global Championship that's going to be happening towards the end of the year.
Yeah, and talking about rewards, points is great, G-Coin is better, but man, prize pool, come on. That's the main reason they're doing this. Let's be honest with ourselves. If we could make money playing games, you and I here, Leonard, we won't be talking out loud. We'd put our fingers to the metal and actually get something through the door, you know? But looking at the price breakdown, first place taking home $6,000, second and 3. So immediately, that first and second place already slashed out by half. That's going to be the most competitive, at least positions between this lobby today. Now, going in the third all the way down to 6th place, that's more of a gradual, I guess, taper down from the 2,000 all the way down to 1,000. So it wouldn't matter too much, third place to the 6th. But first to the second, that is going to make the biggest difference.
I mean, yes, of course, prize pool especially, but more importantly, you do want to ensure that you're able to advance to the APAC qualifiers because that allows you to at least keep things going, right? But at this for side modes, at least everybody is going to be able to walk away with a little something for themselves because even all the way to our 16th place, teams will also be able to walk away with a nice hefty prize for themselves here. But of course, who are the teams that's participating? These are our top 16 here. Starting off, we have our Savage Man Esports here, followed by Justice for Tomorrow. We also have Nirvana, Rebirth Soldier Gaming, NRSG, Happy Squad. By the way, I love the name, very cute by the way too. Zen Esports, On Call, and of course, Creative Balakelong and Nexus. Not Nexus Gaming. This is Nexus. Totally different.
How did you even pronounce KB? Kuratong Balelang? How do you say it?
Kuratong Baleleng, sorry.
We'd be butchering out here. I guess KB is what it is.
Yeah, KB.
It's so cool because we're Southeast Asian by heritage or by origins, and so the word Baleleng kind of sounds like a Malay word here in Malaysia called belalang, which is grasshopper. Right. But we will digress. Now, going into the teams that came in from semifinals, Group B, we have PMA taking on the first on the list here. Kiwa comes in next. Pixel Stars, Decimate, that's one to represent the Oceania from Group B itself. Roy Esports, Irohani Popetto Samurai, the coolest and the only one representing Japan. And we have the Pinoy Online Gamers, so that is one for the community right there. And talking about showing love to the community, it's Love Esports at the end.
And of course, with that being said, this is going to be our first six matches that we're going to be playing out today here. For tomorrow matches, these are going to be our maps here. We're going to be starting off with 2 Miramars, followed by Rondo, Teago, and then ending the day with 2 Erangels here. I believe today's matches will be somewhat reversed, if I'm not mistaken. We'll start off with the first 2 matches as Erangel, followed by Teago, Rondo, and then ending our day 1 with 2 Miramas here. You know, honestly, I like this a little bit of a split between the maps here, Keith, mainly because of the fact that, although yes, ideally as a PUBG esports team, you would want to try to be as consistent as much as possible throughout every map here, but at the end of the day, there will be some teams who definitely will have a little bit of a preference, right? Some teams will prefer to play around Erangel because it fits their playstyle a little bit better. Some prefer Miramar because they're more confident in their marksmanship capabilities here. And then especially with the new addition with Rondo, one of the largest map, even larger, surpassing Miramar as well here. Some love to traverse, get in their views of the sights, the aesthetics. Beautiful map, by the way.
Yeah, and that always adds in a layer of excitement, right? All new things. Sure, we get it. Erangel, we know how to play it, maybe down all the way to a technical level, but we have got 0 data and coming in with Rondo itself. So that's one to watch, and that's happening in match number 4. But talking about the top 4 teams to look out, or the teams to be focusing on right now, we've got Savage Men, JFT, PMA, and Kiwa here with the number of winner chicken dinner, placement kills, and also the total points accumulated. Currently in the top spot here, 132, 99, or at least this is what was displayed coming into this grand finals itself.
Yep. Honestly, I'm very excited to watch for Justice for Tomorrow, right? Especially particularly with their roster in general. Sure, Dusty and Shoehorse, we are still seeing them returning from last Master Series last year for Phase 2. But with the new addition of PV Cherry and their coach Philo as well, massive addition. PV and Cherry by far has been they're one of the few players that's been playing with previous teams like 36 Cartel, Brazen Nation, Panda Esports from last year, if you recognize them as well from last year's tournament as well. And Philo being the coach to best 8 Shoehorse and Dusty, you couldn't ask for a more better mentor as you start off your year here in the PUBG esports scene.
Well, talking about a great head start, here we are. We're looking at Savage Men Esports. By the way, fun fact, both Savior and Upchen, these two tops the leaderboard for at least this season right now. The 2 most outstanding player as an overall, so not just within their lobby, but as an overall, with a TWR of 91 for Savior and 82 for Upchen. Third to that one goes to Elgin Bots. It's not from Xavier, it's not from Xavage, but 2 out of 4 players from your team taking the top spots in the leaderboard, you know you've got some good talents under your name. Check this out. 28 kills just for Xavier himself. The man, the myth, the savior, I guess, for Savage Man Esports.
That is insane. And also at the same time, he's also one of the more consistent players alongside with Upchen as well, as they both, like I mentioned during the pre-show, they were one of the few, this is the team that has been the most consistent in all the series, Master Series P, Phase 1, Phase 2, even the APAC Qualifier Phase 1 and Phase 2 itself. But of course, once you get to the APACs, that's when you start seeing the challenges as more challenges arise, as better teams will come to be at the gates here to deny you. But of course, moving on, we have Justice for tomorrow here. We have Shoe House, Cherry, PV, and Dusty.
Yeah, and Shoe Horse is one of those players who did take the top 5 position. But moving on to NRG. Ooh. We also have a show from them, but however, I don't think they fit within that top 10 category. Maybe Belly at the edge, NRG Larry, 77 TWR. Well, he's got 22 kills. So by kills alone, he would qualify as the top 2 players in the leaderboards. However, that is not what the TWR factors in alone, but just in sheer kills, Larry is right up there.
Mm-hmm. Now this is the other squad I want to talk about here. Love the name. It's Happy Squad. It's really nice. It feels great as well. But more importantly, Keith, people, when they see Happy Squad, they thought it was a new team because, you know, they don't really have a page or anything whatsoever. But when you see a specific name, you see Arjun Bots, you see Cops, you sure we know they are players from Archangel Predators of Philippines. And that's kind of a powerhouse of a team.
Power horses in this in this case. I guess it's bicycles because that's all they can ride as an alternative for that one. But take a look at Zen. They definitely displayed some sort of Zenful behavior. Poker faces all year round. Now, one call. These people made it here this far. They're young, bright faces here on the screen. 16% winner chicken dinner rate so far in their entire history.
Mm-hmm. Oh, now here's KB coming into the mix as now as our number 7 team here. 44 kills at a total damage of 10,000. By the way, they were here during the they have played throughout the PUBG global series here during 2023 Phase 2 and even for the APAC qualifiers here. Although they are coming with a different rosters, I'm still very excited to see how far they go for during this Master Series.
Yeah, however, KB was the only team so far I've seen a 0% winner chicken dinner, which is quite sad, but also frightening to think of, right? They made it this far. Did they get the way they did just by sheer aggressions and raking up points from other means rather than a chicken dinner? Mm-hmm. That is one to look out for. But take a look at this one right here, PMA. Close to 20,000 damage from this team. That is insane. 104 kills. Number 1 in Group B.
And then moving forward, we also have our Kiwa Esports here. By the way, each of these members, Trick, Chibri, Man, and Yomik, they were all ex-members from the previous One Call, which, by the way, the current One Call is with an entirely new roster. They were ex-members of One Call, and even from really strong teams from Victim Rise and from the future from last year.
One call away, I guess. All those members were one call away from getting picked up by a new org and under the new banner. Let's hope to see them do just as well, if not even better. Moving on to another representative from the Oceania region. It's Decimate Gaming here. Always nice to have them within the region. I think it's not often we get to see a representative from, I guess, another server coming into the Asian server to kind of play things out. But here they are, one of 2 representing Oceania.
Yep. And then Roy Esports is going to be the one that next to take the kick here. By the way, TD, EDB King, and Erangel, although we do have one new roster member to the line side here, they are the ever-growing and improving team, especially during their Victim Rise days. Can't wait to see them once more. But here is our lone Japanese teams here, which is going to be the Iraroni Puppet Samurais. And by the way, Runux, you can't find a more stronger Japanese player for them who has represented in the PUBG Nation Cup for 3 years, by the way, in a row, without change. That says a lot.
That said, though, ISG or Irohani Popetto Samurai actually barely qualified through into the top 6. Get this, they're number 6 in their groups for the semifinals and have a total points of 81, tying with the 5th place Roy Esports at 81 as well. So it could have gone either way. 7th place was Pinoy Online Gaming, 75 points, and Love Esports at 73. So they did not show a convincing thing. If anything, they slipped right past just enough to qualify. But I guess maybe this game itself, this entire run for this weekend, they might change that fate for themselves.
I mean, definitely for sure. This is battle royale as well, where nothing has always been your beginning has never been consistent. Nothing is really stable here. It's all about how do you really adapt to your surroundings and how especially for the in-game leaders here, the best decision you can make out of your current situation. So with the tools that these players and this team have here. Other than that, I'm really excited to see individually all of these players have their pros and cons. They have their skills. They have their wits, their strengths. But let's see as we jump into our first map today. It's going to be the map of Erangel, the map that started it all years ago here. The map some of us have loved, and most maybe until this date, some still hate.
Some of us has seen it way too many times now for it to be nearly predictable. But I guess that is what the players are looking for, something within their control. And here we are, match number 1, flight path from the south side onto north. It's Sosnovka military base. We've seen Zen Esports already making the departure. It looks like they want to take this island down below. Followed in is a huge saturation density towards the mid part of this entire map.
Oh, and the thing is, although the flight path seems to pretty much centralize around the map, it doesn't really have a really nice angle. We might see quite the amount of confrontation towards Georgiopol here, because you don't really have a lot of great compounds as well. You have a lot more smaller towns, but smaller towns doesn't really help to equip the entire team, let alone like 2 squads within the same vicinity as well here. So we might see a longer dives for some of the teams, particularly coming in from Decimate here, as they make it a deep dive towards Levery here. But Georgiopol, I'm surprised. I guess maybe some teams already somewhat predicted that one or too many teams will be dipping towards Georgiopol's side. So I guess it'll be evenly split up between the north and south for both of these 2 teams here. However, we might see an early confrontation between both Savage Man and Nexus later on.
Yeah, that curveball of a circle circling Zarki at the very least. Those in Georgiopol, maybe they can look to fight things out. However, I do believe there are some key areas within the map which they call a dead zone or a death wish, to speak here. And Georgiopol happens to be one of them, and I guess we see why. Almost 2 to 3 teams likes to occupy the area and contest. Meanwhile, talking about contesting though, Nirvana, Mao Rush already rushing towards the issue, spots out members from one call here, but he did get the vehicle to get out just fine. I think, as I say that, a Mini 14 and the sights of Xiaofeng. Can he seal the deal though? Not even knocking, not close. He will get out and regroup with the rest of them.
You know, sometimes it's not about getting the kill, Keith. You know, it's all about sending the message, right? That kind of thing. But, you know, ideally, when we go to the map of Erangel, the perfect map. Of course, besides being the first map in the entire PUBG scene, it is the perfect map for a team that really loves to play around the edges. You don't really, unless the circle dictates, okay, you're going to be, the center is going to be, or the final circle will go towards the compound areas, then sure, you're going to be seeing a little bit more saturation or a little bit more competition for those kind of areas. But other than that, no one really want to try to go to that center of that circle because of this open plains, flatlands. And depending on where you end up being in, you might just end up, like you said before, a dead zone here. You might not end up becoming in the kill zone because it's a perfect place to throw nades here.
Grenades. There's definitely one way to go out with a bang. No pun intended, but I guess we have time for that. Yeah. Right now it's the loot phase. We all know first circle, nothing too much to worry about. However, like you mentioned, it did give us a curveball of a circle all the way up to Zaki. What would you think should be the play here? Understand that it's still the first circle and he might close on somewhere else and not entirely in Zaki. But do you think in the map like Erangel, there is any pressure at all to be first movers into the zone?
I mean, like I said before, usually this is the kind of map you really want to try to play around the edges, right? And first priority, as usual, besides looting up and stocking up with supply and resources, is get a vehicle. A large map such as Erangel as well. Vehicles comes to play for a lot of things. Traversing from one location to another in a very safe manner. Although yes, you can actually still be knocked out within your car for sure, but it's a lot more better than running on foot here, since there's barely any covers here. Not a lot of forages also to play around with. But with vehicles as well, you tend to see a lot of things, even if the circle ends up in an open area for the final circle. People end up using the vehicle as the cover because you gotta make use of whatever you got here. So the vehicle has multiple purpose here. So if the circle keeps going towards the north side of the map, then we might be in a little bit of trouble because there's pretty much a lot of mountain ranges towards the north side of Georgia Ball is here.
I guess we could see from the perspective of Shude himself. Pixel Stars taking a pixel peek here, trying to get members from Love. It's Hachi. Nothing's hitting, fortunately. So Hachi, him tumbling there might give him an open shot here. Yet opportunities being wasted. One clip at a time. And that reload would just almost secures his escape. He's gone for the count.
Although for Pixel Stars, they were the team that I believe they were very consistent in terms of placing for the last two Master Series. But of course, speaking of which, just hold the phone for that. We see a quick confrontation spotted out towards the radio tower. Not a lot of cover, but it doesn't seem they want to commit for this fight. But speaking of fights on the other side, we see Happy Squad Arjun Bots was able to gun down their ex-teammate CJ here, and he's gone for the count.
Well, in this skirmish right here, it doesn't seem to be over just yet. Love Esports maybe looking to reposition or just spreading that love around, because all we've gotten from them is have love taps or warning shots. I can't even tell because it seems to be non-lethal for the time being. Only Happy Squad got the first points in the entire map. Perhaps things, once 3 minute counts down to its final seconds, we get a little bit more action in phase 2.
Oh yeah. So does it seem we do see this play style of a 1-1 to 3 kind of positioning? So I mean, we see the casual, definitely for the more normal squad setup. We see the 2x2 kind of setups here. 2x2, you get a little reassurance as well. Not only covering grounds, but more importantly, you're going to have this buddy system to at least reinforce, get a couple of suppressive fire, or at least try to secure the kill, at least try to keep people back. But 1 for 3. There's that kind of risk where, sure, you're covering a lot more ground, but you're solely alone. If you get knocked down too far from your team, it's going to be pretty difficult for the rest of the squad to kind of reconvene upon you to try to save you there as well. And in most cases, most teams actually just have to forego that lone teammate as well, depending on the scenario, really. So, other than that, we do have Pinot Online games. It's unfortunate they did lose CJ, one of their mentors, which, by the way, CJ was the ex-member for Erangel Predators in one of the good days as well. So Arjun Boss, I'm pretty sure he's having a good laugh picking up CJ. So they probably didn't expect that was him as well. So now with the 3 members or the 3 mentees remaining, let's see how far they go forward through this. They're going to be taking a little bit more of a slower approach to see where the next circle is going to be. Because, Keith, we still have a lot of phases to go. We're like barely halfway through the first phase as well. So a lot still can't be said for now.
Yeah, except unless Savage Man can say something against it, because right now, sharing that compound over at Hospital here, the ones who's made their first entry is Roy Esports, but it seems like X-Men sending 2, Roy with 2 as well. Could they very well? It seems like they know something's up. Perhaps they saw vehicles on the outside. They did. So they've confirmed the position, or at least the fact that they are external parties within the same vicinity. They have to make something fast, though, because Roy, they're sending in the backups. They're being cornered right now. Savage Man Esports, the rest of the members can only give suppressive fires from the far side, and they're coming in from the low grounds. So I'm not sure how much help they can actually provide. They just turn into a 2v4 if they don't make any sort of a decision quick. We'll see. How do they play this one out?
Yeah, but they are trying to suck around. I love the position coming from Roy Esports. They're going for the 2x2. But more importantly, you have 2 players set up from from the outskirts as well to give some further intel as well from the hospital side. But coming from PMA here, probably meant that Jarvis unloads the first volley here. Not going to be able to find success or getting knocked from it. But will someone sense the match at all? But then again, at the same time, great intel, the spot where everyone's just trying to go at the current moment here.
They know where they are, but would they look to take advantage of it or make something of it besides avoiding the inevitable? I guess they will not. Unnecessary so early into the game. They can still play for placement. Remember, based on the points focus are coming in 3 different categories: the chicken dinners, the placement, and the kills. Right now, too soon to go out. You want to be able to maximize that placement points. So I guess PMA, with that positive mental attitude, will decide to take a friendlier route out of here.
And I think this is to be expected as well, right? Because especially in large maps such as Erangel and Miramar, or even Rondo as well, we usually see a more slower approach as we get to the circle. Maybe a little bit more, considerably more obvious for the map of Erangel, since everyone loves to play around the edges here as well. But I think after they notice, there was the circle going, like I said before, if it keeps going to that north side of the map here, we might have a little bit of a problem here. That's because there's a lot of mountain ranges here. And I think that's why you see a lot more teams going towards the center a lot more earlier than usual, more than they like actually, because with the mountain range, you want to try to get to that high ground, to that nice vantage point. There's not a lot of covers here. Well, same goes for any team that's trying to get in the first place. Oh! Spotted, sprayed down, they got the vantage, they got the kills as well, up 10, getting two for none here. What a spray coming from the man. He spots the rest of the squad at the outskirts of the map here, and they know for the fact, hey, your 2 teammates is currently here in the compound, knocked down. You want to make the choice? Do you want to come for the save, or are you going to abandon behind? It looks like the verdict is here, Keith, and they will have to abandon 2 of their fellow men.
Whatever happened to this compound, man? Roy had like the better, I guess, coverage or positioning or backups within the long side, but it seems like they weren't even in position to try and shoot down some of the rotating teammates. So I guess Roy, they snooze, they lose 2 members in that process. Meanwhile, Kiwa and OneCall, they've traded taps between each other. KB seems to drop another member on that side. So the war is getting started. I'm excited. We do have 7 seconds left in phase number 2 to count down to 0.
But on the other side, we do see Oliver was able to get another kill point of himself, and they are rushing in for the fight here. Pinoy Online Gaming's here. They will defend their land, their home as well. They're covering as many angles as possible. Utilities are being thrown in. They're running for the spray line. They got a beautiful line set up here for the kill zone here. 1-for-1. Fighting within the smoke line. Completely obscured of vision. But goodbye. Play smart. He gets into the vehicle real quick to go for the quick heal here. Not sure if he gets knocked down here. But we do see Nonsense fighting with another person within the window on the left. And on the right, he's taking a battle between 2 fronts. He succeeds and traded back for 1-for-1. Tried to rush up the stairs, but unfortunately alone. 1 man can only do so much in such a precarious spot. And it looks like we will have our first squad eliminated in the map of Erangel.
Oh, that could have been the play of the day right there. He went into the vehicle under cover of smokes. No one would have guessed it, and he got the heal off. Unfortunately, 1 man, like you said, cannot change the entire, cannot move mountains. Meanwhile, Decimate Gaming, members of them got tossed down, hit by nade, and it seems like that seems to be a trend for all his entire allies. 1 man left from Decimate to shoot the bullet one way, and it just does not hit the job. Well, he got 1 member, that's Light from Nexus, and nade gets tossed on forward. Will he be able to avenge the likes of his allies? He sees Bobby on site, shoots, and he actually gets it. Nexus out of the lobby, and he will go in. Insight will come in to go in for the rescue res.
Expected for Insight as well, such a tactical player, but of course now the team is playing around the team, and Kunyit was able to have the full glory to spray down the man in the vehicle as they crossed the bridge. They couldn't expect there was a toll to be paid as they crossed this bridge here, and the price is high. 2 members down, but same goes for Roy as they did lose 1 member, Kunyit, the last member standing. Is he going to take the fight, or at least try to secure the kills here, to secure the kill points for the team here before he goes down? He does set up a smoke trail here. He spots 1. He tried to secure the kill point, but they were smart. They try to get within the buildings here to buy the time.
Oh no.
Nate pulls through, damage pulls through as well. Pretty big, pretty painful, but Kunya comes in, go for the quick heal, Keith. And now the battle continues to ensue.
Well, this seems like a risky stalemate. Any overextension is going to be cost dearly, but surely whatever happened to X-Men? I thought they had the numbers advantage here. They are even things out with Roy, the two Malaysian. Meanwhile, Happy Squad is trying to break into the calmness of Zen here, who's occupying this building. Happy has made the infiltration, trying to shut them up with Joy. Zen Squad will have to hold them on at bay, but Happy from the backstab here. They will look to clean this one out. Zen Esports will have to release that anger within the lobby.
Yeah, this is like one of the few scary things when you use the garage as one of your main base of operation, right? You're very prone to just keep getting nade to hell here, and there's not a lot of places or rooms you can really hide in that building as well. So damage will still somewhat transition, I guess, towards the stairway. That's the only safe zone, is it? Oh, Kunyit, last man in a 1v3, but they were all gunning down mercilessly. On the other hand, we see NRSG, Shampoo, gets a nice peek from the sidelines. He gets a nice vantage point, but he does have finally revealed his location here. We'll fall back slightly. We'll take into account of the fact that he get a nice knock. No kills, unfortunately, but he knows that the fact that he's going to be able to waste some mats or resources from Kiowa squad.
Well, I have to circle back to Roy Esports. What the heck just happened there? Wasn't it a 1v1 battle? Couldn't he at least secure the kills? He picked X Savage picked up every single one of them. It's like that fight never even happened. He got one kill, I guess. Roy Esports, the constellation. Oh, what a waste!
I think he played the waiting game a little too long, as he was probably just watching a singular angle for too long. That just gave enough time for him to actually revive all his team. But we'll never know. We get theory craft all this all day, but the result is he was able to get out 3, and that was really well played for that. But of course, speaking of which, Pixel Stars spots a lone player trying to pick up speed from the side of here. We'll get a tag in, but certainly not enough to get the knock here. But that's totally fine. You're going to be able to waste some of the mats here. But I love the repositioning coming from XD. He knows a couple of tags. He's checking out his surrounding once more, as he somewhat reveals his location slightly as well. But like I said, playing around the edges here. They want to secure as best as possible before they slowly move in. We're currently reaching that phase 4 here. That's when the circle starts putting in the numbers.
Right now, across the board, Decimate doing absolute work here. 6 kills. Second to that would be the X Savage. Potentially getting more. I saw one member within the blue. I'm not sure. I think it's already been he's already been outed within the burn zone here. I thought he was healing within the blue, just trying to tank through it all, but maybe he's been left out to sacrifice. Happy at third alongside with PMA. Now, a lot of the middle teams here has disappeared, and the ones still standing are surprisingly the ones who are playing it relatively slow. Still 0 points in the bag, 0 eliminations. And so I guess the turtle strat works to a certain degree in trying to secure that placement points. Meanwhile, Pixel Stars might be wishing upon a star here, as it seems like they might try and hold PMA back, but they don't have a clue. PMA is up on the high ground. They did toss a nade one forward, so that shows some sort of an alertness. Meanwhile, Justice for Tomorrow sandwiched amongst teams.
And Decimate also has a really nice compound as well. Possibly the only compound within the circle as well. But eventually, they were going to be taking multiple fights between multiple fronts as well, because there'll be one coming in from the south side, from the circle, by the way, as they move towards the main final circle here. So they gotta be really prepared. We didn't really get a nice view of the compound that they're currently in. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a small one, or is it gonna be one of those warehouses here? Didn't really get a good view because of all the name tags covering the entire compound itself. But right now, other than that, the rest of the team playing as usual, playing by standard wise around the edges here. And PMA, they got the vantage point, they got the high ground, and the high ground always wins in this fights here. And 2 of the members of Pixel Stars, Sally and Wish Upon the Stars, their wish didn't come true. I guess in a way it did come true if they're wishing to find members of PMA. But the ending was not what they intended in the first place here. So, last member standing of Pixel Star, the Lone Ranger here is XD. And Lun Lun, he has a fake idea where he is. Just waiting for a little bit of a difference of pixels as they pop their head out from the ground here.
Oh, gets shot though. It seems like XD might be the one man to pretty much do work for the entire team. Nades have been exchanged. The courtesy is not likely. He will fall short, Pixel Stars, and this is the thing I was saying, right? It seemed like when they reached the compound, they tossed the nade forward, but it wasn't in the general direction of PMA. So they knew that team was in an area, but they didn't know the positioning of it. But PMA was really far out into the high ground, so I don't know who or what ghost they saw to be tossing a grenade into that direction. But, well, I guess they'll find out now that they're pretty much off from the lobby itself. Now, Kuratong Baleleng, the Filipino squad, finds themselves holding off the likes of NRG, but Circle does not favor them either. They will have to hold on to who is behind them and find out a way to breach into the Circle zone.
Oh, Decimate Gaming is blessed by the circles here as well. They got the compound, they got the advantage of the circles here. Now the rest of the squad is just fighting through the bits of covers that they currently have, and it's not the best one either here. Unless the teams is able to literally secure all of the edges here, then they have a little bit more confidence here. However, Iya here, by the way, if you he is playing with a different name, but it's actually Calms from previous the colony from Philippines as well. Got a nice knock here, but currently trying to go for the reposition here to possibly finish the kill. He's looking to secure the first kill point for himself, but I think he just realized he's being surrounded from all angles here, and it's not really the most secure position either.
Well, thankfully, he's got friends in high places, or at least trying to get to high places right now. Happy with the rotation, crashing on forward. They do have the numbers advantage, and we might be snoozing on them a little bit, but Happy could very well be champions here. Axe Savage is already out. Happy still has all 4 members. Right now, they're one of those teams who has 3 kills already secured, and now looking to get more as one call finds their way in an off-foot position. They did go in with the res, so all 4 members has been revived. In comes with the car, gets knocked off. The rest of the 3 tries to make the great escape, it seems. They will go out and finish the job here. It's a 1v1 trade, but they will fall short furthermore here. Can Arjun Bots look to at least secure more for that efforts? Because it seems that they made the trip forward so happily and got punished.
PV gets tagged, knocked as he was traversing from one cover to another. Couldn't get there in time. Will be knocked down and most likely secure as well. For one call, DK Bull decided, I'm not gonna give you guys the benefits of the kill here. I'm gonna die to the zone here, so at least the kill point goes to no one in this case. An admiral move for sure here. But the game must go on here. And just for tomorrow's Shoe Wars, last member standing here. Trying to see if he can rack up a couple of kills for his team here. Because currently at the moment here, they do have to play some points here. But let's see if he can secure a couple of pickoffs for his team in this case.
Oh, Shoe Horse, justice for tomorrow. Don't get yourself kicked in the teeth. He's trying to find for cover right now, but behind him and in front of him, he's got to remember. Well, he has no idea right now. He's just trying to push the issue. Gets shot down in that process. Love Esports just seem to be none can resist, and he will be punished in the process. Meanwhile, KB takes a grenade in front of his face. A nade gets tossed on forward. Crazy 9 tries to he tries to heal while standing tall right next to his ally, but that shatter gets him. That aftershock gets him, clips him very edge, and he takes down that damage. Meanwhile, in the circle, PMA stands in, dead set in the center, has the high ground, but on the other side, the opposite, you have Decimate, Kiwa, and KB to be worried about this trifecta.
Well done coming in from Monty. By the way, while all these fights is actually happening, right, you already start seeing like the machinations coming in the heads of Decimate Gamers players, right? You have some of the players already literally scaling the high hills here to try to play around the edges to secure the edge for themselves and just looking for the circle alone. Sure, you have 1 member in the circle, but you're not really having the advantages here. So you do have Monty playing the 2 for 2 or 2 for 1 here. as the two players will be playing on the higher ground here, trying to see if they can spot someone else to the edge on the other side. Whereas PMA, they're relatively comfortable here. They have a really good view on both teams here. Although we have the last remaining 4 here, Kiwa Esports being the most healthiest here. But of course, they only got 4 kill points on their belt here. Definitely planning to see if they can secure the remaining player. That would be such a huge advantage to a beautiful start for themselves.
Actually, just to point it out further, Kiwa has got 4 placements points. So they've been playing really, really slow. They've gotten 0 kills, but just from sheer placements alone, they've already raked in 4 points. So maybe some of these hyper-aggressive teams can look to take that into consideration comes next game. But I mean, it is a battle royale. Someone has to fall eventually, and for that to happen, fights needs to take place. But Kiwa, like you mentioned, up and early, they're looking really healthy within that circle, but they're only scaling by the edge. They do have high ground against Decimate, though. Decimate has got the compound advantage, so they can look to play it a little slow as long as the circle draws in closer towards them. Then that would draw the rest of the teams to maybe address Kiwa before Kiwa can get the chance to push downhill.
Well, the same can be said for the rest of the team as they hope for the benefits of the circle. May the goddess of the circle bless them with a beautiful area, the safe area, of course. We'll know in a couple of seconds here, 20 seconds here, but a confrontation comes in here. And Kiwa was able to find Arjun Boss, the last 2 remaining members of Happy Squad, by the way, who was trying to scale up the mountains here and will fall prey to Kiwa, who was ready and waiting on the other side. But it seems Decimate Gaming Multi finds an opportunity to go for the quick sneak peek here to get 1 knock in the process here.
Kiwa doing work. They defended their ground, actually wiped off the likes of Happy Squad here. Only losing 1 member in the process, unfortunately. But look at that. This is what I was worried about. Like, DCM, they could have had the advantage if the circle drawn onto them, because up in the high hills, it's all skirmishing. Full of battle firepower shooting back and forth. Loads of smoke. You can't even trust your vision at this point, and all you can do is spray and pray. PMA getting knocked off from the backside. 2 teams, DCM and Kiwa, holding them in place.
Such a difficult fight as they have to juggle each controversy to PMA here. Kiwa and Decimate Gaming have to juggle between both sides. They're not really in the clear cut just yet. It's PMA. They got the spot. They're very comfortable about this. And you look from the current design as well, Keith. There's only 1 tree to mask their cover within the safe zone here as well here. So if PMA can just keep them in check, they will be choked out of options here with barely any covers here. That's pretty much why you start seeing smoke trails being set up by Kiwa Esports. They want to try to get a little bit nicer and closer to try to even out the fight. But then again, at the same time, it's not like one squad versus another. There's still DCM here, which is also being a huge problem for them.
I think what DCM doing is absolutely perfect. What they have in resource is a car. They have vehicle to pretty much rotate in. What they really need to hope on is that Kiwa makes the desperate push to advance forward and take over PMA. Now, PMA made the mistake of actually... he gets 1 member, but PMA, again, now their attention's on DCM. This should be go time for Kiwa to make the advancement forward and take majority of that circle in place. PMA made a mistake and retracted their foothold from that circle. Look at it. Kiwa makes the advancement, and if DCM can just delay it further, maybe Kiwa can just be that thorn, but they will not. Decimate's eliminated at 3rd place. Now it's the battle for the chicken dinner and the #1 spot.
This is it. This is it, Keith, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one to decide which of the 2 of these teams will be our first winner here to secure the chicken dinner. It's pretty much even out. 3v3s. Pretty much all well equipped here. Barely not a lot of utilities left in their hands here as well. Here, a nade, a couple of flashbangs, and that's pretty much all it says for the coming from I Am Pete. They do have a rough idea. The circle seems fair for both sides here, but it's just one who which team feels more overzealous than the other to make the first attempt, to make the first set. I Am Pete, I love he's currently in prone mode. He is already expected to see anyone trying to play around the edge. The same goes for Trick. See who spots who first, and it's gonna be I Am Pete He gets the tag, but not the kill. He stands to secure it. He barely survives. He gets knocked down here. Not the rest of the team. Leo, the lion, with the lion's heart, brave heart, as he pushes through forward alongside with Lun Lun. They were trying to see the gift for the revive. I think IMP is relaying the information as well. The intel comes in, Keith. They saw the revives coming through here. I don't think they're going to be able to make it a time to deny that revive.
I don't think you should go for the revive. Clearly, it's an even trade, and that's all they needed. That one sacrificial lamb to take one member and immediately make the rotate over, but they did. Okay, so Kiwa does get the man advantage, but that is also putting them in the back foot because now PMA has got the high ground. And theoretically, if Lun Lun can take 2 members down, that would be all said and worth it. Leo tries to come in on the backstab here. Circle is coming in close, and Leo coming in from the sides like a predator. They do hear his footsteps to a certain degree. I think Lun Lun, he knows what's up. All the smokes has been deployed. Leo gets the revenge trade, evening things out. They are now in a sandwich, and that would be it. PMA just outplaying their opponents right here. A winner-winner chicken dinner on top of a spectacular round. More than 10 kills. Last I checked, I think it was 13 in the bag. What an insane performance from the Malaysians here in the PMS 2025 Phase 1.
A very strong start as well, racking up that amount of kill points on top of getting the number 1 placement points as well. You couldn't ask for a more phenomenal start here, and this gives them such a significant lead. I mean, compared to the other two, the second and third placing, sure, still relatively close, but it feels like you're really somewhat secure, at least your top 6 for now. Although, okay, we have 18 maps to go here, so things could change depending on the performances for day number 1 here. But other than that, positive mental attitude, keeping the positivity, and it seems it's been giving them great success.
Well, you got to celebrate the moments, my good sir. Sure, we've got 18 maps to play, but this is one heck of a good start. Do a couple more of those and you're going to be ahead, or put yourself in at least a more confident position in securing that top 2 spots. PMA, this Malaysians, and they're in school too. Look at that, universities right in the background. Young bunch of players, and they're outplaying this entire lobby. They're insane to say the least.
Yeah, this new roster is really great. Like, I was a little bit concerned. Like, don't get me wrong, individually they're all fantastic, right? But when coming in as a group here, I was concerned of how the team synergy was going to be like, because for a fact here, we do have like Leo coming into the mid as being the ex-member for the team, but more importantly, we see Lun Lun. By the way, one of the youngest talents that we have here in the Master Series, 18 years old alone, and this guy is fragging like crazy. And don't even get me started on Jervis, coming ex-player from SGD, but more importantly, he participated in the Global Championship in 2022 and 2024. That says a lot.
Man, this game alone, PMA playing out of their minds. Fun fact, immediately after that performance, on the TWR, the time-weighted ratings chart, top 2 position, top 5 position, it's PMA across the board. Leo, Lun Lun, and Jervis making it that top player. 93s on the TWR score rating, 85 for Lun Lun, and 81 on Jervis.
That's a real insane. That's a really insane amount, but I love how the teams were very opportunistic as well. Just seeing how let's be honest, it was a very difficult circle. It was also a very difficult spot. As I say, as we go to the north side of the map, there's a lot of mountain ranges here and a lot of ditch that you had to deal with here. And honestly, it could have gone either way. If the circle continued to go towards the north side, towards DCM, you're going to be seeing teams rolling down that hill. No vehicles. QA has no vehicle. PMA also didn't have the vehicles here as well. So pretty much it'll be open season for them if they had to actually run down that hill here. But you know, with that being said, the reality is the circle went all the way uphill. GCM had a tough time. PMA, they played both teams like a fiddle here because they had the advantage, they had the comfortability as well. It did get close at one point, as we saw 2 of the teams was able to drop each of their members here. But a little bit of a missed timing or missed opportunity, they were able to revive 1 member, equalizing the scoreline, but it didn't really last for that long, that man advantage towards the end.
Yeah, I don't believe that was luck right there. That was purely skills. There was multiple times where I thought, PMA, you just gave your advantage away. There was a point in time where Kiwa was the only team on a high ground. PMA was smack dab in the center, so they had the entire coverage of that hillside. DCM down at the bottom, sure, it's a tough luck for them. All they can do is sit and wait because it's almost impossible to push up from their high ground, right? So PMA retracted their players, letting more grounds to be covered by Kiwa. At one point, Kiwa had the advantage, but man, that outplay that they did, PMA equalizing that opportunity, sending one player as a bait, so Kiwa actually turns tails and allowing the rest of the other two to advance forward into the circle. That was big brain plays right there. And of course, Leo had to come in from the back lines, even things out. So already Kiwa wasted their time trying to revive with their teammate. They've PMA already captured zones within the circle. Now you're back into a 2v2. But except PMA has got bigger coverage because they have a flanker in sight. So it's insane how they're processing things on the get-go. And they don't have the eagle eyes we see to make those decisions.
Which is why I say, like, especially from Leo's finals choice, some would say would be a gamble. I would say it's a really great choice. A risky one, of course, because Leo decided to take in the long roundabout flank as well around the edges here. Do remember as well, he is coming from the bottom of the edge as well here, so not the most amount of cover and very easy to spot by members of Kiwa here. So that also came to play, thankfully, to his teammates who also was, like you said, being the bait, drawing in the attention here, keeping their eyes on him, or at least giving them the general idea that both the members of PMA are playing on the top side rather than one of the members flanking in from the back side. I think it became really chaotic when one of the members of Kiwa had one of the members backstep and drop down to the ground behind the tree cover as well. They was like, great, we got the zone at the back of our walls, we got a guy on our left, we got a guy on our right, and instantly all it took was just one final push, securing that first game. But other than that, we can also talk about like what happened to the Savage Esports, Savage Men Esports as well. That was, I mean, it's to be expected as well. I think they also had it like they also had this thought in mind where the potential gatekeeping towards the bridge of Georgia Paul as well, because both teams, like we saw before, two teams dropped towards the side of Georgia Paul, one towards the north, one towards the south here. It's just a matter of whether the team's going to be able to gatekeep them or not, and whether the spray was successful. But in the end, Savage Man actually still won the fight despite the early knocks actually.
No, I mean, if we were going to talk about Savage Man, they performed well during the semifinals, right? I'm not saying they didn't perform this time around, but I have to say they only performed the way they did by the grace of God. It could have been sour of them with Roy Esports.
I agree. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the accumulated score from our first map, of course. Currently, our top 4 teams, PMA taking the top spot here with 10. Whoa, I mean, it's still, look at that, 24 smokes coming for Kiwa Esports. My God, where did they get all those smokes from?
I mean, they were the turtling team, man. Kiwa up to like, I think top 3 or top 4. They had like 0 eliminations in the bag, and that's why honestly I wanted to say during that moment itself, it really doesn't matter if PMA didn't get the chicken dinner. They were so far ahead in kills, and the second spot's finish would have still garnered them more points in totality compared to Kiwa. It's just icing on the cake that PMA got it. Meanwhile, DCM, I think they are one of the teams that we might have snoozed on earlier just because of their position, but they were pretty well. They were at the #1 spot for majority of that round, just with the sheer firepower and the fights they take. Unfortunately, they did traverse down into the lower ground, and that kind of just seals themselves, their fate in a coffin. Happy was the team that tried to push and take over Kiwa's positioning. Again, just pushing high ground, I guess it goes to show it's just a bad idea.
I mean, there wasn't really much options as well. Like I said, when it comes to Erangel, it's always about the battle of the edges here, right? And whether you're able to secure as much as possible. PMA topping in with the most amount of kills, I believe. I think DCM had about 14 kills here. 13 to 14 kills. PMA was able to end it out with 16 total kills here and the placer score as well. Although total amount there is 1744 with 8 winner chicken dinners. I mean, I believe this is cumulative with the open qualifiers and group stage, right?
Yeah. probably from the semifinals as well.
Mhm.
Well, yeah. But we'd like to see them hit that 8 winner chicken dinner in this entire series itself. I think that would be something great to look at. But man, look at the stats. Right now, if I'm doing the calculation right, PMA should take the #1 spot. No duh. They don't need a mathematician for that one. But I think based on performance alone, I do feel Decimate actually comes in #2, despite not having that chicken dinner. A third place finish, and if you're holding the #1 spot for a good majority of the entire game, that should weigh in for something.
No, I totally agree with you, right? Because like we are talking about a team. Sure, if you search up Decimate Gaming alone, sure, you probably wouldn't be able to find anything online, right? But if you were to look as the player individually, right, we are talking about players who previously played in a very aggressive teams like ex-players of Fury, for example. We have both Insight and Flood. And by the way, in my opinion, Flood by far one of the best Australian FPS players that I ever seen so far in the PUBG scene. So having him, and especially when you have playing alongside with Insight, who was also an ex-member of Fury, that was the kind of team back then who loves to cover a lot of ground. Covering a lot of grounds meaning not playing it safe, Keith. I'm talking about very aggressive covering ground. Like they really want to secure the areas. They really want to make it safe, and they'll be looking for a lot of fights here, but not those kind of heated fights, but very calculated fights here coming from their end here. So I'm not too surprised. Yeah, calculated.
I don't think Decimate takes a calculative approach. Remember how they got their way to the way they are. They nearly lost every single member in that push. I believe it wasn't Zen. It was one of those teams within the compound. It was one member left on the roof who was still alive, but somehow they turned the tide and revived all the entire
Inside,
member.
yeah.
It was a Rambo moment, if I would say so myself. Nothing calculative about that. Just pure plot armor. Decimate Gaming, man.
Yeah, but of course, 9 kills. Sorry, not 14. 9 kills on their belts here with the first placement scores. Sure, this of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the accumulated one from the first map alone, and PMA is sitting up in a very good spot, doubling the score from second placing, by the way. So if PMA is able to be consistent with the scoreline for the next 5 matches that we have here, they are looking great for day #1.
It's day 1, but already intensity has been wrapped up all the way to 100. We'll see what more we can expect for them. Now, going into the next match, I believe it's still another Erangel to look forward to. So excited for that one. Teams that may have had a bad start, and maybe teams like X-Savage, who maybe has been given like the grace of God throughout game #1, can look to finally solidify that they are not the favored ones and are actually just coming in pure skills and take their way to the top. It's a redo round for the rest of the teams within this lobby. We'll see how this one pans out for the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much why we all love PUBG, right? Nothing really stays consistent because there's a lot of variables to take into account, right? Map, location, circles, depending on the flight path. I think it all starts with the flight path as well, whether you get the most ideal flight path for yourself. You could get a really terrible one. I believe in our years casting in the PUBG scene, we have seen some really terrible flight path, but this is a really good one. It's pretty centralized. South to north, I think we had one. The last map was slowly dipping towards the left side here, but it's pretty centralized. So a lot of these teams should be able to go to exactly where they want to be here. Probably we might see a little bit of a longer dive down to the further areas of the map here, depending if they spot too many teams dropping at the same exact locations here. Honestly, I want to see a lot of action here, and we do see a lot. 2 teams will be dropping alongside on Sonoko Island here at the military base.
Talking about not making things consistent, this is pretty much a rinse and repeat from the last. I don't believe a few degrees varying in terms of their flight path is going to make much of a difference in terms of the decisions they drop to. But I guess we'll see. We do have more saturation coming in the north side this time around as compared to earlier. So now we have Decimate taken all the way in Severny, and Roy maybe even going to the mountains of Stalbur itself.
Mm-hmm. We will see different teams dropping at different spots too as well. Even the Savage Men, instead of a Georgia Paul, they're actually dropping a Fairy Pier this time.
And the circle favors the middle squads. It seems majority of these teams finds themselves into the circle. Could still be 50-50 if he'll close towards the military base or remains in the center island. We will see, but there will be teams who would have to pass through that bridge, and Savage, they've got that one tolled up, locked down, privatized for them to collect.
You know, honestly, Keith, yes, that is most likely the scenario, right? But there is a chance, and I believe we have seen it before, where the final circles ended up being on the bridge itself.
I guess you could call that one international waters. Nobody gets advantage.
Like it's at this point at the statistics, right, where it's just like, great guys, the land area percentage is 10% land, 90% water.
They're gonna have to swim for it. I do like to see those kind of games. You know, a little curveball here and there makes the difference, especially we're repeating those maps. Meanwhile, Zen Esports down here on the southern side, I do believe they're not the only one. I think there was another team close to it.
To the
but I
top
don't
right
see
of
them.
them.
Correct.
They didn't drop at the base itself. The same island, but not at the base exactly. They actually dropped towards the port side, or at least the northeast side of the island itself. So I don't think we'll see any confrontation. Yeah, Novo. Yeah. So won't see much confrontation from them soon here. But hey, there's PMA, positive mental attitude. The team that took the first win for here today here with a huge amount of scoreline here.
Yeah, it's really hard trying not to be like super happy for them, because we know we gotta remain objectives. But they are waving our flags, Leonard. So we're gonna cheer them on the best way we can.
Oh man, it's like we gotta be professional about this. But you know, regardless, you know, country-wise or whatsoever, you know, I still love the title. It's a really nice title as well. I think it's a good reminder for everyone, you know, keep a positive mental attitude at all times in life and in game. This gets pretty hectic sometimes, you know. So I hope everyone's doing well and okay.
Talking about names though, this one right here didn't seem to live up to it. Poggy lose the international. They should be poggers, right? Like pog champs.
I mean, they're Pinoy on. It's for the community, right? You know, online gamers international. You know, CJ. You know, I'm happy to see CJ. Right, I was very shocked to see CJ fall to the hands of his ex-teammate as well. I'm pretty sure Algin Boss is pretty much laughing his butt off. But you know, it's really cool to see them back into the mix as well. I was a really big fan of Erangel Predators back in the day, especially during the PCS, right, where these are the teams which was going head to head with each other during APAC, during regional tournaments as well, right? It's not even, we're not even talking about like qualifiers or group stages anymore, like regional tournaments. So it's the best of the best in the region what the countries has to offer, right? So the challenges, of course, the challenging is they invite the challenges, of course. But our Angel Predators back then, or at least now their current team, Happy Squad, I believe their play style from back then is just transitioning to this game as well. I can't wait to see them continue to look for the fights.
Oh, while you said that, a freight ship just passed by.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So willy-nilly. Is that a playable land that they can maybe take the fights onto? Because it looks to be going in circles, at the very least. Maybe they could hop a ride on one if it stays.
I never experimented enough, Keith, to know, like, you know, the worst case is most likely if it just goes onto the end of the map and you just die to the blue zone because there's no way for you to come back from it either, right?
You could swim. You waste a lot of time.
It takes so long. It's so long to. I mean, okay, it depends on where you are, right? Like, if you're not too far from the nearest land area, right, then I think it's totally fine. But if you decide to take a nice ocean trip on the freighter, all the way to the edge of the map and decide to swim from there, buddy, let me tell you something. You're not coming back. I guarantee you this for sure.
I mean, take a playbook from Kiwa. If they could do it just turtling their way through, I'm sure you're bound to get some sort of a placement point.
Sea turtles can swim, Keith. We can't.
You know what's funny about that statement? Huh?
What?
They're the ones going extinct. despite having the ability to swim. So is swimming
How is
a
that
nerf?
funny? How is that funny in any way?
Swimming is a nerf.
No, Mike.
We're saying it as if sea turtles have the advantage because they can swim. Swimming
It's
is
not
a
the way of
nerf.
life that's killing them, okay? It's just certain bad environmental cares only, okay? It's not them.
We digress.
Speak-
We digress.
We digress, yes. But speaking of which, finally, after this long, quiet moment, looks like we're gonna be seeing our first conflict of the second round here. And PMA dropping a couple of nades here, sees an opportunity. Oh, barely spots the driver as well. They're playing within the house here. Can they hold their own? Can they keep the invaders off their landscape? We shall see. And they will get the first knocked.
Oh my god, I'm starting to love Oceania, man. They are aggressive. I've never seen a team just makes the decision to push in like that. And they have JFT now inhabits the compound, but Lunlun playing the antibodies. They're on the side, preventing this advancement, but they will be overpowered, overwhelmed by the likes of JFT, who would get the revive onto Shoehorse, and that means they walk away unscathed. Still 4 members. PMA, what seemed to be a great start, now leaving 1 member, and his name is Pete. He wants you to know that his name is I Am Pete. And so this is looking grim. I'm not sure if you can play the game from now on or if you want to hold on for dear life. He's trying to go in with the all-merry gamble here. 1 versus 4. He's got all the nades in the world, and that will be the last of it. He will have smokes. Takes Shoehorse again. The Shoehorse just seems to be the one drawing out these firearms. But JFT, they have enough members to come in for the support and immediate revive here. Still, Shoehorse in the game. Pivy would most definitely go in with a revive, but unfortunately, with no more explosive on his hands, I Am Pete, it seems like his days are numbered, and that number is closing in fast.
I love it. They two-time this as they throw the nade and the molly at the same time. They're forcing him back into the bathroom into a corner here. He does have meds for days here, so if he chooses, as long as there's no forced confrontation, he could just live out the rest of his time here in this bathroom if he chooses to go for, if he chooses to do so here. I'm not sure what's the utility status on the side here for JFT here. But of course, no utility required. A simple bullet between the eyes here will seal their fate. The previous winners from last round shut down the 9 from trying to save out more points or gain more points for themselves here. First team to go.
That's crazy, man. JFT with that entrance. They were outnumbered too. Only 2 went in with the initial push, but immediately followed up. Now, that's what happens when you think like-mindedly and work as a unit, right? No hesitation at all. Roy Esports got to take a little bit of that lesson right there. I don't know how, just the previous game. They're going to have to make up for themselves. Meanwhile, Kuratong Baleleng, KB, they're in a little bit of a skirmish with Nexus just right across here. Oh, circle close into it's the compound in which X-Men Xavier currently holds point.
Yeah, they're very comfortably residing here alongside with their neighbors here. Both Nexus and KB trying to be good neighbors to each other. A couple of taps here and there. Just probably throwing out the question: how's the wife? How's the kids? Hopefully nothing too much is happening on the other side. We do see a casual drive-by, a couple of tags here and there. No knocks, no damage, no tags either way. Ooh, actually, I spoke a little too soon. I did spot a couple of tags. Suddenly no knocks here. They are very committed to get to the other side, on the south, at least the west side of the map here. Gotta watch out for that vehicle though once it starts smoking too.
Well, nothing too lethal just yet. Well, KB will just remain as is. They've given the warning shot now. It's Pixel Stars driving across the Japanese here. It's ISG scouting them out. He will hold his trigger discipline, but in 20 seconds, phase 2 circle will start to come on in, or actually end to make way for the next circle itself. Yep. So ISG will get the information. They know that Pixel Stars is going to make the outer rotation in. Meanwhile, Kiwa, the seemingly turtling squad, right next to NRG. That's quite of a distance, right? I mean, that's not much of a distance. They should be hearing each other with that revving engine.
Oh yeah, and Kiwa Esports has, like I said before, ex-members of On Call as well here, and of course previous member of Victim Rise. I still remember watching Victim Rise game back in the PUBG Continental series, right? They were a team that was like ever improving, constantly improving, ever growing as well. Because throughout the entire tournament during that series, right, they were constantly rising in the rank. It was getting better, more kills, better positioning as well. I think it's just a matter of them getting accustomed, especially for last round. They got to second placement in placement points. It's great to see how far they come from years ago as well here. And Shampoo, beautiful tag. And by the way, Keith, I don't know whether you know this. Fun fact, Shampoo, right? His current name is Shampoo, but actually, if you do notice from his previous
It's Body Shower. I got it.
No, it's Prankster, dude. He's RKS now.
Oh, god dang, I missed it by that much. But hold that thought, we'll revisit this conversation later because Nirvana is trying to send someone into a rebirth here. Reincarnation knocks at your door. Can you hold it back as he comes in with the promised land? Oh, well, right now it seems like they're smoking out an entire house that is unoccupied with anyone, at least not on the first floor. But 4 members storms in up front, takes one down. Now he will have the chance to face his sins, and coming back stronger comes the next round.
Yeah, that'll be for sure. But you know, hey, you got NRG securing the compound, but that's not pretty much the end for Nexus here. They will have to give away at least half of the area they actually had initially control here. But looks like Roy Esports, they also want a little bit of the action here too. And a beautiful spray control coming from Riz here. They will try to get a couple of tags to get one knocked as well. Prime grenade here to get against a beautiful Kobe throw here. Our God spawning them from the other side. They got it towards the outskirt of the compound here to see you can get laid down some suppressive fire or maybe able to kill in the process while trying to cover his teammate as they are preparing for a close quarter combat here. He got the smoke prime in hand, but a little bit of a mistiming as well because he had it prime as they timed the engagement perfectly to punish.
Now Roy Esports is looking like the opportunity should have been, but hold up a second. KB is the one who turns the tide around. And Kunyit and Tadiv today is going to be the last 2 members who could physically fight back, but maybe that grenade could turn the tides here. Kunyit priming up some smokes in the back end. Roy, can they look to pick up their members? KB is now only 2 members left to play, and it is KB who will fall to the hands of Roy Esports instead.
Good pick off as well, but of course on the other side, DCM having a fight of their own. Monty gets knocked down, but for the price of 3 additional members as well. Kens, he's on a run. He's no longer in the Zen mode here. He's completely in a panic mode as he tries to drive away to safety to the shooting range here. As he tries to hold his ground on his own. The last remaining members, DCM, reconvening to the rest of the with the rest of the knockdown members here to try to go for the revives here. We'll actually be driving by a lot of teams. My God, multiple drive-bys here. But you know, Amp is able to quickly get alongside with Flood. Monty here. Gave for the pickup. But what about Flood? He's still out in the open, by the way. But I think they want to try to play a little bit safer. A Savage Man drove by, and I think they wanted to try to go for a pickup, but they spotted a knockdown member.
Man, I'm loving these meta plays coming out from the Oceania region. It seems like they're all running and gunning, and they know that they can do it because they always end up on top. Look at DCM already getting 2 of their kills. Zen had to break his oath of silence and scurry towards the covers here as 3 members from Zen disappeared. And that would go all the way to DCM. So you know it's not because of a third party they won. It's a fair team on team 4v4 combat in which DCM picked up all 3 of that points for themselves.
Ooh, Savior. I mean, like I told you before, man, I'm not too surprised at all when it comes to the Oceania scene. They are a powerhouse with raw power in their hand. Very confident. Not overconfident, but very confident of their firepower in here. So it's always a joy and fun to watch them play every single time. But of course, Savior, fortunately, I think he was trying to go for the crate there. Gets spotted out and knocked down there. That's Savior down on the ground. Is there an actual savior gonna come and pick up the members here? We will see here. But sadly, he will get sniped away by the samurais of the Rising Sun. We do see another knock coming down here. Larry setting up the smoke trail here, trying to ensure there's no other team that's going to be able to third party them from the sidelines here. They don't really have a good eye view of the area, Keith. They're currently playing at the bottom of the hill here. A lot of vantage point, a lot of areas for them to cover here. And Nirvana is one of the teams to spot them out too.
I mean, we've seen it from the first game itself. Playing from the bottom of the hill, pushing top seems almost like an impossible task. You almost always need a third-party scenario for you to capitalize on that advantage and make the push on forward. But, oh, Nirvana gets spotted out. I guess they're rejecting some of those teachings right there. Pixel Stars only believes on constellations. Will pick up all of their member, but trades XD in the process here. Nirvana shoots back, sends more members, or at least try to send them on their knees, begging for forgiveness. It's Rebirth, Mao Rush, trying to make a push up into the high ground. They might stumble across the samurais themselves, but they are in between crossfires. It's Pixel Stars, and right on top, Fairven taking the heaven, but Rush does not clip any of it.
Ooh, got a little close. I thought that was pretty much a knock for sure, but unfortunately, that was a little unfortunate coming from Mao Rush here. But we'll rush to a different spot here. Hopefully to give it a little bit more of an advantage as they try to go for the peak fights here at the edge here. Like I said, Erangel, the battle of the edges here. The team that secures it at least secures their safety here, or at least for their backside for sure. So 1-on-1. No team's going to be able to the third party them since they are playing at the base of the hill. So teams on the other side will not going to be able to spot them easy unless they scale it properly here. And it seems like Love Esports, once they scale over, found prey to members of Happy Squad, didn't find the opportunity or time to reposition back to safety here.
Oh, look at that. 21. Loving Forever 21, right? This man right here. He's a little bit off position, but I think that's intentional in that positioning. They are in a lot of planes right now. But look at the mini-map down at the bottom right here. It's 3 different teams, 4 if you include Love Esports themselves. It's an entire skirmish, and I think you kind of want your firepowers within your midst. Nirvana falling 2 of their members. He spots out Faven within the car itself, tries to hold on for dear life Shampoo. Surely he's not going to make it. He did trade it onto Muck itself, but it's Mao Rush left to play the rest of the game for his teammates. Meanwhile, Nexus, Prince, no way of a Prince here. He's using the peasantry hole to try and get his way into the blue, avoiding all conflicts.
But the thing is they do have a rough idea potentially of which exit he's gonna pop his head out through for sure. So Prince gonna make his final resolve, heals up as much as possible here. Try to sustain it. It's a phase 5 blue zone. It does hurt for sure. He full heals, and I think he finally resolved to push through the zone to safety here. They did spot it behind the 3 here. The beautiful sideline. Ultimate Boss getting sidelined here by Man. And Kyo Esports, they found an opportunity. They will take this advantage to push through to get a couple of kills, but it's a kill for themselves. Vehicles are flying. They are exploding here from the constant nade barrage. And they will be able to take down 2 members of Happy Squad. Again, Reminisce literally repeating history from the last round. Happy Squad will be down by not just 2, but 3 members as well.
So I like that one man has got an well, I guess you could say a grenade launcher, similarly the M79 on hand. He was using that to blow things down, but Decimate getting decimated, or at least one member of him, by the Zen team. So a little bit of a revenge coming in from Zen squad. Surely he does not translate this to anything more, does they? Ken's showing him what he can do when left alone to play the game.
You know the worst part about it, Keith. It's just that one lone. It's just the one lone member as well. So that's why I said this is just one of the few variables that kind of hurts when it comes to when it's a battle royale as well. You just don't know which can actually be detrimental for your team. It doesn't necessarily have to be an entire squad. It just could just be that one lone member to just put the pain in your entire plan. Literally threw a wrench in your plans here. And speaking of wrench, speaking of throwing a wrench at the plan, or throwing nades in this case here, is evil Patrick from Happy Squad, and he's being absolutely evil right now. Last nade, that's all he got.
Oh, they immediately makes a push forward. This is insane. Look, Oceania, man. Smokes in your face. You can't look forward. You push. That's the logic they're going in here, and it seemed to be paying out handsomely for them. They did get punished, trying to push the issue as they did previously by a third party. That would be Kiwa this time around. Now they've hit the stub with Decimate in a previous game. This time around, it's JFT under the sights of Kiwa, and same to say, it's Supra from Love.
Oh, Chibrit. What a nice view for it. I was trying to be patient with those shots that he has here, but I think we see Kuni on the other side, literally laying down quite the suppressive fire. Not necessarily for his team. I think he's trying to go for the necessary amount of knocks here. Same goes for Yomi. They spot the exact same target here. And now Love Esports suddenly, the vantage point didn't seem favorable this time, as they now had to traverse down the hill here, right into the opens here. But Kiwa Esports pretty much ready to greet them in kind. They do have the edges though. And literally, they're boxed in between all squads all around here. Dangers are lurking here. And Upchen primes the nades, gets a beautiful spray. The nades drops down here, but instantly gets traded back here. Will prime the last nade that can he have? Can he make it good? Can he make it count? He throws it in. Doesn't seem to connect on anyone so far, but TD will get the knock on one of the members here, and then it all comes on the Upchen. If he gets the pick off, he's going to be able to get the saves.
But things just turn sour for X-Savage whenever they're up against Roy, isn't it? It always seems like it's a winning battle. But again, things just flip tails. Comes the last minute, and look at that. Roy Esports capitalizing again. Gets the pickup. Surely they could do something here. It's only two members against the likes of Roy. But look at the variables. Roy is having to push high ground. They're at the edge of the circle. They have no room to be playing around with. Come on, X-Savage. If you fumble this one round, there is no redemption. Now they do get one in the process, at the very least. Meanwhile, now we take a look at Kiwa, again being held back by DCM. Decimate will be shooting towards them. Meanwhile, Kiwa also shoots towards JFT.
Oh no, JFT.
No.
Getting prioritized by both teams at the same time. I thought, for a second there, Kiwa, I thought it was going to be in the hands of Kiwa, but no, Flood actually got the headshot here. Beautiful shot, nonetheless. But now Chibrit going to be turning his attention towards the members of DCM. They're in a good spot. They want to secure the edge, and Kiwa was able to secure against DCM. It's going to be a really good spot for them for sure. But the same could be said for DCM. They try to go prime head to head for sure on the other side. But it looks like Kiwa is going to lose Trick here, and now we'll be having a man disadvantage here in this fight. Sorry, make that a total man disadvantage. It's 1v3.
Wait, what? Roy? X-Savage, hello? What happened to the manpower advantage? X-Savage is out of the game. Roy Esports still lives. And take a look at that. Highlights actually on Kiwa and DCM, the top 3 teams in a previous round. Right now looking to repeat on history. DCM stands a chance for the championship right now. Kiwa with only one member. Yomik's in the smoke. Surely if one member from DCM could seal that deal. I think it did. He's down left. Chibrit's left, right in the middle. It's DCM's game to take. But Roy, they've been upsetting the likes of X-Savage. They could look to set and upset for DCM as well. Kiwa shoots onto the roving vehicle here. That's going to give some sort of tail today. On that car, he's find himself at the other end of the hills. Meanwhile, Decimate takes this time to push on forward. Roy, 2 members still remains.
He does have a rough idea, and finally it does come through. He got confirmation on visuals right now, and Flood is sending, and they are sending in the Marines. Good taps, however. Chibrit refused to go down without a fight. He's definitely showing them the dangers. Hey, you won my life. Come and get it. But I will not go down without a fight for sure. Inside comes in nice and close. They're definitely hearing the sound cues for sure. They're prepping for the re-engagement. Roy Esports, they're playing a little bit more on the safer side here, although not really in the safety of the circle. But they're just waiting for the final outcome of this fight. They're not going to try to take it head on. Flood playing Overwatch here to ensure that none of the Roy members of Roy will try to flank them from the back line. He stands alone as the gatekeeper for his teammates here. They gotta clear out the fight quickly against Chibrit here, so they can at least focus all members here, divert all focus and resources on the last 2 remaining members of Roy Esports here.
This is going to go bad for Decimate. They don't know the location of Chibrit. Chibrit's directly behind him. If he makes no sound, he's not going to know that DCM's going to be a member down here. But Inside and Amped would try and push that issue behind the rock. I like Flood's positioning, though. I mean, for DCM's placement, they know that on the right side, it's a clear path. They could see down. It's open area. They send 1 members on the top as a bird eye view, but I don't think Flood can do much if Roy gets a knock on him and render him useless on the high ground itself. So DCM will look to come together as a squad, take this position within circle, but surely someone has got to address that thorn in a bush. Kiwa literally just hiding there, holding on for dear life.
You gotta push together here. I think they decided, right? Go in as a squad, at least that way. Not gonna be very easy, so at least they can try to get the focus fire. They get the couple spray, they got the tags, he gets 1 knock. A trade back for sure. But what about Roy? Seeing from the minimap as well, they're currently on the hunt. They heard the sound cue. They know it's an opportunity here. Do they have the nades left from their last confrontation against Savage Man here? It's a 2v2. Seems fair. I won't say 3 because we do have M down on the ground here. We do see a flank coming from TD.
Do they get the pickup? They do. They do get the pickup, so this would at least give them a little bit more manpower to play around with. And when it comes to a 1v1 situation like this, like 1 team against 1 team, every manpower you can get is going to be fundamental or crucial, right? That one guy could be the bait for you to get that clear shot, that kill shot towards the enemy, the opposing team. But they have to make this one count. So Decimate Gaming, how do they play this one out? They're an aggressive form of team, but running right out into the open right now could be reckless to say the least. So they will drink up their energy, get in that caffeine and maybe that surge of focus as they try and play the last few circles.
Yeah, they're pretty much waiting on the last, on what's the final call for the circle here as well. They want to see whether they're going to have that advantage or not, but they are, of course, not playing passively either. They are trying to see if they can take a couple of picks here, a couple of pot shots here and there. But this circle seems pretty fair for both teams right now. None taking the aggressive approach here. So barely any cover here. If DCM were to push into them, they will be running out right in the open without the cover. The same can be said for Roy Esports here. None of utilities. I know Amped for sure, living up to the name. He's currently fresh out of utilities. He does have the mats, but no smokes or nades in his hands here. And the arm is completely broken here.
I think what he has to do.
Flood.
Yeah, if I was Amped, I would move all my supplies, give it to a teammate. Then slowly play the front line, right? As the circle closes, I'm in front, I'm expendable, at least I know that much. Give the chance to the rest of my teammates who's holding the supply to try and play out the last 10 seconds of the teams.
Here it is. Final phase, no circle. It is an all man's land right now.
You mean no man's land at this point? Nobody owns it.
I guess. But of course, brute force will be the final answer here. They do have the man disadvantage here, but let's see if they can able to, if the stars aligns with those headshots here. They can get their heads, they can get a knock and transition to the next player here. By the way, Keith, I love how spread out DCM members are. So it's not easy for them to reposition those sides of lines of sight to recover into the next player here. So really well done for DCM here.
They are pretty much still in range, though. I would like them to do what you're saying and actually spread out, get one member into the flank with that member's advantage at the very least. Maybe a tad bit too risky, but surely they have the info now on the general direction of the enemy. They could get some guy, a member, to crouch there or to crawl their way onto the high ground up in the left side of the high hills. But they haven't done so just yet. So it's a game of patience. And I mean, if it goes down to brute force, we all know who's winning. It's Oceania all day, every day, unless this Molotov can say anything about it.
PD. Oh, they traded 1 for 1. The 1v2 currently at the moment. Kunye, they're spraying through the smoke regardless. Smoke dissipates here. They spotted right out in the open. They will get the spray. They know they got the numbers. And ACM will decimate all of their opponents to secure a second game. And that beautiful chicken dinner. Well done. Coming from DCM here.
The DCM, they live up to the name, back-to-back games, and it seems like they've got a very, very consistent start here at the PMS 2025. Definitely good stuff coming out from the Oceania region here. Roy Esports, man, they've pulled out miracles time and time again. For them to be in the second spot, we didn't even think this was possible. It seems like they just come out on top in unwinnable fights. X-Savage has got 4 members, 2 of them suppressing the likes of Roy. And for a second there, Roy only had 1 player to play with, but here they are. Top 3 getting that placement points in. This is going to go a long way in terms of keeping them up there and competitive within the brackets.
Yes. Even though like the amount of kills that they have isn't as significant compared to like what we've been seeing from PMA from the first map or DCM or Kiwa Squad or Kiwa Esports, right? But just the placement alone on top of the whatever kills points that they have should give them a really good spot among the top 5s here. But you know, this fight, relatively unfortunate, but of course this just showed the fire paralysis coming from Just for Tomorrow JFT here as they completely mowed down the previous winners from the last map here. And in this fight, Kiwa definitely showing their ability to be able to juggle multiple fronts here. Really well done coming from Kiwa Esports here. Happy Squad again losing 1 or 2 many members halfway through the map before we got to the final circles here. A little unfortunate, but you know, this is Battle Royale, right, where everything is not really a constant. There's a lot of variable that's constantly will be changing, and one needs to adapt to the surrounding here. But what a shot! I thought Yomi got the kill here, Key. By the way, I thought he got it, but it was just flood all the way.
But look at that moment earlier on, right? We saw that X-Savage, 2 members, got 1 knock onto the likes of Roy, and then it became a 2v1 situation. But somehow Roy Esports here, top 3. That's insane. But anyways, let's take a look at the top 4 data right now, if we have that on board. Then we can talk about that in depth. But DCM, man, they coming in here very, very consistent. I'm really excited that Oceania is showing up to play today, not just for the funsies, but play to win.
Yeah, no, I'm not, like I said before during the game, I'm not surprised at all. Oceania seems they're always very confident about their raw power, and I don't blame them for it because they have years in the FPS scene here. So it's definitely great to see that they're showing their confidence in it as well. But I'm not gonna really cut the rest out for sure. I'm really excited to see Happy Squad. Actually, because Happy Squad has always been one of those more aggressive teams. I'm really surprised in this first 2 maps. They've been losing members a lot more earlier than expected. I wouldn't be surprised you get tags here and there, waste a couple of resources. You know, that's to be expected since you're traversing around the land of Erangel here. You get a few tags, that's still totally fine, but you're losing 1 or 2 members before you get like more than halfway through the game, or less than halfway through the game. It definitely hurts, especially when this kind of squad competitive games come to line. Having more members is definitely a lot more better, a lot more reassurance when you go to that final circle fight.
Yeah, I mean, Kiwa, I think that's the game plan Kiwa is trying to do, right? If you notice, they're very tactical in their approach, right? It's position over everything else. Unfortunately, sometimes good position means that you have to address teams that are around that position itself. And sometimes it's a bit overwhelming. At one point, there were 4 teams sharing a certain area within that grid, within that map itself. And Kiwa just finds themselves too much to handle. Sure, they did a great job taking down JFT. JFT is a scary team, by the way. I think that goes to all Oceania team for the aggression that they bring in. But 2 members against JFT, another 2 getting shot in the back end. It's just too much to handle. So Kiwa maybe would like to, I don't know, find how they can optimize their approach even better. Because clearly, game 1, they did the same thing. They made it onto the top 3. Did not garner as much points as they would like compared to the other team. Maybe it's worth taking the fights before securing a certain position. Although, I get it. position can be everything when it comes to Battle Royale.
Yeah. But like I said before, right? It's Erangel just one of those maps you load to play around the edges. However, that can somewhat change depending on where the circle is. I think Kiwa just somewhat decided, you know what, we're going towards open land with high lands as well, and with high hills and low hills as well. I think they just decided, you know what, sure, there is risk being surrounded from all edges here, but if we can hold our ground here, or at least keep people at bay, and the circle keeps persisting towards our area, then we will be the final winners here. So that was I believe that was pretty much the grand plan for Kyowa Esports. It's just on whether it's going to be able to implement it all the way to that phase or not here. But regardless, JFT, I am loving the like you said, you're very surprised about the Oceania aggression. I always welcome aggression here, especially when you're crashing into compounds as well. They're kind of unexpected, like, especially for a team who's usually I won't say a team that turtles. I don't think there's a single team that's doing passive plays in this game, but I do love Kiwa, I guess. But I do love it when team are not somewhat, I guess you could say, not expecting the kind of aggression rush into your specific combo. You know, people, I'm pretty sure some of them are, especially some of the newer teams that come to the roster, I think they're pretty used to the idea, phase 1, phase 2, people are just going to be driving by their compounds, a couple of tags here and there. They probably didn't expect like JFT just suddenly be like, I'm coming in, boys, get ready to move out here.
What I really do want to know, though, I wish we had eyes over it, but X-Savage, X-Men itself, right? I really don't know what happened. For the good part of the map, they were over at the ferry pier, just across the bridge, right? They were within circle for the longest of time. Their first conflict was up against Roy Esports, who only had 2 members, and for some weird reason, they fell out. Roy Esports lived. I don't know what happened there. I don't think they stole a lot of the spotlight, so we missed that one out, unfortunately. If I could turn back time, I would want to, because, come on, you're talking about a team who topped their groups during the semifinals. For them to go back-to-back in what I would describe in game number 1 as hanging it by the grace of God itself, this is quite worrying if I were them. Yeah.
Like I said, I totally agree with the fact that on your expectations as well, because we are talking about a team who has been consistent in not just the PGS APAC Qualifier, but even for both Master Series, Phase 1 and Phase 2 of last year as well. So definitely, there is some kind of pressure. There's definitely pressure and expectation when a team that's being consistent from last year traversing towards this year as well here. But, you know, usually I think I will say it's a little bit too early to say, because we're like 2 matches in. I probably can give you a more detailed analysis when we get to that match 6, right, when we get towards the end of the day, because we are talking about a lot of these new teams. Sure, we also have old teams, but with new rosters and rebranding as well, so we're not sure what is somewhat of the synergy like. They may know the players individually, but how well does he play with this team? Is there regression transition over to this new team, or this new team in general, which, by the way, no intel. We're talking about, like, we have 4 teams here, no intel at all in terms of regional tournaments. There's probably like local communities probably, but, you know, people are always looking forward towards that regional tournaments for that reason, right? Because that's where playing in community and playing in regional tournaments, there's that different kind of pressure. It requires certain amount of performances as well here. So I like to say day 1's usually about touching the water, that kind of thing.
Well, we'll continue our thoughts further on later on, but let's take a look at the top 4 teams. Right now, DCM in the number 1 spot here with that chicken dinner finish. 1,500 damage. Roy dealing not too bad for themselves, seeing as that they played, I guess, the bottom quarter of their maps of the game with only 2 players left alive. Kiwa did decently with themselves, despite me calling them turtles. They took fights when they had to, the ones directly right in front of them. And JFT, 1.3 damage, not reflective of their aggressive front, but here they are, standing toe-to-toe with the likes of DCM. Look at the amount of utilities. This is how you know Kiwa is a turtle squad. The amount of utilities they have in smoke is a lot, a whole lot. They use that for covers, right? As compared to maybe the likes of the first and second team itself.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not too surprised to see this kind of the amount of utility expanded from all teams, especially because as you saw how the circle was progressing, Keith, it was mostly just open area. There's barely any compound. Sure, we had a couple of fights within the compound, but that was like what? Earlier in the beginning of the round itself, when we got towards the later part, maybe later half of the game, we started going towards those open areas. There's barely any cover. Sure, you got a couple of trees for yourself, but it's mostly just smoke trails. Moving to another location, another smoke trail to revive an ally, or smoke trail to just obscure the vision of your opponent's team here, to try to force them out of covers in hopes to see if they can try to make a mistake from those kind of scenarios. But regardless, this is going to be the stats here from Decimate Gaming here for our second match. There 11 total kills here. Their first chicken dinner as this team, as this squad, throughout the entire thing. So 5 kills, and look at the amount of damage all across the board. Maybe not too much on Monty's hand here, but I think we've been seeing Monty has been more of the one who's usually flanking around here. So pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, Monty got denied by the last member of Zen Esports, apparently.
Pretty
just
early,
behind
right?
that rock. Yeah. So that was a bit unfortunate, but here they are, DCM from the Oceania. And my God, they are right now looking like the denied winner chicken dinner champion for game number 1. That consistency just pulls through. And right now, rightful spot for the match leaderboard. This is for that game previously, not the overalls. They are at the number 1 spot with that 10 placement kill and in 11 kills, bringing that total up to 21. Nowhere near with Roy Esports at that 15. Likewise with Kiwa at 15 with 10 kills. That one slept unnoticed for me at the very least with Kiwa, because they're always playing things so slow and so safe. That sort of accomplishment just slipped past by you. But now let's take a look at the total leaderboards. The most likely to hit the top 2 position, seeming like Decimate and PMA taking that 2 top spot. In the bottom 4 here, Kiwa, Roy, Happy, and also KB looking like they are in a good start.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not too surprised. You can definitely tell how significant it is when just to be denied so early into the round, especially when you have that top spot. Some people would think like, oh, maybe the team is not going to be performing as well. But sadly, that's not the case. This is Master Series here. Denying an opportunity to try to gain some points for yourself or resources here. Look at how much the point difference was from map 1 to map 2. They literally overcome the PMA from the last round as well. And although yes, Kiwa Esports haven't really all come in, but there's a point differential of 2 just from playing the game itself here. So you can definitely tell how punishing it is if you were to drop off relatively early, especially if you're one of the top 3 spots for sure. Your position is never definite or set in stone. Things change so quickly depending how the game goes for sure. And we're only 2 maps in, by the way. 7, we have 18 in total, 2 down, 16 to go. Anything can happen.
4 more left for the day, but before we get into that, a quick break from the both of us. My name is Keith. This is Leonard YOLO Lee. We'll see you right after this quick one. Bye-bye.
A new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Verado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here. So grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG IP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 CNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기도 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the PUBG Esports Master Series 2025 Phase 1. I'm Lenos on the Lily, and gracing me once again is going to be Keith Lee himself. Keith, it's day 1 of the Master Series here. We thought we were going to have a really slow start because we started off on a large map like Erangel, but sadly not. We have conflicts left and right, aggression up and down. We got all kinds of fights here. One that we didn't really expect to see this early on into the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, all thanks to the teams coming in from Oceania. They seem to be playing on a different rule here. But first, let's take a look at what we have on screens. And that is all the players who's ready to jump into the next game. We're done with Erangel for the day. Now we go into Teago.
Ooh, Teago. Now that's a map I really want to see. It's also another large map, but not as large as, slightly larger than Erangel, but of course not as large as Miramar or Rondo for sure. But regardless, it's a beautiful map, a lot of highland, mountain ranges as well. I want to see what's going to be, how the mindset, the mindset or the intricacy that's going to be coming into this game from the in-game leaders as well, how they want to deal with those highland battles.
Yeah, I think Teago pretty much same grid, right? 8x8, just like Erangel itself. So
slightly more land area, if I'm not mistaken, slightly more percentage.
Yeah, they're a bit more saturated. They do have a huge water outer layer on the outside, but it's definitely going to be one to look out for, right? Something that's different. We do want to see those fights take place towards the center point of things. The terminal seems to be one of those safer bets when it comes to predicting circles, but we'll see how that one turns out.
You know, I was just looking around because like everyone's players can be. We see inside. It's great to see him again, and Flood and Monty, of course, a great addition from Team Bliss. But more importantly, for Zam from Malaysia, right? I get his feeling because we're from Malaysia too, and it's like currently like 7:46 p.m. It's like pitch darkness right now outside.
Well, that's the sacrifice you gotta make if you want to play with the best right now. DCM looking like the best team in the league. That is, of course, too soon to say. However, thanks to NZXT, the peripherals, it brings these players all the way up to an elite level of competition. Here we go on the first and probably the last map of Teago for the day. before more Teago mats come in the day after over the weekends. But first, this is the only one you're gonna get. Flight path going in from the west to the east. We have it drawn over Hosan itself.
Oh, now this is interesting, right? Because we see both DCM doing a split drop here. One, I believe two of them are planning to go to Hemusa here, and the rest is trying to drop down to the probably the smallest compound area. Probably not. I don't think they're going to do long dives to go down from the distance, from the parachuting speed that they're currently going from the minimap. Don't think they're going to be going all the way to doing a long dive to go dark here. But however, for NRG on the other hand, is this going to be the same area drop for them, or are they going to split to try to do a long dive towards Wolfsong? I'm very interested to see what happens there. But they're currently still in mid-air. I'm not sure what's going to be the conclusion for that one. But regarding for the other teams, everyone's able to get to their respective spots. We might see a competition between both Nexus and Kiwa Esports once more.
I'm more interested to look all the way up to Hemusa, because guess what? Decimate with NRG sharing the same compound, and Circle also seems to favor them. Now, one thing to take note of when it comes to Teago, right? It's similarly to Sandhawk, and what I mean by that is not the size per se. It's multiple. It's multiple islands connecting together via a thin bridge. And we know that that sort of play makes Sandhawk very challenging to get across. Rotation is going to be an issue because you're all funneled down into this very predictive spot. So we'll see how this one goes. Circle now towards the left side of the map, which means team from the right side will have to traverse across some of these bridges soon if they don't want to get stopped in the tracks. Meanwhile, focus back down onto Kiwa against Nexus, as you mentioned, having a little bit of skirmish moment right now.
Across the neighborhood here as well, but I think it's pretty much an even compound, although yes, we do have half of it being the warehouse between both Light. It's been the competition between both Light and Riz and Bobby here as well. But the other two should be able to quite comfortably within the household, able to get the respective weaponry. I was a little bit concerned for Chibrit though, on the other hand, because I believe I had a really quick view on his area in terms of resources. It was just a lot of DMRs and shotguns. So I was like, oh god, where's the auto rifles? Thank God he was able to find a singular AUG there for him. It's just in case that the fight decides to go midway in this case here. I mean, not to say that he can't. I'm not saying that Chibrit can't land those headshots in mid-range. But it's always, the players definitely feels a lot more confidence with a more comfortable AR in hand,
Well, we'll see how the weapon of choice is going to play out in this field. I think no matter what they're carrying in hand, if they're going to play behind walls, it would be to no avail, to equal zero, I guess you could say. But talking about trying to make things happen here, someone's daring enough to stick their heads out a little too much. It's Rick, and I think he's getting punished in the process. Oh, Chibrit could have also traded himself. That's one payout points left remaining.
Spotted the little handle, the hand of it blasted off that left hand of that player for sure. That down, hopefully it gives a little bit of a breathing room for a trick here to they try to reposition or breathe up a bit as one of the members will try to go for the heal up. I don't think we'll see this confrontation ending anytime soon, but it has to reach its conclusion because I believe these are the only two teams across compared to the other squads right now that has not secured a vehicle for themselves here. And as you know, a map as large as this one, you definitely want to have a vehicle here. But currently, both sides are somewhat gatekeeping each other to deny anyone for traversing or trying to look for one here. But Yomik getting a nice round back to the house and see if we can get better luck from the external side of the houses. But Trip, on the other hand, from Happy Squad, going to be able to get a beautiful knock out of the vehicle here. But same goes for Mark as he will return fire on top of Cobbs, or Iya in this case here. As Arjun Bots will lose one member early again.
Well, Happy Squad, they're shutting that compound with the likes of ISG. Only one member is actually. He spots that out, tries to get him in the doorway, and he does! What a lucky shot that was, and Happy Squad should be happy about that, but maybe not so happy about the fact that more members are dropping like flies. A little upset this squad has turned into. It's a sour patch. And the likes of Pixel Stars are right there to wipe things up here. Muck does toss out a grenade, trying to maybe secure the deal on Evil Patrick, who's down on his knees, but this is only going to make way for the likes of Pixel Stars to make the rotation into the temple or the palace. It's Tian. He's got to be careful.
Trying to return fire here to go head to head with each other as well.
Yep. This turns out to be a little less eventful than we would have hoped, but here it is. Pixel Star making their exit. At the very least, they've got the 2 already. Don't need to be too greedy about it. I think it's something they can be proud of. They are driving into the get past X-Men. The teams that were supposed to be leading the charge or leading the helm to the rest of the lobby finds themselves here in 9th place. 0 kills, only 8 points after 2 games.
Mad Pig getting spot out, and Empt is not gonna miss on an opportunity to get a knock here. But Kens will be the one to steal the points though on the other hand here. So a little bit of a kill steal. But it's a little unfortunate they did lose Mad Pig. By the way, Mad Pig was the previous player and the only player from Pixel Stars from last year that still retains here. Will fall, but it's 3 new members, it's 3 mentees. They will have to carry on the torch forward throughout map number 3 here. Let's see where it goes. Yes, goodbye. Here's the AR in range. Swaps out the DMR, the marksman rifle here to see if we can get better luck, but all he got was just a flipped car from one call as they will try to traverse to the highlands. Chibi, on the other hand, seems like the fight hasn't really found its conclusion yet here, Keith, but at least we can see them a little bit more flexible in terms of their positioning wise. They were pretty much like clustered in each of this compound, but I think some of the members was able to get out of sight. Actually, no, we did lose Yomek actually on this online. Oh my god. I didn't notice that.
Well, yeah. I think it's just too many things happening at the same time. Likewise on my end here. I do notice that ISG is down. We saw them being pressured in a sticky situation.
From all sides,
yeah. But where did Yomik fall on from? I have no idea. But the bigger question still be in game number 2, right? Where did X-Men fall off? We don't even know too. So there are things that are left for the minds to wonder here. However, we will drift back down to reality. Let us gravitate to what's present and current and in front of us, and that is POGI, or Poggies themselves, and QI Esports now on the offense. However, they've lost 2 members, did not get any kills. I think that was them trying to play a little bit too dangerous during the start against Nexus. It seems like they got punished in the process. I remember they had one member who was trying to flank in from the south side.
Oh, that was Yomi.
Yeah. So I guess that's what happened. That's the question we're trying to find an answer to.
Well, you know, it's unfortunate you lose 2 members, but it's not a vehicle. I mean, it's not a four-wheel vehicle. But at least it does a job to get from one place to another. It's not the fastest either. But you know, I heard it's pretty much good for cardio.
It's faster than on foot, man. Faster than on foot.
Actually, I wouldn't mind taking a test on that one. I'm pretty sure it's faster than on foot, but
if you need a test to see if a vehicle contraption is faster than foot, then my God, you're gonna be a hard one to convince, man.
No, I'm pretty sure it's faster, but you know, that kind of thing, nothing's really, you know, set in stone from what we witnessed from the last game too. Ooh, grenade launcher.
Yeah, the M79. God dang, he really picked that one up. No, look at that. It's the bane for most of the teams within the lobby. Roy Esports just right there within his sights here. That's the last team you want to go up against, because somehow they just turn tables on you. Talking about which, though, 2 of my most aggressive teams to look out for. Justice for Tomorrow also has scopes or sights down to the likes of DCM. DCM, very nice formation. They're split 2-2, but that means they can't really defend the compound if JFT looks to crash, and which we know they like to do. Fortunately for the circle, though, DCM has already got 2 inside, which can be a safe passage for the rest of the members to kind of make the rotation in. and JFT driving into that entrance might get punished in the process.
Yeah, let's just hope it doesn't go to the circle doesn't continue to pursue towards the lower center part of the map here, because if not, we might potentially be looking at like the remaining area being like 40% water, 60% land. That's not a kind of place you really want to try to take that fight with either as well. Of course, Pixel Stars will be able to spot one of the members here. We'll unload one whole volley here. Hopefully they get a couple of knocks here, but Jervis will also follow in suit here. Looks like Savage Man Esports here, constantly being peppered out from multiple ends and sides here. But I totally understand. The circle is getting smaller, and there's barely any land to play on as well. But of course, Savage Man Oliver will be delivering to cover suppressor fire. Won't get the drop on Lun though, but will at least be able to scare him off long enough for his teammate to reconvene to a safe spot.
Yeah, Savage Man Esports, a lot to prove on their backs, on their shoulders right here. They do have a compound taking this fight against an open PMA, but it is PMA. We've seen there are no scrubs to begin with. However, right now they do not have the advantage. Lun gets tapped out. That kill is confirmed. Oliver gets one. Meanwhile, Pete tries to traverse across the bridge lines. Likewise with Jarvis, and they will make the exit. It's the great escape coming in from PMA.
Yep. And I'm fine with the decision as well. Like I told you before, that the chances of the circle, I'm not saying it's confirmed, but I'm just saying if the circle potentially goes to the south side here, we're looking at barely any land areas left as well. So I think and remember, splitting between the, like you said, just like Sunhawk, this area is split up between islands as well here. So if they don't get their way across, there's going to be only 2 bridges left to go to the south side of the islands here. But, you know, the teams are just trying to play it safe here to see where the circle goes. We're still pretty early. It's phase 2 as well. But better to take the first initial advantage here. But what a spray control coming in from Zen Esports. Finding both Bobby and Light during their rotation out towards safety here. And they will lose 2 members in the process here.
2 members a little too heavy, too great of a loss. But I guess that's part and parcel of a battle royale here. They will have to soldier on. Meanwhile, PMA, they found themselves a 3-man, but a comfortable one at that. Entire compounds, their mini compound, locked down for the likes of themselves. They will still have vehicles to rotate out, like you said, keeping your options real flexible, as the circle is still just in the phase 2 and about to move into phase 3, and they'd like to be there and capitalize on the situation when it happens. 17 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, dude, like just how the fishing camp, man, is such an open area, man. It's absolutely insane. And even if you want to use a tree for cover, it barely blocks off the entire character model as well. So it's like can't really stay there for too long either. But of course, Love could be peppered out for the back line. I think. Whoop! I was just about to say I think he might be able to get out of it until he got tagged a little bit down lower. We're gonna phase out for the other side. Kurton Bellalong is gonna be phased out. Trying to see if he can phase out 21 here. This is a little bit too great with the mini 14 here, but you know, phase 3 circle. You definitely can feel the pain now for sure. But moving on camp to a Decibel game, we see a little bit of a smoke trail. They definitely want to see if they can take the fight towards one call here. Couple of pre-fires here, a couple of skirmishes so far. Nothing really too definite for throughout the entire game so far. Keep. I think we're seeing a lot of skirmishes. Sure, we saw a couple of nice kills, especially from the fall of Nexus here by the hand of Zen Esports. But I think after that it was merely pepper fire, really, or pot shots.
Pepper fire? That's the first I'm hearing of it. What does pepper fire mean?
I believe I heard that term from somewhere.
It sprays like pepper. It hurts, I guess. Pepper fire, that is. Talking about pepper fires, though. I heard
pepper him up, you know, season him, right? You gotta season him. Let him cook.
Oh, that was a good transition right there. I should have said that. God dang. Missed opportunities.
Hey, man.
Meanwhile,
we both play hand in hand together, man. We got 2 days to do it. Don't worry.
Meanwhile, though, Roy Esports, I'm not sure taking the players down is such a good thing, because it seems that the more members they lose, the luckier they get. And so it just so happened X Savage is in the same compound again. You know what they say, 2 times the charm, 3 times the charm, maybe. Once bitten, twice shy. But it seems to be Roy just keeps getting away with it right now. In the cover, they're in the crosshairs. I'm not sure if they could follow up to get the kill, this Pogi. But they will remain confident and will try. Meanwhile, take a look at Justice for tomorrow. Any aggressive stint, they will. They will get one onto DK Bulls. Do they immediately look to go for the push? This isn't like them to sit behind bars.
Yeah, it's too much of an open area, Keith. I don't blame them either. You can definitely tell it's not a lot of. It's very similar. Okay, when I say similar, I mean like in the terms of how open it is. It's quite similar to Erangel as well. There's barely any covers for you. Even the tree design isn't as thick enough as you hope for as well here. So I think every time they take a pot shot or knock down some player, you instantly see Justice for tomorrow just checking their surroundings. Is there anyone? Because they are somewhat revealing their location as well, right? So they're just ensuring like, okay, no one's going to try to flank this from behind. Everyone's pretty much clear before they move forward. Because ideally, they want to, just for tomorrow, the goal right now with the position that they have is to cover their edges, secure their edges before they move on to the rest of the team here. Thankfully, the circle didn't persist towards the river, towards a fishing camp here. So there's a lot more land area for the teams to play around with here. But it is open, free real estate for all teams to go for head-to-head with each other right now.
Yeah, but I'm going to be worried for the likes of teams in the east side. It seems like it's going to be an absolute bloodbath already. You see X-Men getting that shot from the team who's trying to rotate into the circle. So NRG, X-Men now only inside after that knock. They take their place as gatekeepers and will hold the likes of NRG and Zen. NRG is not in a good spot. I think they have first-hand information knowing where Zen is. They don't want to have to go up against this sandwich, the three-peat situation. Three-way rumble, Royal Rumble. No pun intended.
Oh. Slow and steady, but we see M totally doing massive damage to NRG members. I see M just going toe-to-toe, knocking out 2 members alone by himself. Sabre was able to get a beautiful headshot on the inside. We were able to flank it from the sidelines here. But Love Esports, wait, did he just crash entirely? Like, literally crash and died? Hachi, what's happening there, my friend? And now Supra's the last member standing for Love Esports here. The Lone Ranger. And there's 1v4. Surrounded from all sides with no allies here. Supra intends to go down swinging. On his own terms as well.
Oh, I guess patience is not a virtue. He can't stay here and hope things get better. It's carpet bombing on the outside by Pogi. They are relentless with the nades, and they've got a whole lot to make sure you keep yourself at bay. He's just not moving out of here. I'm not sure if he has enough utilities to tank through it all, but that peek right there might just be what seals it for him. He tries to go in for the confirmed kill, but still, that smoke in the area would almost guarantee he gets the pickup. Meanwhile, Decimate Gaming doing absolute work against the X-Men themselves. They will be retaliated. Zen gets Flood, one of the star players in hand. But it's only 1 member, 3 more barrels still shooting the way itself. And are they looking to make that aggressive front, that aggressive rotate? They know 1 calls position. They will have 1 member out here. It's inside who's trying to get the glove taps in, but gets shot from behind.
Savage, man. They know for a fact. Hey, you know, you guys are out. You guys are currently at the edge of the circle. We got eyes and eagle eye view on you guys here. They drop both inside and flood at the same time. The Savage Man is making Decimate feel the hurt for sure. And sadly, Flood right out in the open with barely any cover. Savage Man will seal his fate here and remove 1 member from Diesel and Decimate Gaming here.
I think if any game's gonna be the best game for Savage Man, it's this one right here. 5 kills already in the bag, still 4 members alive, as long as they can keep it that way. Lucky J finds himself pretty lucky that wasn't a headshot. He's still up and running, will go in bandaging wounds, reset, but they got a good position. Have to look behind though, as Zen is within the area, and maybe even the likes of Pixel Stars. They have to be careful. Do not heavily commit onto one area itself.
I'm really happy with the addition coming from Savage Man as well with Lucky J. Lucky J previously was playing with Kingslayer from last Master Series as well. So really great addition to the Savage Man esport line. Let's see how lucky he is, right? Living up to the name here. But so far, Savage Man, as you said, this game seems to be like the game compared to the past 2 matches that we've seen so far here. However, seeing from the other teams so far, Pixel Star, Tien, the last member standing. Definitely not going down without a fight here. We're trying to achieve as much kill points as much as possible here, while trying to pick off or try to punish some unsuspecting player from the other side here. But Xavier, I think he got spotted out by JFT here. Not Decimate, I think the smoke trail is a pretty good cover for him, but JFT probably had a more better angle on Xavier here. They will try to find a better cover for themselves here. Although they are playing around the edge here, and they still want to stay around the edge, but they need to secure it first.
What is that loot drop? It's Christmas morning here, bright and early in Teago. Maybe not so much where we're from in Malaysia, but man, look at that. It's stacks and stacks and good bait for you to reach out for the taking. However, we'll get punished in the process. And talking about punishing, Poggy loses another member that's no sense, who made, well, no sense, I guess, playing in the open like that. Gets backstabbed in the process. Roy Esports again. As I live and breathe, Roy Esports just seem to be the bane of some of these teams here. Even with so many members down, they are a thorn to be dealt with. X Savage, they have lost 1 member onto the knees. Not down and out just yet, but members from Zen. It's not the final member of Zen, but one of the last 2. Will gets head on shot, but the trade is there. Oliver now on his knees as well. Lucky J as well on the knees. That's 3 down. Only Upchant left to be playing around. Surely they've taken a member. They did, and so it's a safe revive from here on out.
Really well done. It got really nice and close. By the way, before he actually traversed over the rock to actually go for a vantage point flank, they had a really beautiful utility fallout with the flashbang first initially. So really well timing, well communicated. You can definitely tell it's well communicated engagement for sure. Savage Man was able to pick out some of the members, or at least actually no, they could have picked out. Okay, they will be able to pick out all the members. I thought for a second the blue zone was denying the rest of the team here, but still they should be able to pick out their last member. It'll be a full 4-man squad. But JFT on the other hand, being bombarded from the line side here by PMA here, sending all the positivity they can here, and it seems it has been quite explosive for JFT to handle here. Now we have our top 4, Keith. We're slowly coming down to the final fights here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be it, man. We're going to see DCM again within the top 3 finish. This team, how are they still just getting away with it? 7 kills, so they're second in terms of the kill. I thought they were definitely done for earlier on. How did he even get the additional member back up to his feet? I remember 2 of them had to break a run for it. It seems that 3rd member is just willy-nilly back into the game. So it's looking good for them. Meanwhile, PMA now pushing on forward. Sees 1 KB under the crosshairs. Will kill him out. Eliminated it is KB. That's more kill points under the way of PMA. 3 members left, 7 kills in total. Tie is that off to DCM. X Savage though. X-Men, they lead the charts right now. However, I think PMA and DCM are more likely to get into a skirmish within this 3-way standoff before they were to go onto the way of X-Men. So it's looking more likely than not that X-Men might just walk away with their first chicken dinner.
But the problem is the positioning for DCM. It doesn't look as favorable as well as it seems like just from the eagle eye view. They are fighting between a battle full front, but before PMA could secure some of the DCM members in the center, they will be able to trade back each for 1-for-1. So they have the smoke. So, oh no, there's no smoke on Jervis' hand. He can't get to his down teammate either. What about Leo? Leo has no smokes either. But he will try to go for the flank, and he will have a nice line of sight to some of the DCM members who's currently placing in the center of the circle here. Boxed in on the other side, it's going to be Savage Man Esports as well. If they time this flank, both teams should be able to work in cohesive to actually to punish 2 members of DCM, and I think they are going to be making it work.
It's as predicted. DCM and PMA will have to face each other off first, and therefore giving X-Man the advantage. You know what they say in a three-way standoff. He who's forced to make the first move will lose, and now it will render the likes of PMA only 3-member against the likes of X-Men, who has the high ground for the most part. However, maybe to the luck of the map itself, it's been very generous, and they've given so much box to play from that could serve as a hiding point for PMA to play around with. So maybe this high ground would even be rendered ineffective.
That is true, but not a lot of smokes left. I think they only have 3 smokes in total, 2 being on the upper chain and 1 being on the hands of Oliver. Actually, no, Oliver just used his last smoke as well here. So 2 smokes here. They are planning, and I love it. I love how smart Option is doing, right? So to ensure his security, right, he's trying to blow up all the vehicles around him. So at least that way the explosiveness doesn't kill off his team if they choose to use it as cover as well. Like, did they blow up 1? They still keep the UAZ. They feel like it's still within the lines of, it's not within the lines of sight here. But they are currently putting on the pressure here. Goes into the car, Lucky J. He tends to crash into the positioning here of PMA as they're currently trying to flank them from all sides here. But PMA, they're trying to prepare this to go straight into prom. Defensive utilities are being thrown as well. There's 2 more smokes in the hands of Upchen if you choose to use it to obscure the vision, to close the distance, to close the gaps here. But you see Lucky J reposition to the side road where DSM was previously positioning in to see if he can try to get them and punish them from the side.
I think they're playing a little bit too hasty here, X-Men. They didn't have to make that push on forward. I guess they do want to deny some area or wiggle room for the likes of PMA. So thank God they made it through the first phase and trying to inch in closer. But now I think they've taken a wee bit much damage, expanded so much utility. They have to play the aggressors right now. Someone has to go in from flank side to try and poke through this barricade that is PMA's.
Oh. Honestly, I think they just decided to take the forward approach mainly because of the fact that we still haven't seen how the last circle looks like for phase 8, right? So I think they were pretty much on the high heels. I think they just want to try to get a little bit closer because if the circle were to favor them, that means the circle will be pushing PMA towards them. However, if the circle were to go towards PMA's side, at least Savage Man Esports, there's someone in a spot where they're like, you know, it's okay, it's totally fine. We're someone near to the circle, we can reposition it pretty evenly and pretty safely. Right? And do take into account, that was where DCM members actually died as well. So in terms of restocking resources, it may not be a lot. At least they get to recover some back. Ooh, that's the knock though.
Yeah, Lucky J gets knocked out. Not so lucky. He's the first one down. Weakness in the formation that's going to be capitalized by the likes of PMA, and Upchen too finds himself crawling. That lead that they once had in terms of manpower just seems to be rendered ineffective when it pushed into this open fields just like that. It's a 2v2 situation, so they've managed to equalize the scores a little bit. X-Savage has got, oh my god, they're whiffing all their shots, and Oliver is now down on the count. It's a 1v1 situation. PMA against X-Men. Both teams could look to cause each other an upset, but PMA, they've already had a good game this time, this day alone. Maybe they can make this one count. X-Savage, savior for the entire team, will get the tap, and that would seal it for the likes of the X-Men.
Well done, my god. The mind games, they take it to the truck as well. And the best part about it, Keith, as well, is that he swapped to the passenger seat to mow them down. But sadly, he ran out of bullet at the last clip. He got tagged back and instantly went prone mode here. It really did come down to the gamma, right? Whether Savage Man was going to take the pick or was he going to go for the heal. I think PMA, if I'm not mistaken, I saw the animation, so I think he wanted to go for the heal. The minute he went to prone, he went for the heal. He gambled it out that maybe Savage Man is going to do the same. But no, he took the chance. He pushed forward. He got the kill for it and will secure their first chicken dinner for themselves here. Well done.
Regardless, yeah, both teams well done though. I mean, PMA, the fact that they nearly turned the tides on that one, they were one man down. But it seems like, technically speaking, if you really need to be greedy about things, I will say PMA is better on the shots, on the crosshairs than they would with X-Savage. Like, a lot of these situations, right? X-Savage has got them on the crosshair first, but could not land the blow, the killing shot, the kill shot itself to seal the deal. And so, a lot of those retaliations just falls short because of that. So,
yeah. But, you know, other than that, regardless, although we, like you said, Keith, being more consistent with the shot would be fantastic. But Savage Man was able to finally break out. I guess third time's the charm. So third game's the charm. They will secure the chicken dinner. There was a couple of rough patches for sure, but they pulled through regardless in the end with the wits and skills. And will, of course, deny PMA their second chicken dinner in this third round. Well done.
I do want to see the final few circles though. If it's captured within the highlights, I'm not too sure how far this one goes. But there was a moment there that Savage or X-Men could have done it way more convincingly. If I were them, I'd look back at the replay and not be comfortable about it, because that was a very shaky ending. You could have lost what could have been a winning game itself. Look at that. Oliver got down and he was the one who peeked first. He peeked at them with the shot, gets shot down, turning it into a 1v1. And thank God for Savior, an actual savior for X-Men itself. God dang, that was a treat. I enjoyed that game. Although a lot of things were hair pulling, if I would say the least.
No, I agree. It was totally nerve-wracking. And I was also wrong as well. He wasn't trying to go for the heal. I think he just went to prone and just tried to go full defensively. But of course, we see Savior being the more aggressive part here. I guess being more confident in the fact, or at least taking that kind of risky gamble really paid off. It's high risk, high reward, but he did manage to secure the win despite the hair pulling moment. Of course, it did really got close for a 3v4. Despite the outcome, despite the scenario, they still managed to not really a clean win to be expected, but still a win nonetheless. Well done. For Savage Esports here. Now we're pretty much done with Teago here for our match number 3. Now we're slowly moving on to match number 4. It's gonna be the map of Rondo, Keith, here. One of the largest maps that we ever seen here in the PUBG esports scene.
I mean, we had a glimpse of it. I mean, playing the game to yourself, I'm pretty sure you've explored the map. It's the only map with 2 different terrains, 2 different layers. Not that it matters unless you could change cosmetic mid-game through. That would be a cool mechanic, though. Imagine that, right? Changing your outfit midway through to kind of meet the camouflage of the different terrain. That would add another layer to the competitiveness. Like, I get it, a ghillie suit hides you in the grass. Do that in a place like Miramar, you're sticking out like a sore thumb. But if there was a desert ghillie suit that you can so willy-nilly switch between in a map like Rondo, that would add things. That would add layers to things.
I guess that's true. I mean, I think we do have a desert ghillie suit in Miramar. Rondo, haven't really got the chance to see a ghillie suit in Rondo though. But you know, I think at the same time we see a lot of teams just try to keep it like no skin on characters, because you know, like, don't get me wrong, skins and everything makes you look great in game, makes you feel great, but you know, when you go to the competitive scene, if you're like sticking out neon colors, right? It's like, hey, I see you from like a mile away, you know? Don't need a 16x scope for that, or an 8x scope for that thing. I can spot you from a mile away, no problem, right? But
with like orb effects too, you know, so you're like glowing and sparkling. This is one rainbow guy right there by the rock.
I mean, hey, like it's already great that like the only skins you could probably utilize is just probably your vehicles, right? We saw some hot rod Dacias as well. I think that was really nice. I think that's probably one of the coolest skins as well. I saw a taxi skin for a Dacia. I think just like match number 2 on the map of Erangel. I could be wrong. Looks like a taxi one, but that was also pretty cool too. So UAZ, yeah, a couple of vehicle skins that was pretty noticeable. But you know, other than that, besides the skin, the skill sets coming from our players for this tournament alone, I think, sure, there is still much to research or analyze for sure. Still a little bit early. Map 3 maps doesn't really dictate a lot of things so far, but I'm liking for what we've been seeing so far. And I'm not saying that certain players are underperforming or not, because this is battle royale. There's a lot of variables you need to take into account. Sometimes you're casual, sometimes you feel like, all right, maybe this compound doesn't really have any players, but sometimes even we are talking about the Master Series, right? These are teams that went through the open qualifiers and the group stage. It's not community tournaments as well, so you give a guy, everyone would have some certain level or certain degree of FPS paralysis, right? So given the opportunity, they will easily mow down anyone, given the opportunity, for sure.
I would like to contradict that statement. Actually,
Okay.
The 3 maps tells a lot. Look at who's consistently in the top 3. DCM with consistent number of kills, always a top 3 finish so far. Man, they are looking like the champions. Of course, I agree to a certain degree with what you say, because it's too soon to say. It's 18 maps. 3 out of 18. I don't know what's that in percentage. You do the math, right? Although we both scored the lead.
1 out of 3, yeah. A third, but but the thing is this, right? Which brings back to what we were discussing regarding like map, not map preferences. It's just more like which team feels more comfortable on which maps, right? Like we see, like even from past PUBG tournaments, there are certain teams who perform exceptionally well over Erangel because the playstyle somewhat fits with their own playstyle. Whereas for Miramar, where you're not really, Miramar is really the kind of map which you're not allowed to play around the edges. I guess you can, depending on which location you're currently to do it. But if the map ends up going to an open area or those highland areas, everyone is going to try to get to the center position, right? Because it's a place where you don't really have a lot of positioning as well. It's a sniper's fest too. Even for vehicles, so the vehicles doesn't do so well off terrain roads as well. Can flip relatively easily too. So people try to get to those nice vantage point with decent amount of cover. So it's definitely a different playstyle compared to Erangel for sure. So might see a little bit of a different performance from some of our teams. But regardless, Keith, this is our match leaderboard for match 3 alone. This is not the accumulative one, ladies and gentlemen. This is just for match number 3. Savage taking the top spot with placement and 13 kills to boot. They were fighting everywhere they were going.
Yeah, I mean, this is finally looking like the team that got the number 1 spot in group number A, right?
Yep.
A is not a number, it's a letter, but I digress. You understand the point I'm trying to send across here. PMA, now not bad for them. They also perform in match number 1. Now, again, reclaiming that match number 2. This is definitely going to secure themselves in the top 2 finish. But DCM, all 3 games so far, consistent top 3 finish, consistent kills across the board. Although PMA did catch up in terms of the numbers, 27 kills to DCM's 27 kills as well. They're not far behind despite having 1 bad map, but in a game like PUBG, I would say consistency is king. And like you mentioned earlier on, some teams excels in different map, but you can't say DCM excels only in Erangel, because that map in Teago, that wasn't an Erangel. I mean, if you're confident enough to take fights, regardless the compound, then it really doesn't matter what sort of map you're in. You're winning the fights anyway.
I mean, position also takes into account as well. I mean, we're talking about like flat ground, equal position and everything. Then sure, yeah. I think definitely they might just take the icing of the cake here for sure. But like I said, Battle Royale, a lot of variables. Nothing is really constant for them, It's either them fighting to PMA. Even for the last one on the map of Teago, right? We see DSM boxed in from both sides. Like we had, like literally, it was probably the worst position to be in, because like you have PMA tagging you on the left side, and then if you were to rotate to the behind that rock, there's a Savage man from the top high hills also tagging you from that rock. So in other words, there was no cover in that center. It was pretty much the kill zone for that place here. So that's why we saw one of the members of DCM, the lone member, trying to flank out, create a little bit of space as they divert PMA attention away from the center area. But sadly, he actually fell too from the firefight. But like I say, positioning wise and everything, it does definitely play a very important role, especially when everyone's firepower is insane when it comes to this kind of games. But regardless, Rondo, things could be different. Map positioning wise, IGL, a lot of responsibility comes into the mix.
Well, I am afraid about one thing. Rondo is a relatively huge map to be playing in. So it's going to be a slower phase 1 circle, and it's not been a very eventful one as it is. So we'll have to see how these teams can kick things up a notch and maybe give us much of a show, of course, without jeopardizing any of the game plan. Good to know, though. Leo from PMA is now third in the overall leaderboards. In the top two, we've got DCM and Insights with 95 points on the both of them, and Leo at 89. X-Men suddenly has an appearance too with Upchen on 87.
Honestly, I'm not too surprised with you because we're looking at the team who has besides match two, match 1 and match 3, they had an insane amount of kills, and he was just constantly looking for kills as well. He wasn't really the guy that plays in the back line. He was just constantly just traversing lands, getting more cover, getting more intel. I think the more important thing is just getting intel, right? You control a certain area as you expand out. Sure, you are somewhat risking yourself as you going out towards the checking certain areas alone or managing certain areas alone. But you're getting intel, necessary intel as well, which gives at least lessen the burden, the amount of decision making coming from your IGL on exactly where, or trying to pinpoint potentially where the enemy team is most likely going to be. But Decimate so far, I think they are the only team so far who's been pretty consistent in the top 3 spots and in terms of kill score as well so far throughout these 3 maps.
Yeah, they're definitely up there in terms of consistency. I really do hope that they can pull this performance through the rest of the entire series, not just today, and not just for the rest of the maps that we're going to play in today. 3 more to go. We've got 1 Rondo next and a double Miramar to end the day. And if you're already within the top 3 for 3 of those maps, you might as well go all the way through. Looking forward to that. Look forward to more. You're watching the PMS Master Series. It's phase 1 of the Grand Finals, day number 1. Right now on the scores, it's DCM leading the charge, 1 for Oceania.
I am so excited for this. Like, we're going to Rondo. I believe this is going to be it is our first Rondo. It's going to be our first Rondo here. I'm really interested to see how well this team is going to play off it, depending on the flight path. Ideally, what would be the flight path here, Keith? Like for you, north to south, east to west, diagonal. Any preferences here for you?
I would like to see it traverse, actually diagonally from the southwest to the north and east. Then at least everyone gets. Oh well, I got it right.
Yes, yeah. Not really the perfect, like it's not perfectly down the middle, but it's close. I guess it's close enough, right?
Wait, are there 2 flight paths?
Yes, there's 2 flight paths.
Oh yeah.
It's a large map.
Well, that makes sense then. Then it really doesn't matter. Eventually, you're gonna get that drop one way, shape, or form. And so the ones who likes to play in the brown can stay up in the brown, and the ones who likes to play in the greens can stay down in the greens. This is the first Rondo map we have in the entire tournament. Let's see who is going to earn that title as the champions for Rondo after a day 1.
Mm-hmm. But the flight path, the people, the passengers, the plane passengers for the north to south side, perfectly down the middle. Exactly perfect. It's symmetrical. You couldn't ask for a more ideal flight path. It gives a lot of options for a lot of these teams here, especially since the amount of passengers in your plane was pretty much split in half, as the other half was pretty much in the other plane. So you got a little bit more comfortability on that top half of the map here. You're not going to be competing too much for it either. I think it seems pretty fair. However, for NRG, on the other hand, will actually have to give out the drop to PMA here to secure the larger compound, as where they'll take the smaller compound and secure vehicle as the priority.
I mean, it's a large map, like you say. If vehicle isn't in anyone's minds or priorities, then they need to get their priorities straight. Simply said, right? It's a lot of land to cover, and right now, Shampoo, he's going to need that if he's going to try and traverse by foot. I could already feel him sweating just trying to make it to the end of the mark here, and his friends aren't even helping him in the process. So here they are, leaving him behind.
Yep. I hope to see a little bit more action coming in from Shampoo as well, because his previous name, by the way, if anyone recognizes RKS Gap or Punk Scare, right? He was the player who's also one of the few players who's pretty consistent in both the Master Series and the Apex 2. So just witnessing his seeing his scoreline from last PUBG Master Series as well. I was hoping to see he was also going to pop up personally here as too.
Yep, and talking about someone who popped up, that's IMP with PMA. Actually, the rest of PMA is one of those people who really pops off. It seems like they do want to get this stadium for themselves. So a podium finish, you might say. However, they do need to secure themselves. I think another chicken dinner is, or less than that. To be honest, to get the #1 spot isn't very hard. And we also have to, again, remember, at the hold that thought though, KB shooting at IMP, just when I said he's the guy who pop off, he just, well, I guess, turned offline and toned down. He's out of the game.
I mean, he got popped off, literally.
Give it a break. His name's Pete, okay? Give it a break.
I mean, how do you not recognize him? He was there in from PMA from last Master Series 1 and 2 as well. So he's by far one of the more consistent player actually when it comes to a team positive mental attitude actually. So yeah, it's very hard to forget a guy like that. So, but hey, I'm Pete. Well, we'll definitely remember you for sure with the gameplay, with the performances you've been showing us so far. But Savage Man Esports. Traversing the mountains here, by the way, I love the aesthetics. It's insane. The town's design and everything else. A really well designed map.
You said it like a eulogy to Pete. You will always remember you. I mean, it's fitting too because it's now out in the lobby, right? So that's a very respectful way to send the player off.
Yeah. Does he know someone's at the compound? Oh, he does.
Seems like it. Yeah.
That is a very beautiful car, by the way.
Yeah,
compared to what we've been seeing so far.
I was thinking the same thing. It's the leather interior and all. It looks super slick, super modern. Yeah.
I think okay, if we were to wait, hold on. Hold the thought first. Didn't flip, thank God. He did do a couple of crash. The vehicle is smoking though. Gotta find a quick cover, and I think he's trying to happy feet his way to safety here. Stella is not too far behind too, but it looks like they really want to try to secure the kill. We see Argot in vehicle in hand, crash to safety because he got tagged out, spotted out at the picture at the same time. Nate's flying in. He spots the trajectory here, gets tagged out. Nate will end him, and he will be knocked down for the count.
PMA, it seems that they have a trend here. After every good game, they just seem to fall flat. Like a fish. Like they've not put in a fight at all. And Jervis, the only member, or at least one of two members, trying to get out of there. Now they have to play from a disadvantage. They did kill one though, so that's a point onto their name, but is it really worth two of your members? No, I don't think so that much. Meanwhile, KB will go in and go for the rescue. No, it seems that they were a tad bit too late. So I guess this is cue for you to give a eulogy to one member as well. That's Art God.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I felt really bad as well because I think he probably would have gotten away if he didn't crash into that. I'm not sure what he crashed into, but you saw the car just swerve left and right after he hit something, right? So I think when that car slowed down, when that object that he crashed into broke his momentum, it slowed down enough for everyone to just really put the numbers on that vehicle. He had no choice but to abandon it, actually. I mean, and the worst part about it, he crashed into the rice field. So there's not really a lot of cover for him to really happy feet to safety. Yeah, but you know what? Oh man, that is a really nice car. You don't get to see the interior as often here, but that is a very nice sedan.
Ooh. How would you know it's a sedan?
I mean, it can't be a truck. It can't be a truck.
Hey, have you seen trucks nowadays? They get you pretty luxurious interior too.
It's
definitely not this. This is a mom pop's car. That's a soccer mom car.
But a truck wouldn't be such a low vehicle though. It will at least be a lot higher. Oh no,
it could be a hatchback, man. It could be a hatchback.
Yeah, I guess that's true. True. Actually, you might be right on that one. It could be a hatchback. Oh no! Speaking of hatchbacks, TD is gonna be taking a rest back now. This gets knocked back down here. More teams, Roy Esports convening onto this current compound, this current location. Savage Man members, not all, it's not a full squad by the way. Some are actually pretty far away. Lucky J needs to play with Lady Luck here because he's surrounded from all ends here. If he can try to funnel them into this corner, he might be able to take those fights into a 1v1 and try to secure the fight or the win for Liz in this case here. But his teammates currently on the way here. The Savior is coming in to back him up here. Quickly pops up the first aid kit as more teams will try to reconvene to back him up in this 4v4.
I don't think you want to play with Lady Luck, not against Roy. Roy has proven time and time again to be the black cat in the entire lobby. Look at that. It seemed like a good start. He's got 2 members, but now all the members of Roy are up and healthy. Can X Savage actually turn the tides, or is history going to repeat itself and somehow Roy just comes out with minimal damage? We'll see how this one play out, but right now it's the X-Men who's got the entire compound rounded up. Now in theory that would be bad for the likes of Roy, but Roy's taking it in like a champ, still keeping things at bay. They do have a lot of throwables, indisposable here. They will keep the fight in a stalemate for the time being. Molotovs on the floor, as well as smokes to blind things out. But look at X-Men. They've got the entire compound locked down. One small step, and that could be fatal for like of X Savage. Oh, Lucky J! Lucky J made the mistake, now he's down. They immediately know it's time to push. They have the number compound advantage. And immediately, Upchen, not being in vicinity, might not want to actually rotate in for the backup. Again, I told you, don't play with Lady Luck against Roy Esports. You never come out on top.
That nade dropping down Lucky J was pretty much sounding the horns of battle there. Now Upchen is all alone as he watched the demise of all of his members within the warehouse compound here. But let's do a quick weather check on the rest of the teams here. We see a couple of skirmishes, a couple of pot shots across the maps here, across various compounds here. But finally, the circle goes towards a more centralized once again, towards the right side. We do see a nice crate shot that's going to be coming towards the side very soon here. But Upchen, Roy Esports, they are trying to loot up the spoils of victory here. And honestly, there's really not that much. I believe Savage Man Esports and even Roy, they expended quite the amount of utilities and the medication actually for this long drawn out battle of attrition here as well. So Upchen, he is waiting for an exit kill, trying to find an opportunity here. He'll be pretty satisfied if he can get 1 or 2 here during their rotation out of the base. He does hear the vehicle roaring up the engines here. Was it the minivan that they actually brought in? Yeah, it was the minivan. All right, so 2 minivans actually.
Oh, maybe he should have been disciplined on the trigger. He gets the knock 1, but can he seal the job? Of course not. Roy, again, just comes out on top in most occasions, more time than once.
Yeah, but good attempt, though. He didn't actually manage to get the knowledge. Could have secured the kill, but that's definitely going to will be wasting a couple of resources. And I most likely need to re-equip a new armor and a helmet in the process, too. So Savage Men, first squad to be eliminated from the round. PMA definitely took quite the beating in phase number 1. Only have half the squad remaining. KB did lose one during the confrontation of PMA, but they were the one who will be trying to get on top. And Wei Meng gets a nice angle down line on top of Shampoo. Oh, literally washed him down here with a nade to seal the deal. Defensive Smokes comes in to see he can try to reconvene to his allies to go for the reinforcement. But before they can even make a moment here, Pog was able to find Mao Rush at the same time.
Well, right now, a few people just taking the nades head on and talking about hits. Wei Meng might just get a clear shot on top of it. Immediately sprays downwards. That's a steep angle, but he gets the shot here. Paying the price is the likes of Nexus. Oh.
Okay, we're not sure. We never saw the conclusion of that, but we can see Poggy still has 1 member still alive here. It looks like ISG will be the second team to fall here, but finally reconvening back. Pino Online Games was the one to fall in the end. I can't believe it. NRG, who had the initial member drop, came out with the win. Wait, did I read that wrong? Hold on.
I'm not sure. I saw 3 reds on NRG, and then that's the last thing I got about it. So you and I both, man. You and I both. It switched out during the moment.
Yeah, hold on. When the whole team starts coming.
Oh, there we go.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
Oh, so yeah, NRG did win out the fight in the end. All right.
Wonder what happened right there.
How did
We'll never know.
we missed a chance there for sure. Like it definitely looked pretty close for sure. But regardless, well done from NRG. Had the first member drop as well. Shampoo was the first to fall, and they were able to retain all 4 members too. So, well done. Really nice job. So we had 3 members lost relatively early. Within phase 1 or phase 2 of the map here, but Arjun bots playing on the rooftops here.
Oh, wow. Hey, take a trip, shall we?
You know, once in a while, everyone wants to do a nice drop down. What was it called again? Sky jumping?
Skydiving?
Skydiving, yeah. Have you ever skydived before, Key?
No, I'm never going to entertain that thought. That is why you put yourself at risk so willy-nilly.
So it's not about afraid of heights kind of situation.
I don't know, man. They make you sign a waiver. If they were pretty sure that you'd be safe, they wouldn't make you sign a waiver, sir.
I mean, they themselves they gotta be careful themselves too, right? But of course, speaking of being careful, Supra, that we put the numbers on one of the members of DCM, but they were very quick to retaliate, to say, "Hey, back up, my friend, back up, my brother. He's not yours to kill or pick off."
Well, talking about brothers.
Oh yeah, it is the Texas
brotherly
skin, yeah.
love. Here it is, Supra. Yeah, with the Texas skin, I guess they decided to make this place a hub for all the drivers, for all e-hailing services right now. However, they will be equipped with guns, so despite the name of love, it's, I guess, chalk that one up to protection nowadays. Meanwhile, Roy Esports, the one team that happens to be an upset to the like of X-Men, actually. It seems that Roy Esports is X-Men's kryptonite. Finds their way here in the top of the hillside, overseeing Kiwa at Chibrit, just out in the horizon.
Well, you know, as we cast throughout this entire games, man, I can't get over the aesthetics, man. It's such a beautiful map, such a large but beautiful at the same time. Crafton really did a really great job on the design for this. So jealous. Actually makes me feel I want to play after this. But particularly Rondo, I think. Although it can be quite tiresome. What?
You want to say that twice just so Crafton hears you?
No.
There's some kissing bottoms that's happening right now. It seems very.
I mean,
clear.
you gotta give it to the design, man. Come on, are you telling me this aesthetics is not cool for you? I mean, okay, not this particular part, like the view of the town and everything. You telling me it doesn't look great?
It is. But I do wonder what happens when you turn ray tracing on. Ooh.
Oh, that is a very interesting thought. Yeah, that is a very interesting thought. Never really crossed the mind. No, it never really did. Yeah.
Does it not frustrate you? Like imagine this, right? You develop the scenery so beautiful, and esports players just turn it down just to get like the best performance ever.
I mean, it's it works both ways, right? We have competitive, we have competitive and casual, and we have competition, right? So it's it's totally fine. Everyone has their fair share. It's fair for everyone. Well, of course, anyway, enough into the shenanigans, right? Like, going back to it, we see Pixel Stars. Now, they did lose the benefits of the zone. They probably most likely had to get ready to traverse back to safety. But, of course, not too far behind. We see Happy Squad. Glad to see them doing fine this time. They have last 2 maps, it feels like they've been fighting every stage of the game here. It looks like they're going to be fighting another stage here. And Tian was very quick to address one. Try to transition into the second one. Couldn't get the second, but that's fine. He got the first, and it's quite the win for him at least here.
And they get a free vehicle at that, so I don't think they can complain. Meanwhile, PMA up against Kiwa. The team who's done well for themselves, at least in the first 2 games of the day, right now seem to be struggling to keep that momentum up. Jervis will deploy them smokes to cover, to hide from as they try shooting. It's a 2-man up against the world, but you don't know that if you can't see the rest of the members. So Kiwa, 1 member down. He's got 1 more on the back end. If Leo does not realize that that could be the one thorn in the bush. Oh, Pixel Stars shooting their way. They hear the bullets flying through the air and the drive-by as well. But nothing too detriment just yet. The rest of Pixel Stars, though, will be traversing and advancing from the back end, the rear end, so they have to be careful. PMA might need to find an exit quick.
They are trying, but the blood is already in the water and the Sharks are coming in, and Pixel Esports, I love the repositioning as well. They're reconvening from all angles here, surrounding them, literally choking them out of options here until Jarvis finds the first clear. He finds the first, mows him down. 3 more remain, and they know exactly what's the mission. PMA knows exactly what needs to be done. And another tag, but this time not by the hands of PMA, but from Kiwa instead, as they will assist them from the sideline, not knowing they're assisting PMA out of this detrimental position.
Man, PMA, how they did? Wow, this is the grace of God right here. On one call, and Kiwa just assisting, taking that kills for himself. It was a selfish gesture, but selfless in the grand scheme of things, because now PMA gets to run free, and they've done pretty well for themselves as a 2-man squad. 3 kills already. At arguably 3rd highest in the board right now, and only with 2 members.
Oh, that's a good pick coming from Nexus as well. They do have the high ground. They're trying to keep DCM in check here, but of course it seems like DCM will be having a slight benefit. They're still within the grace of the circle here. Nexus will slowly try to make their way in, and PMA, after the unexpected gesture of victory, they will be able to reclaim the spoils of victory, and will, with the vehicle in hand, try to get to safety. But JFT, they are very adamant in defending their lands here. I mean, eventually they will have to traverse back to the zone, but until they clear the rages here, which is both PMA, Happy Squad, and I believe 1 call is, I mean, not to say nearby, but they're within the lines of sight at least.
Well, I guess going into that hatch.
Oh yeah,
once
you're
again,
right. It is a hatchback. Yeah.
No, it's an SUV, my guy. That's too big
Yeah,
to be a
SUV.
sedan or a hatch. That's an SUV right there.
No,
It's
I
a
mean just now
bubble.
the other one, not the one he was driving. The other one.
Oh, talking about raining on someone's parade. Happy won't be too happy to find Evil Patrick already on his knees. Meanwhile, Justice for Tomorrow trying to rain down that Justice up against 1 call. Oh, with that car driving by, Pibby, he's trying to make the push on forward, catches 1 mid-animation of that toss. He's got to turn his sights to the right here. He's not just safe out in the sights. Oh, getting shots from a 3rd party. It's PMA from the back end. Justice for Tomorrow. Finding themselves in sticky situations. Can his entire team look to hold the others at bay? 5 kills already with PMA as a 2-man squad. This is remarkable. So many things happening in this dogfight.
And PMA is just constantly just reaping the benefits of all this 3rd party as well. You saw the amount of kills they actually were stealing away from JFTs here. But of course, JFT, they're not out of the clear just yet. They still need to take their fight with Roy Esports here. And PMA, they know they're very comfortable with the spot they're in. They're in the circle. They're fine. They got the high ground, a decent amount of covers. They just need to slowly find pot shots of JFT. And now they're surrounded from all sides. Does it have the benefits of the high ground? Roy will secure it. And they will shut them down again, removing them from play from match number 4.
Roy Esports, this team just continues to amaze me time and time again. Right now, already 10 kills across the board here. And still so much time left to play the entire game. Eliminated is Nexus. Roy coming up the greater winner. And PMA, despite having 2 members, 7 kills onto their name. I don't know what's it with today, but it seems like the less members you have, the better you perform.
Oh. Once again, again, Decimate Gaming. Not two games back to back, but two. What? Double barrel, let's go. Ran right into him. They will secure and shut down PMA. I believe that's going to be the 6th placement scoreline, but they'll be fine with this. They got this far with 2 players, like you said, and 7 kills to boot too, so it's pretty good. But then DCM was, of course, with this game alone, they plan to further extend the lead between both them and PMA with this match alone. But of course, still a little to be said. There are still 5 teams remaining. Zen Esports from the Philippines that doing this tag battle across the map here against Love Esports. Another team from the Philippines. Sadly, only one will rule, will reign and go to that top 4 here at least. Will they be able to find that opening?
I think if I was DCM, I'd be pretty frustrated right now. So many opportunities for the chicken dinner, and they've never gotten it. I think that's why they're playing a little bit safer this time around. They know they can take the fights. They just want to take it towards the last minute when it's finally necessary. I'm not sure if that's going to pan out the way they would have imagined it to be, but again, maybe majority of this isn't a planned concept in the first place. It is a battle royale after all, but they will try to limit the variables as much as they could. DCM, only 3 kills. They have lost 1 member, a Monty, off the count. But now Roy Esports, they are in the midst of breaking your formation apart. And on the opposite side, it's Love. Sandwiched in between 3.
I am concerned. This is slowly going. It feels like we're slowly repeating to like what DCM was experiencing from last map, from last game alone, right? Being dead center. Sure, you're within the circles here, but you're not necessarily in the high land position. You're pretty much on the lower ground here. So, which Roy has a really nice vantage point to peek against you. Luv eventually from the edge of the river as well. If you're from this trajectory, from this point of view, Keith, doesn't really have a lot of covers for you to play with, and those vehicles still can explode. You do have the vehicles still, but I think the one that's going to be the icebreaker is going to be KB. Wait, there's a knock? Who knocked him down? There was no indicator. Wait, what? How did he get knocked?
Roy, I guess he jumped down. Oh, there it is. It was a grenade. A live grenade that got Depra. Depra 11 by inside here. DCM tries to reposition, but all these the ballistics coming in from the top side. It blinds him for a second, or at least muted his hearing. He got him disorientated, but the circle does favor them, so maybe DCM could count their lucky stars as they find themselves well within it. They need to hold the ground, though, against the like of Roy, who's pushing it forward. TD right there goes down for the prone.
Okay, it's still pretty much an open area, but finally KB does fall prey to the hands of Pixel Stars here, and now we have our final top 4 by DCM with 2 members remaining. Probably in a very dire straits of a situation. He can only pray. Flood can only hope for the fact that their attention is being drawn towards others rather than themselves here, especially for Flood. He has a nice cover against Love Esports, but his back is currently open against Roy Esports. If they just spot them out, if they decide to take a pick and spot out the flaming vehicle, well, Empty is not going to be a tough time either as well.
It's Empty and Flood. One of the toughest Oceania duos we know. Zen still in the game. Now this is surprising because Zen, I think previously, has never gotten the chance to graze even within the top 4. So this is them in their best run right now. Could look to take the game if they maintain composure, but they did not. So Roy will get a 1 kill, but that would open ways for the likes of Ken's and the rest of the members of Zen to try and make the advancement behind them. Spots them through the window, goes in for the spray, did not clip. Oh, meanwhile, Decimate Gaming gets eliminated, but still, Ken's dancing around with 3 members for the like of Roy, but in the backside, Eatwood would try and do some damage. Toss the nades on the inside, nothing to follow up with here. He tries to go in with the double pick, but will only get 1, And I believe Roy can still go in with the revive. So it's 4v2, Love versus Roy.
Oh, but the damage was quite substantial as well, and with the man disadvantage too. If Crazy 9 can actually if Hachi can get into position and try to draw their fire away from Crazy 9, because he has the Dragunov equipped in hand.
Uh-oh.
I think he has a line of sight towards the hut, towards the shack as well. And I don't think they know he's currently spotting them off on the right side. So if 21 and Hachi can just draw the fire away, could be an opportunity for him to get a couple of hits in and possibly even a knock too.
Right now, all
minivan.
favors goes to the side of LOV. They do have the numbers advantage. Can look to, well, I don't want to put it that way, but I guess sacrifice 2 of their members for that information if they need to. 6 kills already on Love. So they're doing relatively well this time around. Crazy 9, they're all spread out. I would like to see Love spread out even further to get that control over the map, especially with this huge disparity. But that's the thing. They do not know.
Yeah, that's what I was waiting for as well. Just draw the fire enough for the other team to actually spot him for the sideline. And once one of the players gets knocked down, they converse into the position to secure the final kill from all angles. I love Esports for the Philippines. They will secure their first chicken dinner. And also really great positioning as well. Both Roy and Love, such phenomenal gameplays coming from both of them as well.
I think for Love, that was quite of a straightforward finish. I mean, you had the advantage. And Roy took heavy beatings with that skirmish with the third placing teams itself. So they just came in like vultures and cleaned things up. But Roy, my God, this team again just seemed to be sticking up to anyone in their path. Despite a numbers advantage, they seem to be able to do the work. It feels like it's a constant now to see them here up in the top 10, top 5 position. And so Roy Esports again showing that consistency off here in the PMS 2025.
No, I'm really happy to see, right? Because we are talking about like two. Although Kunyi and Detroit still relatively new within the scene, but TD and EDV King, right? We are talking about players who played alongside. Were previously in teams like Bleed Esports or Say Ryu, or EDV King was previously in Say Ryu Esports, a team particularly who went toe-to-toe with one of the best teams in the APAC for the past few years now, in the APAC region scene now for the past few years. So all that experience just somewhat just transmit towards this game and this year. And like I said before, when it comes to the Indonesian side, their teams, their players are constantly evolving, constantly getting better, finding new strats, finding new confidence in themselves, and just finding great success with it in every game they play. So really good to see that coming up. But Love Esports, really well done. Really bide their time, pick their fights really well. Although it may seem slow at times, but they really did it quite well for this game.
I guess you could say all love for Love here from the Philippines. Seeing them finally pop up the way they did. I do want to see more consistency coming out from Love, though. I think this is the first time we see them hit that top 4 finish, right? Disappointing note, DCM finds their way in the middle of the crosshairs, in the middle of the crossfire against 4 different teams around. That, I mean, this probably wasn't the game that they would hope pan out the way it did. But it was a rough spot for DCM, and to be fair, they tried to hold off on things for themselves. For quite a fair bit.
I mean, it's just one of those few situations, right? When you are trying to rotate from one position to another, then suddenly you find out that, okay, there's a team on that position already. There's another team on the other position as well. And as the circle slowly like shrinks itself, right, into a more compact or smaller area, it gets a little bit more easier for people with ARs equipped in hand to actually mow down a person within the vehicle, so despite how fast you're going, right? So I think there was just a lot of situation, like we didn't see like the entire bigger picture, right? We just only saw the fact that they were positioned towards the side river. The circle they were blessed at the circle as the circle kept reconvening towards them as well. But it felt like they just got pressure from all sides, right? Because before Love actually got into that position, they were actually fighting against both Nexus and also another Philippine team. If I'm not mistaken, it was the
Is it Zen?
No, Zen Esports. Yes, correct. Zen Esports. They were fighting with Zen Esports as well here. So, and there was a lot of factors that's really coming to the play. I think they just decided, especially since they were having the man disadvantage, they just decided, you know what, we couldn't find an opportunity to get out already. So this is what we got. We just gotta play with it, and hopefully, as the circle gets small towards their position, the other teams will spot each other first rather than spot them. But I think in the other, but in like I said, Love decided to play the long game, play the patient one. They said, "Oh, all right." Instead of trying to pick a fight with another team on the other side of the map, let's deal with the one that's currently in front of us here, who doesn't have the best of cover here. So, other than that, really well done. I won't say anything else other than that, because I think everyone really did the best they can with the situation that was somewhat provided them.
Yeah, I mean, totally agree, right? The credit is due where it's deserved. Not taking that away. DCM did have to put up with against like 3 different teams itself.
Yeah.
But we can go on further and on how that technicality breaks down. But yeah, sure. Let's take a look at the top 4 instead. Still within it, DCM makes it in the top 4, so that's credits onto them. But 1,800 damage, close to 900 itself, comes from Love Esports himself. A decent one right there. But Roy really stole the highlight here. Fighting against X Savage, who seemed to have the betterment of that compound, locking them down. I think it was different in execution. X Savage got one member knocked immediately. Roy, no, it was time to go. They started pushing and immediately overwhelmed X-Men itself. Zen, well, they held back DCM and so on and so forth. So, but the ultimate victor here is going to be Love. It will be the stats victor. My victor is going to be still Roy Esports, man, just coming in on a different level here in this first map of Rondo.
No, they really did a really great job as well. I mean, Love, also, although that fight, since we're on the topic with the analysis on the compound fight with SavageMan Esports, right? I think it was also at the same time, like if you do recall, I think SavageMan was in the midst of actually leaving the compound. Because everyone was like just trying to get towards the south side of the map. I think they were just slowly trying to get away until the sound of the vehicles coming in from Roy Esports. I think it really forced a lot of the Savage members to take a fight, which is not really ideal for them. Sure, eventually the whole team reconvened to go for the reinforcements, right? But 3v4, I believe they had one member down already before they actually take that fight. So that nade on Lucky Jet was just pretty much the horn of battle. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna swarm them right here, right now. Not they're gonna be able to do anything about it. So actually, regardless,
if you recall how they got there, right? Before one member was down, it was X-Men who had one member there who shot 2 members of Roy.
Oh, Lucky Jet.
And then it was a stalemate. Yeah, he was the one guy there, and immediately the rest of the members came in and surrounded the compound. So I thought that was a done deal for sure. X-Men, they're surrounding Roy, but Roy played it real composed, right? And how do you get out of that situation, right? I mean, I'll break it down further. But first, ladies and gentlemen, match leaderboard for the game number 1. 22 points onto Roy Esports, 18 for Love. But what I'm trying to get at is this. What would you do in that situation, in that X-Men versus Roy battle? Because they had members, 1 member on the flank side in the far end, and 3 members pushing the compound, right? Would you have sent all 4 onto the compound itself, or leave 1 member out of it as a flank support or a cover fire? Because it's the fact that they had a cover fire. Roy knocked 1 member. They knew they had the numbers advantage, and they were playing undercover, right? So that's a hard call to make.
Yeah. You know, with that being said, Roy, despite Love Esports actually taking the winner chicken dinner placement point, they literally got overwhelmed by Roy Esports with their 16 kills. 16, completely overwhelming. And since they also got second placing, it just adds more towards their benefits here. But of course, this is going to be the total leaderboard across all 4 maps here. DCM still able to maintain their rank 1 here. But of course, the point differential isn't that far apart here. So probably just one mistake from either one of the 2 teams will actually somewhat either cement or actually expand the gap between the 2 here.
Yeah, so let's not forget about PMA, because PMA did one heck of a run. They were a 2-man team, and they got 7 kills. Honestly, if you were a 4-man team, you got 7 kills, I could say, hey, not bad of a run. you did good. You did good, but they did it with 2 men, which was even more impressive itself. So definitely looking forward to more PMAs. Definitely looking forward to more of these teams. Now later on, we have 2 more maps to play. I believe it's a double Miramar. Are you expecting any of these key teams? Which one, or do you have any specific team in mind that you think is going to excel comes to this map? So,
I think particularly I'm going to keep my eye on both PMA and QR. I think these 2 teams, particularly since especially this is like I said before, when the map Miramar, you want to try to get to those nice vantage spots and those really great covers for themselves here. And so far from these 4 maps alone, I think we saw like both the PMA, Kiwar, I believe even some at one point we even saw like Savage Man Esports as well. They really love to try to get towards the center part of the map as well. So we might see these 3 teams like trying to excel in towards the map of Miramar. But you know, let's be honest, it depends on the flight path too. Because if that flight path ended up going towards that hillside, that left side of the map where we have this dead hill of a cliff, yeah, I think everyone also wants to book to the hill for sure.
okay, well, let's save the theory craft for later because right now we're going into a quick break. It's me, Keith, together with Leonard, Yolo, Lee. We'll see you in a jiffy.
A new place to 1v1, a weapon balance shuffle, and a tune-up for some of your favorite vehicles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.1 patch report. First up, the 1v1 arena you know from training mode is now a bit easier to drop into. You can now access the 1v1 arena right from the arcade and spawn directly into the arena. The rules are staying the same, so simply choose the mode and start battling a bit faster. You can also access the 1v1 arena as a custom match, so challenge your friends and see who comes out on top. Loser buys the chicken dinner. Next, we're adjusting the balance of a few weapons. 7.62 ammunition now weighs a bit less, and shotguns have seen adjustments to their buckshot spread, recoil, and damage drop-off. We're also increasing the recoil of the Mark 12 to tune it down a bit from its current dominating position. Full details in the patch notes. We're also tuning up some of the Battlegrounds vehicles. Vehicle acceleration, top speed, friction, and weight have been enhanced across several different vehicles. In addition, we're adding trunks to the Dacia, Murado, Pony Coupe, and Coupe RB, and increasing the tire durability of the buggy and quad. There's also a new rank season, bug fixes, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.1 is here. So grab your shotgun, polish up your favorite vehicle, and 1v1 me, bro! We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 팬 여러분. PUBG IP 프랜차이즈를 맡고 있는 장태석입니다. 오랜 시간 한결같은 사랑을 보내주신 팬 여러분께 감사 인사와 함께 25년도 계획을 안내해드리려고 합니다. 2018년 베를린에서 PGR을 시작으로 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 다양한 변화를 시도하며 지금까지 달려왔습니다. 특히 올해는 팬분들의 뜨거운 관심과 끊임없이 노력해준 선수들의 눈부신 플레이 덕분에 CNC 2024는 PGI 2018 이후 가장 큰 사랑을 받기도 했는데요. 앞으로도 이 사랑에 보답할 수 있는 배틀그라운드 e스포츠가 되고자 합니다.
안녕하세요. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠 총괄 이민호입니다. 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 25년 로드맵을 업데이트된 내용과 함께 다시 한번 전해드리겠습니다. 로드2 PGC의 구조는 기본적으로 2025년에도 동일하게 유지됩니다. 3월 글로벌 대회 진출권과 PGC 포인트를 획득할 수 있는 지역 리그를 시작으로 4월과 5월, 10월과 11월에는 4번의 PUBG 글로벌 시리즈가 개최됩니다. 또한 6월에는 많은 사랑을 받고 있는 PUBG 네이션스컵이 개최될 예정이며 12월 최고의 팀을 가리기 위해 PUBG 글로벌 챔피언십으로 대단원에 막을 내리게 됩니다. 뿐만 아니라 내년 사우디아라비아 리야드에서 열리는 e스포츠 월드컵 EWC에 2년 연속 배틀그라운드가 공식 종목으로 참가하게 됩니다. 내년에도 최상급의 프로 선수들과 팬들이 함께 써내려갈 스토리에 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 지역 리그는 물론 글로벌 이벤트까지 많은 관심 부탁드리겠습니다.
25년도에 맞이할 배틀그라운드 e스포츠의 변화도 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 3인칭 대회 PUBG 플레이오프 투어가 신설됩니다. PUBG 플레이오프 투어는 스크림, 컵, 마스터즈 총 3단계의 토너먼트로 나뉘며 모두 3인칭으로 경기가 운영됩니다. 스크림은 상시 운영되며 배틀그라운드 유저라면 누구나 참여하실 수 있습니다. 스크림에서 상위 성적을 거두는 팀들은 주 1회 진행하는 컵으로 진출하게 되며 컵의 승리팀들은 최종 관문이 될 마스터즈로 향하게 됩니다. 또한 마스터즈는 공식 채널에서 생중계로 시청하실 수 있습니다. 지난 몇 해 동안 배틀그라운드 e스포츠는 라이브 서비스와 조화를 이루기 위해 꾸준히 노력해왔으며 그 첫 번째 과제는 경쟁전과의 일치화였습니다. 이제는 한 걸음 더 나아가 보는 게임과 하는 게임의 간극을 더욱 좁히고자 하며 그 시도가 바로 PUBG 플레이오프 투어입니다.
The wait was long, but we're back again for another actions of the PUBG Esports Master Series Phase 1 of 2025. And that's also known as yearly. Once again, Keith, we're gonna be bringing all of our amazing view, all the PUBG shenanigans and action. Of course, great analysis coming from both our ends here for sure.
You did not just say that, man. that's like blowing your own trumpet. You're tooting your own horn at that point.
I know, but of course, jokes aside, Keith, we're finally going to our last 2 maps of the night here. Both of them is going to be back-to-back Miramar here. Our second, not the largest anymore, the second largest map here that we can offer to the side of the PUBG competitive scene.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we call the gold standard of map. It is a golden sand dunes terrain. It's a sniper's fest. And when it comes to, well, I guess first-person shooters such as PUBG, snipers is kind of the gold standard, right? You have to be able to hit your shots. And I think Miramar is just the map to pretty much put that to the test.
It's such, depending on your location as well, you also do need to try to take it into account as well, right? Because it's not gonna be like your Erangels or like Teago maps where you have like really nice flatlands. No, you're gonna have like all things that's gonna be giving the players quite the peril, right? You have a lot of ditches to deal with, really steep hills to scale over, and sometimes you can't even scale over even with the vehicle itself as well. So, and certain vehicles also tend to deny certain off-road rotations as well. Like you do want to try to get in those 4-wheelers as well that really give you support. And I heard buggy as well from during our winning screen. They also buffed up the tire durability for the buggy as well, which I think is really great. I think buggies tend to suffer a lot in terms of the map of Miramar. Can you imagine you're trying to rotate from one area to another, someone just snipes snipes one of your wheel, that car spins. Let me tell you something, that buggy will spin, and it's crazy.
I will have to say though, surprisingly, not a lot. It's not easy to hit a moving vehicle in this game, to be honest. I don't think we've seen much of that unless that
we
vehicle
saw so many downs.
No. Let me finish.
Okay, all right. Okay,
unless that
right.
vehicle is driving at you on the same plane, which is all the shots we've got. Yeah, when it's driving through, I've not really seen someone manage to do so successfully. So I think the buff on the wheel, often, is it really that meaningful? I think it's already difficult to shoot the buggy as it is. The buff is nice, but I don't think it's game breaking. to say
Oh
the
yeah,
least.
of course it's not game break, but it's just a nice quality of life change, right? That kind of thing. It's just a new addition to know. It's like, oh, okay, it's more durable now. Okay, that's great. That kind of thing. It's not like you said, it's not groundbreaking. It's not like, whoa, we're gonna win every game now with a buggy buff here. Of course not. But it's definitely a really nice touch, you know. And it's also great to see how the devs is also constantly just keeping up with pushing out new contents, adding new things as well. Necessary balances here and there. And my God, this is what I was saying, right? Like possibly one of the worst drop like flight pass you can get if it's just like the lowest side pass, right? Like look, I mean, if it's thankfully it's at the south side, right? Can you imagine if it's just completely from the north to south on the left side? You just see from the layout a lot. Do you see how deep those trenches, right? At this point, it looks like a trench at this point. High mountain ranges here. You can't go up or down. At least, okay, for vehicles, I guess you can go down. You can't go up with the vehicles. It's impossible. That hill is too steep already.
With the uppermost left side, is that even a playable map area of the map? I've never
like the
seen
bottom
teams
left.
drop
Bottom
on.
left. We do
Yeah.
We do have cases. We do have cases where people actually drop to Alcantara, right? Or at least the top side, at least because it doesn't happen as often. Yeah, it doesn't happen as often towards that north left corner. But we did see like maps going towards like El Pozos before, La Cabrera. I think that one we have seen before, or even Crater Fields. Actually, I think that's the one area where I feel like a lot of teams had a really chaotic time when they end up in the Crater Fields, because it's just such an open area, barely any into real.
Yeah, no, I agree. Crater Fields that's quite hard to play from, right? Because it's not much base for you to even traverse on top of it. But look at that circle, though. Over in Puerto Paraiso, Los Leones, and Impala. I guess it complements the flight path itself. At least it didn't go all the way up north. But man, Nexus, gets the kill. ISG, Muck, down for the count. 3 points on the way on Nexus. But man, that circle is not a favorable one for some of the teams who just began a journey going up north.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's still somewhat fine, right? Like as long as you got the vehicles, you got a lot more time, especially for those teams who are doing like those long dives towards the north. They got like a good head count on like how many squads is actually going towards the same, at least the general vicinity, right? So at least, all right, I got a head count. The map is relatively large. My chances of my team running to the other team as we try to go towards the north side of the map is pretty slim here. So those teams that's currently heading towards the north side, I think we won't see a lot of confrontation before unless they are actually intending to actually try to look for fights. But other than that, those teams that's actually dropping towards the south side here, Los Leones in particular, I think DSM and one other squad is currently Los Leones. But it's like one of the largest towns here in Miramar. You don't really, it's pretty much well equipped or large enough to equip for both squads. The only problem in Los Leones is the fact that it's how large it is. There's a lot of alleys where there's a lot of small pillars that a team can actually just be really cheeky and play around with those corners, gas station in particulars. And they want to try to drive by or like crash into you as well. You can actually really set up a really nice ambush to actually punish a unsuspecting team that coming into the mix as well.
Yeah, I mean, totally agree. Actually, just to fortify your claims right there, Los Leones, I believe, is the biggest town that they've ever had in this entire map. Fits 4 teams. I've seen in other competitions where that compound itself shares 4 teams, and that's fine. 0 conflict, right? There's no need to even come in confrontational with each other. That's how large that area is. So for the casters, it's always a bait. You think something's happening, something's about to take place, when it really never does. In fact, right now is more likely to happen than Los Leones. That's Savage, X-Men Savage, up against KB, who's trying to make the rotation across.
I don't know what is that the same. No, it's most like the different vehicle. Yeah, sorry, because I was just thinking that the transitioning was a little bit too fluid, right? From gunning down the motorcycle to another point of view of another vehicle gunning down. I thought it was the same vehicle, but it's actually just one's a motorcycle and one's a car. But regardless, all the members, especially for Savage Man Esports, pretty spread out here. But I don't blame them, right? Like the area they land is not necessarily a large one. I guess you could just equip your members just enough for basic needs, but if you really want a full equip, I think that's pretty much why you see the teams somewhat just splitting off to different area of the map, not too far from each other, still within the same area for sure. but they do not want to split too much of the resources among themselves here, at least. So, but Lucky J currently on Overwatch, spotted one of the vehicles, flipped out, by the way. And Oliver is currently on point guard. We'll find members of KB here. And he got a nice view on the gunner as well, but he equipped out the M249. Switching out to the passenger seat to try to lay down covering fire. But up Chen will get tagged pretty heavily as well. But Lucky J was able to find a long side from the back line and will secure the first blood of the round.
First blood already got inside of Axemen. They did not get such a great game previously. Got held back by Roy Esports, but perhaps this time round. Likewise with Decimate Gaming. Ooh, from the window, nearly gets him down. But Decimate, they have this entire enclosure locked in. Members of Zen will have to find their way out of here in no time, leaving only 2 behind for the rest of Decimate to pretty much secure for themselves. But again, another member of Zen. How did that guy show up? Swan, snake in the grass that man is.
Oh no, Keith, it's a blessing in disguise because I saw on the minimap, right? I said, okay, Swan's gonna get a nice drop on one of the members of DCM, right? But before Swan could actually get the final kill, he actually got flanked from another team. Pixel Stars on the back line as well, from the long distance here. I think this is gonna be a more of a common problem on the map Miramar, right? It's such a large open map. You just have no idea where shots will potentially be coming from as well. Unless you got full confirmation, especially I believe as the circle gets smaller, you're gonna be able to get a rough estimate of where most teams are most likely gonna be like. But this is phase 1. Anyone could possibly come from anywhere as well. And gunfights happening all across the map as well. So it's not too surprising to see teams to just converge on specific audio locations to try to see if they can get a nice free picking here, or probably a wipe.
I must say, this is probably the most eventful phase 1 circles we've ever had. We're still in phase 1, by the way.
No, it's the flight path. The flight path's the problem here. It's like the teams are forced to make a choice. Would you want to drop with the south side of the match and just compact or be compressed with everyone else? Or you want to try to long dive?
Watch your tone, boy. You gotta sound more grateful for these things. I'm not complaining for the action.
You're making it sound like the blue circle, like the circle's like the mother of all games. Like, don't talk that way to your mother. Or the pilot of the plane, at least in this case, yeah. TD. Oh, finally, PMA. We haven't really got a good chance of coming from PMA here, but looks like they're currently on the outskirts of the town. Barely any cover here, but Leo seems to want to try to take the fight head on. Both Yomik and Jervis on the outside with Chibri at the same time. Both Kiwa members are down for the count, but same goes for Leo. Iron Pete is currently removed from the game here. Not sure when, and probably missed out that one tiny moment here. But Jervis getting tagged from the side. Not sure where. Did spot out man. And looks like one call is currently converging in the location. And hopefully it will be the distraction towards Kiwa Esports to give PMA members some time to reposition or at least try to save some of their down allies. But Lun last rotating members, and thank God one call comes in to save the day. Again, Keith, 2 games in a row. Teams are coming in for third party to save PMA. And now we're back. Okay, not the same 2. I believe the previous 2 was Jervis and Leo. But this time now it's Leo and Lun.
Which is arguably the strongest stack, right? Lun and Leo was the one who helped them get that chicken dinner towards the end. In the first game, I believe. And so they're here again, about to pull another miracle. Can they do so before Poggy gets onto them, though? Because they saw that projectile gets tossed on forward, makes the right call, and try and drives out of there. But look at that. Nobody, people hardly go down getting shot in a moving vehicle. Oh.
I mean, come on, it's hills, Keith. They're at the lower part of the hill, man. I know you're trying to make the point here, okay? You know, eventually we'll find that scene that will eventually prove my point in this case. I'm saying that the players are good enough to shoot a guy out of a moving vehicle here. I guarantee you this.
There's one
we
right
will
there.
At least see one or 2.
Not even a hit, man. I'm telling you. And it's not his fault. It's not 21's fault. He's clearly got the crosshair right. It's just the physics of the game, man.
No, man. I believe in our players here, but of course, Keith, if this circle continues to persist towards the water area, we're about to reach. We're about to reach that forewarning where guys, land area is going to be like 20%. Oh, okay, that's fine. You know, that's fine. We're still getting more land area than water area.
I was hoping for the water. KB's already booked that island for himself. I wanted to see that work out as a strategy, right? Booking the island.
Can you imagine all the squads, right? They know he's on that island, right? They're like, but the balloons are slowly killing him. But they just don't snipe him, right? They just stand alongside the beach and they just watch him slowly burn out from the zone.
That's pretty grim, man. I'm sure I've watched a horror themed around a cult did that. So.
Oh god. Well, of course, Real Esports, the team that's been quite the menace against all teams here. The ever-evolving, ever-improving team. Glad to see them here. But so it's a lot more quieter than usual. But you know, like Miramar's a large map, and you know, once you get to that compound, once you get that advantage point, I don't think we'll see team like just trying to be moving aggressively out of it either. KB, it's getting a lot of sound cues, and 2 more members of ISG from the Samurais here. Still standing tall. Trying to be good neighbors, you know. But, you know, Argot's pretty much alone. We do see one of the members currently en route. Hopefully he doesn't get picked off midway rotation here as he drives by.
I think eventually ISG is going to have to push up high ground. KB does have one member across into the islands, though, so I'm not sure how much help they're going to get from that angle. But I guess we'll wait and see. Meanwhile, X-Men's also within the vicinity. The X-Men's a hit or miss. We've seen them pop off today. One good game, one amazing game. And the rest was not committed to memory at best, not memorable. I'll hope to see that one change right here within this compound, especially with the likes of Nexus just driving around.
Yep. But Nexus, it feels like they do want to take the chance to. Oh no, okay, they're not gonna explore the compound. No, they choose to continue driving by, running by the way. If Argos takes the first shot, might actually drive them away from the current position he's in. But Fever on the other might have different thoughts in mind, and he takes the first shot. So he's not gonna be in any way in line of sight. And don't use that to compare your point, okay?
No, that wasn't it. That wasn't
barely saw you. No, what do you mean? You can barely see the hood of that car.
Yeah, that's why I'm not counting that. Don't worry, I'm a fair guy. I just already had the prime example previously.
I kind of got to stick my throat in my sleeve to prove a point.
I already showed. There was already a prime example. We already seen it.
Man, like, you know, best out of 3. Best out of 3.
You're on, man.
Whoa, phase on. Wait, oh, okay, yeah, that was the man with the island. All right, yeah, I forgot about that.
The Island Boys. Yeah.
It's straight out from a Mission Impossible movie, right? Just need his theme song as he swims to enemy's territory for the back line.
Look at that.
I am actually pretty interested to see how that fight goes through. Yeah.
Do you think they're gonna fight? I hardly think so. If I was KB, knowing that one member is still swimming across, I'm already in a disadvantage. That one member is not gonna be able to contribute. I'm not gonna take that fight for sure.
No, I mean, it's in like wait for him to get to shore. Wait for him to get to shore. Not start without him.
Sure, they're courteous enough to do that. Instead of waiting for him to get to shore, here's what they can do. Look, Bobby's in a car. Our next demonstration might come real soon.
Okay. Nah, it's not happening. They decide to go on land on foot. But it's totally understandable, right? Like, vehicles pretty much loud. The circle's relatively getting. We're slowly getting to the point where people will start reconvening with this now, right? Since the circle actually did drop towards the south side, which is exactly where the flight path was as well. So, pretty simple for people to pick up the audio cue and spot where you are. So going on foot is more of a safety option here too. Oh, but Pixel Stars.
Are you quiet because he was in a car and he was scoped down and he was shooting and it didn't hit? Did that,
No, no one saw that. No one saw that. No, that
No,
didn't
that's
count.
a-
Okay, best out of
it didn't
three.
count.
You got the first. You got first.
No, no,
You
no.
got first round.
So,
Okay.
so here's the premise. It only counts if it was an obvious shot. That was a tough shot to hit. I didn't expect him to hit that. Yeah. So
Yeah, that's true.
I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. But by the way, also fun fact, I'm really happy with the addition to the Dragunov. I think, especially when you have like weaponry like the Kar 98K and the AKM, doesn't really feel like the complete set when it comes to Russian weaponry without the Dragunov here. So really happy they actually came into the mix. Really nice weapon. I think it's like a really classic weapon for sure.
I'm still waiting for them.
It was just
No,
a couple of seconds.
I wasn't even fixated on that. I was saying.
I
was
know
waiting.
that silence was so obvious for some reason.
Man. I want to see a team use like the Panzerfaust. You know, it's just, it ain't warfare without the demolition squad or the ballistic squad or the mortar.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we do have the heavy machine gun, right? DP-28 still sticking around. Just don't see it as often.
Yeah, but that ain't explosive, man. That's just another bullet.
That's true. No, what I mean, it shreds vehicles like crazy, dude.
Not if you won't hit. Okay, we've established.
I'm talking about vehicles and players in the vehicles. Two different arguments. But of course, finally, the silence has finally been broken across on the map here. It looks like one call was able to find one of the members of NRG. And looks like the fight is still continuing to ensue as well, as they will try to fight for the security of the compound. But Kiwa Esports, not too far behind either, as they do have the vantage point as well.
NRG and one call, though. Snoopy sharing that compound against two. I think he might need backup, though. One call's actually got a great position, or at least spread out position, to cover a certain terrain. They have a sniper's bird's eye view on the high ends of this entire terrain itself. But Snoopy may not want to, try and ruffle and push buttons here, as I think still, if they do push into this compound that's full of walls, they can do so safely from the cover fire that the rest of his team. Oh, that's a dead body. That's a dead body.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, hey, you gotta double tap and check that, once in a while. But on the other side, we do see a couple of skirmishes happening on the other side, a couple of knocks. I did see one final kill coming from the side of a PMA here. They do get another knock. RG Boss getting rid of KBR's got as well. Wait, hold on. Wasn't KB positioned in front of ISG initially? But we're gonna put a hold on that call for sure. But anyway, Nexus Light confidently traverse the lands here. The cactus is not gonna save you from cover, my friend Matt Pig, as you get knocked down and gunned down. Malaki J from the other side. Not gonna miss an opportunity to try to get a couple of knocks on the other end here. And Prince, all the sound constantly audio gets obscured for the name being exploded from all sides here. And Bobby playing on the passenger seat gets knocked down for the count and gunned down at the same time. Nexus with the second team to be removed from the game here.
Yeah, and it all started with Pixel Stars here, who's now being under gunfire from X-Men. They do see a couple of members. Maybe they look to finish the job. Tian gets knocked down. However, that is from a grenade itself. Live nade. JFT, Justice for Tomorrow. They have one member in place. So if X-Men were to overextend their welcome and push the issue, they might just turn tails on each other. Right now, going up against Decimate.
Yeah.
I told you, it just seems like X-Men just don't hit the mark, even though they get first peek against the enemy, as we've seen earlier on. Now Decimate takes that one in, but Justice for Tomorrow is the one being eliminated. DCM, a clear path of entry, knowing that X-Men is now occupied and one member down.
And Savage, man, they're not really out of the clear. They're not really out of the clear just yet as well. The fight still ensues. They're boxed in from all angles as well. DCM, we also have PMA on the left side, and we even have Love Esports Crazy 9. But I think I think they're actually taking refuge in the hut since they're so compact together. But of course, Flawed on the other hand, empty as well, going to be able to find lines on our liver. And Savage Man, ShuDQ will be saying the final prayers here, and Savage Man will be the next team to be eliminated from the game. And now with one of the teams removed from the edge, the battle of the edge hasn't really ended yet, as between DCM and PMA and Love Esports as a three. It'll be a three-way at that edge battle. However, towards the circle, is at the center of the circle, we did see a classic massacre stand-up between 4 squads here. One call and energy has not moved from the compound, by the way, from what we were seeing initially. The only difference is that there's some Happy Squad joined in the neighborhood here. And they're currently boxed in. Not within the compound either as well. They're playing actually on the outskirts as well.
Happily joining into the battle, as they might say, but meanwhile, Decimate Gaming happily decimating and sending people back onto the lobby. Monty, only 18 left in his health bar here. We'll need to use the first aid to recover. They were keeping Pixel Stars at bay, but it seems like the whole entire rotation is going to come in. Insight has got eyes for the inside of the shed as the members of Love Esports shoots from. He is taking a little bit too much damage than he would have liked, but they will hold their ground for the most part. Only up against Love right now. I believe Pixel Stars might have exited this entire premise or even gone out to the lobby. Guess we'll find out later on. But the members of Decimate doing work, 6 kills already. Now this is the form factor that we expect from the Oceania region.
Yep. And do take into account as well, where eventually, if they choose to go to the top right of the right side of the map, then they will be actually confronted against QO Esports over the mountains. Actually, I believe they're currently repositioned just from the minimap, from the direction, the play direction alone. I think they're actually prepared to go for the confrontation against DCM. Wherever to the middle side, it looks like one call really wants to secure their vicinity and area, so they will push into the compound, no matter how small and compact it is, and they will find members of Happy Squad and random them away from the game. And now more teams are slowly falling down. Empt, slowly but surely, being as silent as possible, a silent killer. Because they did hear a couple of movements from QR Esports here. But I don't think they ever actually spotted him just yet, isn't it, Keith?
I don't think so just yet. It's a tough luck, though. They're going to have to push the high ground immediately. Flood gets knocked out. 3 members left alive, but that would be, I guess, minimal collateral to get the information that Kiwa is now watching the high grounds. DCM will have to play it a little bit more passive, or perhaps even give up their hopes and dreams in trying to traverse this high terrains. Surely it's a death wish trying to go up vertical, but the nades would come in. That will show some glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could overwhelm them if they knock one member with the nades. Oh, they did? No, Roy from the back lines gets one member of Kiwa. That's not notified, but Empt is now trailing up. And if they can take over this high ground, this could be very good for the Oceania region.
Oh, what a nice timing coming from Yoming as well to get the quick drop of insight here. One member of DCM remains here. It's gonna be Empt. He can't be out of utilities just yet. He still have a couple in the banks. He throws a flashbang, pushes in. Both will be counteract with both flashbangs alone here, but Yomi will still have the high ground. The zone is slowly forcing out Empty here, and Yomi just decided, hey man, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. That blue zone will have to be the one to finish you here. He decides to fall back, play it safe here. And see, as he knows, the blue zone will eventually force him out towards the open. Although it is going to be relatively slower since the circle was a lot more closer to the blue zone side. So that area is going to be a lot slower compared to other blue zone areas. So it will take some time before he actually pushes him out. But they're fine with the waiting game. They're totally fine with this.
Uh-oh. Well, the patient hunters gets the kill here. Another one on the side of Kiwa. And man, this is just unfortunate for DCM. They were doing so well, but just to no avail, trying to push the issue on something that's just seemingly impossible. Trying to push up high ground against another team in which they already knew was there. So, unfortunately, they will have to bow out. However, they still did better, and I think they might have held their spot here in the number 1. so far at the very least. But Kiwa overseeing the rest of the valley.
Still spawning out, although it's going to be quite a difficult time because it is quite the steep drop here. I guess if they were to take the normal route, it would be if they were to take the safe route, then they'll be totally fine. But the problem is you have players currently keeping an eye around the mountain ranges here, particularly both One Call and even Poggy here, Squad Poggy here. So it's gonna be a really tough time for Kiwa to go down the safe route. If they were to just jump down, they will take some damage here, but I think they will at least increase the survivability chance. Oh, okay, that's great. Circle's not too far from them either here, so they can still bide their time to the very last second. However, for both One Call and NRG, Kiwa can only hope for the fact that both of those two squads will end up fighting with each other, at least to mask their presence as they actually traverse down the mountains here. But Poggy, they're not making it easy for Kiwa to leave. No, they're like, nah, man. you guys take the first leap of faith first before we do. And they do have a vehicle as well. Okay, so they don't really have to jump down the hill. They can just drive off to safety.
Definitely pressed for time right now. Kiwa will have to make the travel down because if I'm not mistaken, it's just open fields once they reach the bottom of the hill here. And Kiwa, if they don't make their way into the next compound first, then they'll find themselves in a very sticky situation because that hill is not in zone. And if they have to go down, you already have One Call within that first closest compound itself. So they will have to battle things in the open unless One Call has got something to say about it. It seems like they are in contention for this with Roy Esports, who find their way on the inside. They are falling pretty low though. That's Kunyit down and out for the count. Took a nade to the face. And it will be quite the stalemate right now. 1v1, it's Bull against Ed King. He who peaks first will have the upper advantage. But with more smokes deployed, I think this should be time to revive the friends and kind of reset for the situation.
But then that was a lot of nades coming for DK Bull, doing a really nice defensive play here. Didn't really slow things down, especially for one of the members of Roy Esports here. But just enough time for them to come in and save to revive Kunyit here. But DK Bull is definitely playing very close to the corner. Just waiting for a difference of pixel here. Then we'll start holding down the trigger to melt down anyone to come within sight. But he gets tagged out. He gets laid out of the compound here. He can't leave too far out. It's pretty much an open area here. And Poggy, if they just choose to just dog down, they'll be able to spot him up. But I love the communication coming in from one of the players on One Call here. Drops the defensive smoke here. At least try to set up the smoke trails. At least that way his backside will be somewhat safe. They try to clear out some of the remaining members of Roy Esports. They know for the fact that there's a couple of players here. And he's confident enough to just clear them out. And they will try to go for the pick and spray, but the two-man was well ready for a firing squad as well. They will knock him down, and they're not able to trade things back as well. Kiki trying to give it a lay down of support, but it looks like NRG finds an opportunity to invade the building and the compound here, Keep, and they will find a nice knock for the second floor.
While that's happening, Poggy actually kept Kiwa in check here. I saw two members at least from the side of Kiwa who fell down to the knees. Maybe they did get the reset, but yes, eyes onto NRG and One Call still within his compound. Xiao Fang being picked up. Kiki not taking advantage of this opportunity. Of course, Snoopy will be shooting in the dark, in the blinds here if he were to overcommit. But understand that this compound may not be theirs forever if they don't take a drastic maneuver. Kiki, he was contemplating it, maybe dropping down in the backside, try and go in with the flank of NRG with two members right there. They're shooting off against Roy Esports itself. Can Kiki make the descent? He's contemplating. He's really thinking about it.
The problem is the minute he dropped down, there's going to be like a second before he actually can get the gun now as well here. So maybe got to play it safe. Got to be dropping down the smokes before jumping down. Actually, no, sorry, not smoke, a flash. Actually, no, wait, that was a smoke, right? Actually, no, could be a flash because I heard, yeah, it was a flash. Heard the sound cue, but the utility looked a lot different there. So, but either way, regardless, Kiki definitely doesn't have a lot of ammo left in the mag. I see that's about like 2 mags left in the chamber here. Whereas the rest of the squad, Kiwa, because of all the confrontation, Kiwa was able to make a few steps forward here, and then finally, with Poggy goodbye, saying his farewell to the rest of the squad, we have our final top 4. And of course, Yalmik doesn't really. They do have the vantage point, but not the best of cover. But do take into account this is phase 9 now, so everyone's gonna be eventually forced out in the open here. Kiwa in particular doesn't seem to look great. They're currently betting their money on NRG and one call to just take the fight head on to give them the space to come down. But Roy Esports still have one saving grace. They still have one player. That's going to be EDV King here. Can he try to make the play or at least try to make it punishing as well? There's the blue zone grenade. It definitely hurts. It's phase 9 for sure. Spots him out, spray them down, and it looks great.
Looks like Patience played out the way he wanted to be, and he gets another knock. But unfortunately, it was 3, and so they just came in with the cleanup here. Roy!
Oh, no!
What is that inhuman reaction? Turns the tide with one tap immediately. Roy, again, playing with the disadvantage in manpower. This team just seems to get luckier and luckier with the least members that they have. They're making it work.
It's not luck and skill, Keith, all across the board here. Able to at least turn the hunter to the hunted here, but of course they will be able to get the revenge picked off here. And now we have our classic 1v1 squads here, or actually more like 2v2 squads. One knock, however, the nade looks good.
It was a
And
perfect
so is the
lock
spray.
grenade. All the way to the end, back end here. Might be the spray that got him, might be the nades. We didn't see that one. All we know is that we saw a chicken dinner up on screen. Kiwa playing it real slow this game, trying to find their way down at the low ground, and they eventually did and win the game for their end.
Yeah, I'm very happy. So although yes, Kiwa most likely feels bad at the fact that they actually had to force their X team one call to take the brunt of a majority of the fights to give them the opening to slowly scale down the cliff here. But eventually they still got the win. I'm really happy with the fact that 2 of the teams that, because I remember we were talking about like which team would be somewhat focusing on towards this map of Miramar. I'm really happy both Roy and Kiwa was able to, the 2 teams I mentioned, was able to get to where they wanted to be as well. So really well thought out, really thrive. Although a little rough patch here and there, but Kyo Esports will be able to secure the chicken dinner on the map of Miramar.
I mean, they did more than just that. They held back the likes of the Oceania Giants, DCM, winning that high ground. Obviously, it's within the cards, within their favors, but then later on, they had a little bit of difficulty trying to scale down the hill. But thankfully, for a million of different things happening in the moment, they could do so safely, if I might add. I think Poggy was even holding them back. At a point, they were dropping, I think, 2 out of the 3 members. Yeah. And so, however they survived, they did it so well. Congratulations.
But regardless, the fights looks exceptionally well, especially for Kiki too. He pretty much knocked down two of the players before actually going down himself here. But of course, Kiwa, beautiful nades to set things up. The zone wasn't really favorable for Roy Esports as well, since they had the zone at the back of the wall here. They were somewhat.
Why is my eyes closed? What's happening? Why are my eyes
completely in a
closed?
Zen mode, my friend. Are you in a full Zen mode?
What is happening?
You probably had to refresh, my friend.
Yep, that's what. Yeah. Go on, take the helm.
But regardless, it was for our second last game. Definitely was a very.
I'm back.
A very eventful. All right, welcome back. You have awoken from your Zen mode.
you can tell from my face right there, man. I was like, it was an impressive face. It was like, what?
Yeah,
what?
It's like, no, I'm not gonna lie. It was, I mean, as expected. Map of Miramar, right? It's a large map, so we'll definitely see a lot more of a slower game in the beginning. But once we got past that phase 2 or phase 3, that we started with small skirmishes at first, then suddenly it just transitioned to just squads getting wiped out. Everyone was just fighting for certain compounds. Although it felt like for one call, and I believe it was NRG, felt like they had probably the most longest game alongside with QR Esports. I think those 3 squads in their 3 spots, they were literally positioned there for a relatively long time. If I'm not mistaken, from like phase 4 onwards towards the final phase, they just sat there and they just didn't want to move. They're like, you know what? Pretty sure the zone is gonna keep coming towards us, and it really did. They barely moved. We saw a couple of pot shots coming from both teams. But in the end, the one that really broke the ice was just mostly Roy Esports. They just came in. They're like, you know what? We want to look for fights. We see various squads as well. They're the only one that was going toe to toe with one call. I think NRG. It took them a while to actually start joining into the fray as well. I think they were trying to deny Kiki as much as possible, since Kiki had the second floor eagle eye view at the back of the houses as well, preventing for any flanks coming through. So definitely, I think that area definitely took a lot more. It was a lot more slower for those 3 teams until we got to that final circle. I'm really happy that we actually got to that final circle in that location, because you definitely tell like how we actually got to see how teams actually adapt or deal with those kind of scenarios where a very small compact area, zone is slowly currently converging in, a team eventually going to be crashing to your spot. How does one deal with that kind of scenario here? So we did see the final hurrah coming in from Kiki from one call, but in the end, QR was the one that will steal the fate here.
I will say things could have gone different for one call there. Remember, they were split 2 in 2. 2 inside the house, 2 more playing the outer compounds there. Or was it 1 on the outer compounds? The one's guarding off against Roy Esports, right? Oh, it was 1 on the outer compound. So he got the initial knock, but unfortunately couldn't finish the job. Otherwise, that would be a one eyes that would be guarding against the likes of NRG. And NRG could not use that front door to try and make that push, right? And Kiki did an absolute job with his patience. Got 2 from the windows itself. Unfortunately, there was a third, which, well, pretty much seals the deal, seals the fate for one call itself. But Roy Esports, like you mentioned, definitely a highlight. How does one member, and you saw it times and time again, without number advantage, they just seem to make things work. And unfortunately, if we're going on a hype train of trends, X-Men Savage, countless of times, they've had DCM in the crosshairs, shot, but didn't convert into anything, get shot back, and then they're on their ground. So I don't know what's happening there, man, but I think there's improvements to be expected to be made mechanically for that team.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm more curious to see like how would the early confrontation was going to be like between both Roy Esports and against one of our 2 Oceania teams as well, right? Because so far we've just been seeing Roy Esports going to the same line of sight with the ISG. We also see them running into like Love Esports as well. A lot of our Southeast Asian teams running to each other rather than the Oceania side, was just pretty much just running to PME a lot more often than usual, or even Savage as well. Or QR Esports especially. I think this is like the trifecta between the 3 of them, as they always usually commonly run into each other as well. I guess maybe all those teams will have a more similar thought when it comes to landing at certain locations, despite the flight path as well. But I'm more curious to see like what happens if Roy Esports were to go up against another aggressive teams in the earlier phases, right? Because so far, like against one call, like for example from that last round as well, you saw like the rest of the team was just mostly like, you know what? You want to go and deal with it, that's fine. We'll just give you cover fire rather than, all right, we're just going to swarm these guys and let's just see like what happens next, right? That kind of thing. We don't really see that as often or as much bravado as what we saw with JFT crashing into PMA's compound from the second map on Erangel. We don't see that kind of bravado as much as often. But, from the other teams going against other teams as well. But, regardless, it's still very fun to watch regardless.
I mean, it's Miramar, man. It's going to be that sort of... A lot of highlights are created in Miramar. Why? Because we've seen it, right? Time and time again, a third-party team is going to be a third party to another third-party team. It's like the whole big fish eating the smaller fish. There's always going to be a bigger fish, and sometimes it's a 2 teams having a skirmish, a third team comes in, and then a 4th team to come in behind them. So a lot of that happened in this map alone. I think this is by far the most eventful map. Phase 1 circle already getting teams dropping left, right, and center. But first, the top 4 teams that we had in the first Miramar map itself. Kiwa, takes in first place. Only 349 total damage. Pathetic, you might say. Yes, I agree. They did win because of the positioning that they got. Yeah. Second to that is NRG. Roy Esports, again, this team just seems to be putting two bombers on top of the screen here. Look at that. If you cover the numerics up above, Roy's just seems to be wiping the floor against the other three within the option here.
No, which is why I was saying just now, right? Where it's like both Kiwa, NRJ, and One Call, right? They were the only three teams who just didn't want to move from their current set position, despite the circle phase. Most likely they would have moved if the circle were to go away from their current position. But the problem, it didn't. So they didn't really have a real reason to leave that spot. And Roy Esports, we've been seeing their gameplay for the past 5 maps now. They're always like, if they see an opportunity, if they feel confident enough, they will just take those fights head on. That's pretty much why we're seeing a lot more like total amount of damage. But also at the same time, we did see the final battle of attrition between both DK Bull from One Call and 2 of the members from Roy Esports, as they're just lobbing nades after nades across the pillar walls here in hopes to try to shut them down. Because DK Bull actually got 1 knockdown, right? But we still have 1 more member of Roy was within the vicinity to actually best assist him here. So yeah, a lot of accumulated damage from Roy Esports is definitely one to be expected. But to see the other 3 with those kind of numbers is also something to be expected as well, since throughout the majority of the games, they just wasn't really moving as much or skirmishing or probing here and there as much either. It's just mostly Kiki. I think the most amount of action was just most likely just Kiki popping in the window against NRG and Kiwa against DCM, who was unfortunate to run into a literal wall or play on top of the walls as well. So that was just pretty much the case for map number 5. Definitely felt a lot slower for those players, particularly because from us casters' point of view and the viewers, right, Keith, we got this nice third-person point of view, and we have this flexibility of going to see different POVs. However, for those players, can you imagine the amount of tension and just constantly just waiting for that opportunity, right? It's such a long game, yeah.
Yeah, sure. I get where you're going, but come on. Kiwa had prime location. The entire valley was theirs. I don't think they were doing any poking damage to try and get that up. They were just trying to play it out, most likely. Look, Poggy got a street shot at them. They couldn't shoot at Poggy back. Are you saying after decimating Decimate Gaming and Poggy's in front of you, you can't break 500 damage? Are you serious?
Actually, no, Keith. It's not that Poggy couldn't. It's more like they didn't have the view. If I'm not mistaken, there was still like this hill behind them, actually, behind their building, if I'm not mistaken. So probably that's why we didn't see as much interaction. If not, Kiki would never be so aggressively, like, as you saw from what Kiki was doing, right? He's like half body through the window at that point. So I was like, I'm pretty sure Poggy would have at least spotted him out. So I think it works both ways. There was just something obstructing the vision for sure. So that's why we'll just see a fight with both Kiwa and Poggy. But you know, that's pretty much from map number 5. We're finally going to the final map of day number 1. Hope you passengers are enjoying your time, because this is probably the last fight for day number 1.
Well, let's hope the lightning strikes the same place twice, because hey, Kiwa's got some explaining to do with that damage count. We'll hope to see that they can rake some things up here this time around. The second Miramar map of the day, last one for the day. And tomorrow, we're going to kick things off with Miramar again, so there's no running away from this one, Kiwa. Our eyes are on you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things to research from this game alone, because usually day 1, especially when you're playing up against a couple of new teams as well, or probably returning teams with different rosters, you tend to want to use day 1 to just try to get a good visual during your analysis, right? Like, okay, which team is something we need to look out for? Who do we want to fight? Where do they like to drop? That way we can try to get away from their usual drop areas and lines of sight to better increase our survivability. It depends on what's the ideals for each of these teams. We see various across the years so far. But right now, with that being said, we'll leave the theory crafting behind. Let's keep focusing on the action here. Let's phase out KB, one of the members of KB here. This saw a drop coming from TD from Roy Esports here. Let's see who's able to win out this fight here. It's a classic 2v2. We do see EDV King currently en route here, but he wants to clear the areas before descending down the hills. It's a very relatively large factory area with really nice vantage point, depending on where you're currently facing as well.
It is Roy Esports. They do not know that. However, I think they might find out the hard way. Going up against a team that dropped the 2 bombers 2 games in a row and somehow surprisingly survived miraculously countless of times today itself. I do want to see them take the attempt, though. That could be an interesting fight, although I have my biased perspective on who might come out on top. And which is what makes his experiments ever the more interesting. So until Phase Out decides that he's brave enough, please go take the fight, man.
Interesting. It seems like they're pretty much just sandwiched in between each other. We have a KB and a a Roy, a KB and a Roy again. I guess it depends on who decides to be the aggressive one here. It looks like finally the first shot has been fired. Oh, here comes KB with a shotgun in hand. They're just rushing straight in. But looks like TD also has a personal shotgun as they all funnel through the door. They said, oh, keep it coming. Keep the money coming. He's enjoying this all.
It's not even a gamble. Wait, G-Coin. Rub on your face. G-Coin.
G-Coin coin, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one. Take it to the count. I mean, sure, the kill is amazing, but G-Coin coin, ladies and gentlemen, this is a one-time only. We haven't saw throughout the entire day. This is the only chance for you to get this nice code for yourself to earn some G-Coins in your game. So, screenshot, write it down, do what you gotta do. That's great. But anyway, let's quickly get back to the fight, Keith.
No, you gotta redeem it. Redeem the G-Coin. Don't even write it down right now. It's long enough. Redeem it immediately. G-Coin. It's free prizes for you guys.
BX. Okay, it's like M3. It's basically metal BX95 neck. Okay, there we go.
Now we get back into the fight.
No, kid, seriously. You see, that's what I'm saying. TD, we only saw from this point of view, he only had a Scar L. I did not expect him to swap up the S18 and started dropping them as they funnel through the doorway. My God. I guess it is the Wild West here, really.
Hey, it's not like I didn't think that was going to happen, I called it out. I had a strong bias on who the victors may be, man. Numbers don't lie. 2.2 damage.
I know, but I'm pretty sure you thought it was going to be a rifle spray down. I didn't think you expect it would be a shotgun instead.
It doesn't matter what he used to kill it. It could be a knife for all I care.
No, knife is impossible. No way, man. Not even a scythe or a machete. He's not the real machete, that doesn't happen. That's the movies.
Rambo. Oh, wow. There you go. That's a humiliation ritual right there. He's playing a
not the jerry can.
No, not like that. Oh, is that allowed? I'm not sure. But who cares? I like that. I like the showmanship of it.
Honestly, I'll take the win. I'll take it. All right. Like if that happened to me, I'll be like, you totally deserve that. You had the man disadvantage, man. You earned that.
You think that this was like a gentleman agreement drop spot that maybe KB kind of went against and tried to contest it against Roy?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. I'm asking you. That's a question, right? Like it seemed personal. That one seemed personal.
Yeah. You mean the jerry can one?
Yeah, the jerry can. So no, I'm saying for him to do that, maybe they had an agreement on what are the drop spots for team, and then KB decides to jump in the same spot and contest them for it. So he took that personally.
You mean they broke the code, right? Like they broke the contract or something.
Yeah.
You think it's something like Godfather scenario, right? It's just like you broke the code. Don't do it, Jimmy. Don't do it, Jimmy. Oh my God. I mean, I don't think that there's any side deals that's happening for sure. That's definitely not the case. But it's still fun. It's still fun to think, right? Well, of course, here comes.
Yeah, on a light side of things, KB is still in the game. One member got out, so it's not over just yet. We've seen how PMA could get 7 kills with with pretty much two members. Maybe if he could get 4, it's worth it still. I think.
True. I think I believe that's EDV King, because I believe we saw initially as well he was actually positioned towards the other side of the site. He wasn't close with the rest of the team as well, so I think that's most likely going to be EDV King. But I could leave my fate in his hand as well. He's also a phenomenal player too. But of course, not to say that he's not in a disadvantaged position here, but he's definitely not going to go down without a fight. Pretty sure he was also the last player standing in the last map as well over the final circle too, before Kiwa actually spotted him in the compound.
So here's the scapegoat.
I like to call him the survivor, but sure, scapegoat works too.
You see, to be a survivor, you need to go through the hardship and come out alive. He was never in the skirmish to begin with. He's just
but that doesn't make him a scapegoat either.
Yes, it does.
If you say like the chosen one or the lucky one, that sounds a lot more better than scapegoat. He was destined to walk away.
He was already prepared to walk away. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. He was already there. He was already out the door.
Yeah. But you see Kiwa once again, right? They got the resources, and instantly, right? It's just getting straight to the center of the map. That's just how they play. That's how they play. That's literally the playbook that they have. It suits them a lot better, especially on the map compared to the map of Erangel too.
Yeah, it's a very positioning heavy emphasis team,
map.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean it's not just the map. That's how they play it. It's their DNA. Yeah. So stop protecting them with the 300 damage, man.
I didn't say anything about 300 damage. You brought it up.
I did.
I'm still okay. Fine. Fair play, right? Fair play. Because I'm still dead set on the whole vehicle spray.
Have we seen one yet? Oh no. There you go. Oh, that's a hard one. That doesn't count. That's a hard one.
Come on, keep it going. Because honestly, if Ajit Boss, you nailed that shot, I would have won whatever argument that Keep could have thrown at me.
No, because you have to knock them out. That's my point. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? From that distance, he knocks them out. It's like, hey, man, I win whatever argument you can throw at
right
me.
Right here. This is a possible shot.
It's an SMG.
It's a possible shot.
Oh no,
he's missing. And he's missing. Leonard.
No, you saw the priority. He went for the wheel, not the player.
No, Leonard. It's no. I think I proved my point right here. I proved my point. That's best.
We said best out of 3.
That was 2 cars.
No, last round didn't count.
We've already seen the first
Oh no, wait,
one.
he got him. Actually, wait, did he get him?
No, that one, man. I don't think so. Hardly. We were looking at him, and no one was shooting. That doesn't. No.
What do you mean? Look at him! He got shot out. Oh no, wait, that was Goodbye who actually got knocked out. Yeah, actually, that's different one. Sorry, my bad. Happy trigger that one.
Off the tires, like that was going to be significant. Get out of here!
What do you mean? Have you ever tried driving a Marauder with one wheel down? Especially if it's a speeding wheel too.
Yeah.
It's impossible to drive that car with one wheel.
Well, I mean, you'll still be safe. You wouldn't be driving straight, but you'll be safe.
You won't be driving straight. He's not even on the road. He's off road already.
Oh, we're losing our minds, man. This wager needs to end. Okay, fine. It's 2 out of 3 right now. It's best to 3.
Look at this high ground. Look at this high ground battles, right? Like across the maps, barely see like just a flicker of the bullets just traveling by. Pixel Stars hasn't really revealed their location either. With however, Kiwa changing from one location to the other.
Oh, you just hate this moment right now, do you? Leonard. Today was such a treat.
I like to have faith in the players, okay? That they
Hey,
can
it's
pull
not
it
their
off.
fault. I'm saying it's the physics in the game, man. It's not very easy to.
What do you
land
mean?
six
Oh no, that's a
shots.
bike. Okay, wait, the bike doesn't count. Yes. Got pretty close though. Tagged him down low. He's probably panicking for life too. He did manage to find a nice checkpoint to lay down. Santos currently in Stu. Rizzy spraying it through. Finally gets him for the back line. Down for the car. But that's gonna be an unfortunate play for Poggy. I'm not gonna say anything, Keith, because that was relatively close by. So I want to rub it in, but I know it's pretty.
That was the same plane, you know.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty tough. Yeah. Wow. You know, KB. Oh man, I mean, honestly, M249s, man. It's a large mag. 160 rounds in a mag.
You know what they should do? They should actually give movement penalties for the classes of gun they pick up, right?
No.
I think that would that would create this game and they add layers so difficult.
No,
You
Keith.
would cry.
Then you got to start seeing a lot of the more heavy duty weapons also getting that restriction. DP28s. I'm not surprised if they also give the that kind of restriction as well. So no, let's not do that, man. Let's not do that. It's fine as it is.
Meanwhile,
It
as you
doesn't
said,
have-
things are fine. Sandstorm was blowing to the northwest direction. Yeah. What do you have to say about that?
Well, it's gonna get dusty. Well, of course, Savior. Look how pot shots. I don't think he's gonna be able to get a nice drop here. If he gets it, it'll be pretty nice for the team. But you know, it's just about sending the message. Not gonna be able to get it picks. Just show them that the fact that this compound is currently their areas of play. Where did we? Actually, I lost track for a second. Q. Like, where was the circle actually currently heading towards to? Southwest, north side.
South side. Yeah.
Of Los Leones, or it's like currently at the centerpiece here.
I think it's in between. If I'm not mistaken, maybe the barren lands were in between Macao and Los Leones. If I didn't recall wrongly.
Right. I guess we'll get that weather track later on. But you see a couple of tags here. There are no knocks so far, but of course, Argent Boss is more than happy to join the third party here. I think I see PMA across the distance here. They have a really nice vantage point. Yeah, my God, love Esports as well. A nice eagle-eye view on top of the Japanese teams here. You know, interestingly, right, Keith, like I'm not sure that I actually emphasized this to you just now, but like having both, like it's rather impressive to have like the player. I believe his name was. Wait. Runax. You're flipping the notes. Right? I'm sorry, I'm old school, man. I got the books and pens and papers. Okay. So, but yeah, Runax is like, he's like one of the. It's very impressive to have to see a particular player that represents the PUBG Nation Cup 3 years back to back. Right, it's rather impressive. Playing alongside with Feven. A little bit concerned about Gonil because Gonil wasn't seen in action for during the year of 2024. But you know, other than that, still impressive spray line across there. We did see one of the players get knocked down from the side of NRG. But I think he's alongside with another teammate, so I think the pickout is going to be relatively quick.
Well, speaking of pickup, well, Snoopy needs a pick-me-up right now. Tank in the blue. One call. Again, just playing that slow game as we did in the first Miramar map of the day. But Nexus, I don't think they got that luxury under heavy gunfire right now. And here we are. Yeah, just a tad bit on top of Protona, actually. We're way off with the projection. It's all the way down south. South was correct, but it was a tad bit above Protona itself. Looking at these position, Roy is about to crash onto Pixel Stars and it closes in further. X-Men now on top of high terrains could look to maybe seal this one out for themselves.
Nope. They did manage to, especially for Roy Esports, they did manage to crash on one of the members of Pixel Esports, but the rest of the members currently scouring into the wind here. But they're currently having their back against the steepest of cliffs here, and JFT is currently playing vantage point for that as well. Although, sure, couple of seconds. Eventually, the phase 4 circle is going to force a lot of these teams out in the open towards the safe zone here. But not before a fight. I'm very interested to see who's going to be able to spot who first here. GSQ coming from JFT. He definitely hit a couple of sound. Oh, so does KD. One call crashes towards his vicinity as well. He's all alone without teammates as well. He opens the door, goes for the swing, but of course, Buddy Popular was well ready with guns blazing. Will secure the last member of KB here. Whereas for PMA, currently driving within the vicinity, will be crashing alongside with Happy Squad as well at the drive-by. And they will be able to trade things off as Savage Man was able to find one of the members of Happy Squad.
PMA, they are starting to get heated in this argument right now. Up against the Zen squad, but Jervis is the one who gets traded in the process. Leo to fall on with. Lun tries to salvage things out, but PMA is the one who will bow out to the likes of the Happy Squad. I guess you could say happiness traverse or is better than having positive mental attitude in the first place. So Roy now drives by, not getting gunned down despite many efforts and attempts. Eventually skids the car. That car did blow up into his face, so that would consider as a knock right there and then.
Holding down the line, we did see Evil Patch trying to reconvene with the rest of the team here. Looks like Roy's spot gonna be driving into the ditch where Happy Squad was currently positioning as well, and Kunya will be the one to fall prey from the quick drive-by engagement here. But RG Spots with the, of course, with the sudden experience of Roy Esports driving by. Seems like they're getting ready to reposition themselves. They don't really feel as safe anymore. They want to try to revive one of their down teammates here. Of course, it's having as many teammates as much as possible towards the end of the circle always feels a lot more better, a lot more assuring as well. But Kiwa seems they are definitely trying to leave a number for themselves to try to keep them in check. And one call has a nice eye view on just for tomorrow here. But same goes to the Japanese team. Mach will be able to shut down Shoehorse, and that's probably gonna stop JFT momentum in their tracks. And they will try to go for the revive here. DK Bull getting ready to throw the flashback. Oh, he's actually not going to take the fight head on.
I love it.
Interesting.
JFT, they're like, someone shot us from the top. Let's immediately run towards it, up onto the high ground. Let's go against all I guess, all knowledge and go act by instinct. And immediately it looks like it's about to pay out for them. It does get the knock one right there. Surely that information's been set on. A flashbang's been tossed on forward. GSQ looks to go in with the revive on the Pibby. One call now. A bull gets shot. Can they hit and finish the job here? 20 health points just left, but with the backup coming in from his friend, surely I think they might still see the light of day for tomorrow. As the rest of one call now makes a rotation over. It's a battle of nades with one going after another. Mortar warfare right here at the edge of the blue.
They definitely know they have the safe part of the zone as well. They are just trying to choke out JFT here. But as on the other side, we did see PMA finally removed from the play here. And it looks like Happy Squad is currently going toe to toe with Savage Man Esports on the other end. Honestly, it's been a while since we hear any or see any like stats or any kill streaks coming in for DCM. They've been pretty quiet in this game as well, understandably, since this is the last round, and the last two rounds wasn't as favorable just on location alone here. So finally we did see a couple of confrontation, but it was the reveal of info where Kiwa actually knocked down one of the members of DCM here.
I do recall seeing DCM putting points across the board. I guess we'll see later on when it's revealed itself. But right now, they're not looking very healthy. Kiwa taking out two members. Not down and out just yet. Maybe able to go in with the revive, but it is what it is. As it speaks, Justice for Tomorrow Esports seems to be the heavier aggressor here. And this time around, one kill for DCM. They still have all four of the members. Not secure just yet. And Flood immediately gets one onto Zen. That's Ken's.
Oh, JFT, unaware that the Samurais is not too far behind here, being as stealthy as much as possible. Currently, we're in the POV view of DK Bull from one call. They did lose Kick in the process here. Interesting. Not sure where he actually fell. A lot of action was happening across the board. But hey, man, you gotta be careful. That's a smoking video. That's a smoking vehicle. It's about to blow relatively soon as well. Let's go to the safe McCall here. Gets sprayed down by Larry. Where did he come from? I guess they just crashed within the same area as well. Will fall prey to some of the members of NRG here. And now one call. There's currently 2 members down.
One call, one chance. This car is not gonna last for a second drive, and just as I say that, it's already caught on fire. Might need to book an exit, but he will take the brunt of that. He tried to get into the car to maybe negate some of the I guess the aftershock, but that did not work too well to his favor. I guess one call, one member down, and Shy, they will continue to play the game with 1 left remaining.
Mm-hmm. Currently, we see just playing the same spot exactly they were playing as well. But they do have the necessary information. They know Kiwa's currently currently on top of them. We do have Love Esports coming on the left. Same goes to DCM. What Happy Squad can try to hold for is the fact that Kiwa takes a confrontation with either one of the two teams. Then Happy Squad can try to exploit the situations here. Though they need to take them to count, try to be as silent as much as possible. And by the way, if you notice as well, EA was actually Culps from the previous IGL for the colony, the PH back in the PUBG Continental. Just a little fun fact that, really caught me off guard as well when I saw the name. I was like, oh, who's EA? And then when I read into it, I was like, oh, okay, it's Culps. Everyone just seems to be changing names nowadays.
I think you're supposed to pronounce his name with a bit more enthusiasm.
Like which one? Yeah?
Yeah.
Culps.
A little bit higher,
Yeah, you're about to make me say like yeah, like some cowboy in the Wild West. I get it, right? We're in Miramar, it's the dusty dudes, right? Wild West.
I nearly got you to say it.
I'm not gonna do the man like that. No way. I respect the man, unless he likes cowboys, then I guess it helps him in a way. But who knows? Oh, that's a beautiful nail trick.
Actually, you might be surprised. Philippines is heavily American influenced, so that could be right there and then,
I guess so, but okay. It seems like Kiwa was able to draw the attention away. Draws Love Esports' attention away from Happy Squad here, so it feels like a benefit in disguise here for them here. They will try to take the fights head on here. They're both somewhat hurting each other to a certain degree here. And Happy Squads, they're not engaging to this fight. They're just waiting for the final outcome of this fight. But eventually 21 did go for the outskirts, gets spotted out, but that also means they will reveal themselves right out in the open from cover here, allowing QR to mold them all down and the rest of the team. Same goes to DCM, was able to find majority of the members of Happy Squad as well. Wow.
Look at that. DCM all across the boards alongside with Axeman. These two teams are going ham in this lobby right now, especially with only 6 teams remaining. Unfortunately, one member of Axeman will take the knees. Will bow down and take the knees up against the Zen squad here. Upchens coming in with the cover. Suppressive fire from the back end. Can he look to turn the tides here? It's going to be a battle between 3 teams with one more poking from the flank side. Axeman notices this. I think they might just go in with the retreat. Don't want to stick out too much, but perhaps he could come in with the revive. But the Japanese are in. It's ISG with Feven leading the charge towards the compound that is Savage, Axeman.
They want to fight for this compound. They know it's a pretty decent one as well, but it will be somewhat of an 8 seed as long as they're able to secure this position. This could be the potential foothold that Savage Man Esports and alongside with Zen Esports trying to hope for as well. But before the hopes and dreams comes true, they need to make it a reality. They need to win out the fight. But it seems like Savage Man will win it with a nade in hand, and Zen Esports will be eliminated, making this our final 4 in our final map of day number 1 here. You have a warehouse, multiple small buildings for necessary amount of cover here. And QR Esports, surprisingly, still had 1 member still standing.
Yeah, that was their vengeance coming out from the Green Giants. DCM took out 1 member from Kiwa itself. And look at that, despite being in a position that looked dire for DCM. They've managed to reset with all 4 position and put kills across the board here for themselves. But obviously, X-Men and DCM are looking like the stronger contender moving into this compound. And unfortunately, only one victor can emerge on top. And so, X-Men and DCM ideally have this skirmish towards the end of the game. But it seems like they're more likely going to butt heads sooner than later.
Okay, you got run trick. Will ensure no kill points will go to anyone else, as he will take his own life in the process, making this our final 3 squads. No one is really taking the chances of the warehouses yet. I think right now everyone's just assuming for the fact that, okay, there might be a team within the vicinity. There's not enough intel for them to play with. DCM, they just scaled down a hill from a hill battle, and once again have to scale back up to the warehouse. So they have no absolute vantage point or nor intel on what's happening within the vicinity. Same goes, I believe the same goes for the for the samurais and even for Savage Men. Although Savage Men, they definitely have the ground level view here for sure. They do have a decent amount of covers with their respective angles here. It all comes down to Monty here. What can he get from that high ground point of view here as he slowly takes the respective peaks? Checking out the houses here. He did spot, okay, he just spotted a slight move on the left side. Now he's getting that intel, right? The left, there's probably a little bit of an interaction, but what about the warehouse? He doesn't have clear view of the site. Flood and the rest of the squad not taking the gamble just yet, as they know for the fact time is still on their side. Same goes for the other squads.
Yeah, they got to play it really slow right now. No one's making a move. It is the Mexican three-peat standoff. Muck has been positioned there, but Monty gets caught out. That's X-Men. Takes one member from DCM. Now they have to go in to maybe go in with the revive, but Monty is off position. Perhaps it would be best to just let him bleed out, because if they rotate any members, that leaves Muck available to come on in, but they do spot him out. So that window of opportunity has found itself shut, and maybe ISG would make the rotation on the other side instead, coming in clash with the Savage Men themselves.
Yeah. Everyone is hoping for someone to make the first move here. Someone to just force them out of the open here. But it feels like Savage Men definitely, they do have the ground level and better cover compared to the ISG and DCM here. Zone is definitely going to be forcing ISG and DCM right up into the warehouse ground level point of view here. We might see a confrontation shortly here. Savage Men, they have a choice here. They could just try to really wait things out. It's phase 8, by the way. This is the final phase too. So they can just buy their time here while the rest of the 2 teams just go head to heads with each other and see, and they will just try to take on the final victor of this this really hectic fight. Potentially that's going to be ensuing here. And Flood, it's got a POV on that high ground. They're just waiting for any audio cues to allow him to get the aggression up and running. Until then, he's a sleeper agent here.
Waiting for that go signal from the rest of his squads. Don't want to overcommit, but look at that patient play. ISG now taking a different route into this circle. And this might put DCM into an advantage right now. This is forcing X-Man Savage to pretty much address the team from Japan. And that might create opportunity for a third-party engagement for the likes of the Oceania team.
Oh, this seems good as well. They spot the remaining members. Now they know exactly where they are. Mac was cooking that utility a little bit too long, allowing Flood to actually get it from the back from the broadside here. Feven getting ready to die, and anyone tried to rush this through to save the impending ally here, but they can't. They're all denied from any point of entry here. Someone needs to make the first move, and it will be Feven and Monty at the same time. Both squads will do a team up battle against Savage Men Esports, and they will be removed from play, leaving out to the final 2 squads to go head to head with each other. But DCM, they have the numbers, they have the men, do they have the utilities? So that's the real question here, as Monty is getting ready to flank on the sidelines of the warehouse.
But this is the perfect situation for DCM. They'll capitalize on the moment. They've already taken out your threat, and ISG has expended more utilities than they would like to. 1 member down, and all their position has been revealed. DCM is walking in, not blind, but he has got the info. However, lost in that CQC close quarter combat. That trade right there, not ideal, but still the manpower advantage still goes one side. DCM still has a member ahead of the likes of ISG. Can they look to end this one out? Runx is now on the inside of the compound. 3 more members of DCM playing by the corner on the outside. You reckon that they'd play the circle zone in this case and let them try and bleed it out of desperation? There's only one exit from the hangar. Oh, trades a few members there by the corner, gets onto Runx. They know the last member and where his position is. They could literally just wait things out, and they will. Eventually going out to the blue or going out to the gunfire. DCM takes home another chicken dinner with a spectacular, yet again, high kill finish here in day number 1.
Yeah, the crucial key point was really just, there was 2 crucial key points here. One was taking out Feven, who was the one that was going to flank from where Monty's position was going to be, right? That first condition was pretty much cleared out. Now it's just pretty much on ensuring the corner entrances was clear, because that was a really nice peeking angle for any of the members of DCM was actually playing around that corner here. So getting rid of 2 members of ISG there was pretty much good to ensure their victory. It became a 1v2. They know the zone was in their favor, so as they're going to slowly push up the last remaining member out of the lone cover that was remaining in the warehouse alone. He had to gamble as they take the fight, and of course, if you're talking about 1v1s, you know for a fact DSM, they're confident enough to win out those 1v1s clashes as well. So really well done coming from Decimal Gaming. Despite the fact that Fever was given the initial intel, DCM was not phased at all. They were like, give whatever intel. We're pretty confident we'll have all corners pretty much checked out, and literally they did. But I'm not gonna lie, Keith. That ghillie suit that was being worn by Fion that sprung on Monty, that was a very horrifying ghillie suit actually. It was very horrifying.
It was like Bigfoot shoving out from the corner.
Yeah, I did not expect that close. I was like, oh my god.
But I think that was a very, the stars aligned for DCM in that case, right? It was a 3P battle, and as I mentioned, the most ideal situation for DCM is when X-Men has to address ISG, and they could only do so because one of the members shot onto Muck, who was trying to go in flank side. Immediately they cancel that approach, being caught out, and change their rotation to go through X-Men's I guess compound or play area itself, forcing them to address each other, then to the eventual disadvantage fight against DCM. So great stuff. I like the way things ended here in day number 1, especially in that Miramar match. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some high numbers up on the board from either of the teams that occupy the top 4 position. So it's already a step up from the first Miramar match that we had today.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely for sure. You could definitely see a difference in performances and how some of this team would tackle once we got to that really massive map shifts as well. Because do take into account, both Erangel and Miramar is like one of the oldest map here in the PUBG esports scenes as well. So there's a lot of different play styles as well. Even though among this whole years, I still think there's some teams just trying to figure out how to address for certain scenarios. Because remember, their starting line, the flight path, is not constant. It's always going to be something different. It's every game is going to be different. So no matter what kind of grand plan each team would have for themselves here, the starting phase is never going to be exactly what they hope for here. Sure, if it starts off in a perfect flight path like what we saw during the map of Rondo, I believe, perfectly down in the center, north to south, then sure, yeah, everyone's going to be like, yeah, we got the flight path we wanted. Just need to see whether we get the area we wanted as well. But there's a lot of unstable variables for a lot of these teams, just how well they were to adapt to it as well. And the map is not really, especially among the playstyle, among the maps, it's never really the same. Some maps you will like to play around the edges a little bit more. Maps like Miramar on the prior to get towards the center because of how the design of the map itself here. So a lot of this additional intricacies just makes it a little bit more complex and complicated for the players here. So, but regardless, this day 1, I believe there's a lot of theory crafting or a lot of researching or analysis coming from the team here to know exactly what are the competition somewhat coming towards them at least.
Yeah, well, I hope they're able to change those theories and affirm it turn it into law, especially now that the Master Series is down to only 2 days left, right? We have the Saturday, Sunday, the weekend games. We've played 6 already today. The remaining games are left. I think there's about 12 games left to be played.
Correct.
And this is not trial run anymore, right? It's the time to experiment is gone, and I think by far today, Decimate just shows up as the most consistent team. I can't remember a time that they are not in the top 4 besides the first Miramar map of the day.
Yeah, that was just one of those. I think it was very similar to Rondo, where you just really ended up in those unideal location as well, where you're pretty much like either in a kill zone or a no or a dead zone for your team. That's probably not the most ideal. Especially, can you imagine like you had the most best rotation or for various stages of the game until the point where you end up hitting a massive wall. Like you can't really do anything about it, right? Even if we saw Monty try to scale from the back line, and that didn't really work out as well as you hoped for either. But anyway, this is our top 4 teams for match number 6 alone. DCM, of course, walking away with a total of 1660 total damage here. Probably not the most amount of damage. I think it was from Roy, right? With the holding the record of 2,000 total damage. I believe it was also on the map of Miramar of our 5th match. But regardless, the amount of utility expended from this guy is definitely expected as well, since this is Miramar. A lot of open areas.
This is more like the stats that I would expect coming in from a top 4 teams or worthy top 4 teams. You know, you can tell that each and every one of them took the effort to try and deal something, create significance opening for themselves, and not just waiting for things to play out the way they were hoping it to be. And so, look at that. Winner chicken dinner team stats. DCM takes the highlight, 12 kills, and this is just one of the many great games that they've had today alone. 2 winner chicken dinners today, a lot of top 3 finishes, if not I think 3 top 3 finishes, 2 winner chicken dinner, 1 bad game, and that's because they got shot out by Kiwa itself. 3 kills on insights, 2 on Empt, but Flood, this guy, you hyped the man up to be that veteran. Here he is showing up with 5 kills in a day. And Monty, we all know he's the scout of the team. So 2 kills for his name as well.
You know, honestly, when you say bad game, when you say that 1 bad game, it was still like, if I'm not mistaken, still the top 6 ranking as well, if I'm not mistaken, for the placement. So
they
like,
got 6 kills. They got 6 kills that one game.
Yes. Yeah, 6 kills. But the placement point is the 6th placement, right? If I'm not mistaken, that one. So there's still placement points too. So didn't really lose out as much. I think the one that hurt today was most likely the PMA, Positive Mental Attitude team. I believe it was match number 2 where they dropped out. They were the first team to actually be dropped out. That one, I think that was probably the most hurtful one, especially right after you win the first chicken dinner of the day as well. But of course, this is the match leaderboard. This is not the cumulative one. This is just from the last map alone. Total of additional 22 points, Keith.
Yeah. Bringing you back to PMA, you're right. I think PMA is a good team. Struggle to get that consistency, though. They won the first game, dropped out the next, did well in the third, dropped out the next, and look at that. It's similarly in the previous round. Was it the 2-man getting 7 kills under PMA?
Oh yeah, 2-man.
And
that
then
was
this
Rondo,
time round,
I believe.
Oh yeah. So then now you're down
Miramar,
0.
Miramar, yeah.
So they have their moments, and it always comes in intervals. So I think consistency is going to be a big key factor in trying to solidify their spot. They are a top 6 team, and if it goes the way it does towards the Sunday itself, they are looking like in a good place to qualify into the play-ins. But DCM, a leap above the rest here, 84 total points. That is insane. Only coming close in second is Kiwa and Roy at 57 each.
Yeah, that is an insane amount. That was an insane amount of points. We thought it was going to be, we thought it was going to be a very close horse race between both PMA and DCM with the performance that both those teams was really popping off. But once we started going with the different match, that's when we started asking what was the consistency like among the teams here. And so far, Kiwa Esports, they didn't start a strong top 3 initially for the first 2 maps here. But with the amount of performances, the amount of consistency alongside with Roy Esports, look at them now, Keith. They're currently taking the top 3 position, both Kiwa Esports and Roy Esports.
They're neck and neck, man. And I guess it's good that you point that out, right? Look at Kiwa. They're holding the same points as Roy. The only difference is that they play things a bit safer. Hence, they got a bit more higher placement points. Meanwhile, Roy plays things a bit more aggressive, getting them more kills than Kiwa itself. So it's crazy that these two teams, I think Kiwa, maybe I easily slapped them because of the playstyle, but it's clearly working for them, and I think they should just disregard whatever comments I might say. Although 300 damage as a finish is quite pathetic, but if it works out for you, if it keeps getting you the scores, then hey, to hell with me, right? Keep doing what you keep doing. Surprisingly, Love Esports overtakes the likes of Happy Squad. That I thought Happy Squad had a decent game today. Somehow just did not cut into the top 6.
Oh, it's because of that one chicken dinner. I believe Love Esports actually got that one chicken dinner. Sure, they weren't able to get too many top 6 or top 4s, but I think they were always around the middle rankings. They weren't really ranked last, so that one chicken dinner just helped them to just boost their points a little bit more further, and now they're here in top 6.
And you can tell, right, like how underwhelmed Love Esports was. They have pretty much 22 kills, 15 placement points. If it wasn't for the placement points, they'd be down there, probably underneath Happy, maybe even arguably below KB itself. But yeah, this is the day number 1. Excited to see this start. Again, Oceania just came in and blew my socks off. I do want to see more of these teams here. And that's not because I'm whitewashed in any way. Like, they actually play well.
No, but I'm honestly can't wait for Happy Squad to really come online here. But you know, this is pretty much day number 1. It's pretty much just touching the water to see exactly what's the capabilities amount for all the teams as well. We personally got a really nice grand view. Can't wait to see what's happening tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the matches for tomorrow. Just like today, it's pretty much just reversing the match that we had today, the order. So today we actually started with 2 maps of Erangel. This time it's going to be 2 Miramars followed by Rondo, Teago, and then we're ending the day with 2 Erangel itself, the classic OG maps here in the PUBG scene. Really excited to see how things go. Honestly, we will be able to deduce like which team is actually having more consistency or excelling on which map by tomorrow, right? Because from day one alone, from all the mappers, we got a good view, like, okay, which team is actually performing well on which map and which one wasn't doing as consistent on the next map. Day 2 should be able to clear things out for the both of us to see, like, okay, wait, this team is very consistent on very super consistent Erangel, whereas Miramar, you did see a little bit of a dip of a performance here. So I guess day 2 will just somewhat give us the conclusion among our top 16 teams, Keith.
Now, I don't even think it's because of the pool size, right? Having played 4 Erangel maps versus 2 Erangel maps might not really determine as much. However, because there's only 3 days, by the end of day 2, you could technically see which team has a higher probability to take it up in the top 2 spots, correct? And so, yep. Sure, there are still chances that maybe on the final day, someone does a miracle run of 5 chicken dinners in a day and suddenly just slingshot their way to the top. I'm always happy to see that sort of underdog run and performance here. I welcome it. I don't shy from it. And if they do that, it's going to be a treat for us, right? However, like what you said is true. Day 2 is going to be majority of the determining factor, because that leaves you, that takes you more than halfway through your entire progress here in the Master Series, leaving little room for error left come Sunday alone.
Yeah, man, feels like we're going by really fast, right? It feels like we just started like a couple of hours back as well. Suddenly out of the blue, 6 maps just gone just like that. And it's not like we ended like in the 7th phase or the 6th phase. We didn't really end things early. We went the full distance here. The maximum amount of phases that's available for each of these maps as well. Although we didn't get to see certain like scenic views on certain maps as well. We got a couple here and there, especially on the map of Rondo. But is there any particular team, Keith, right? Any particular team you, especially since we got a grand view of all 16 teams in all 6 maps, is there particularly a team that you want to focus on? You threw this question to me about during the map of Miramar. That was my turn to throw it to you.
Well, before we end the program today, I guess it's safe for me to say this. To answer your question, hey man, Decimate Gaming, that's my boys right now. I'm Malaysian, but hey, the performance they pulled out here, I'm looking forward to more of that tomorrow. So by that, I think it's time we end the program. My name is Keith. Together with me, it's Leonard Yolo Lee here at the PUBG Master Series 2025. It's Phase 1, Day 1. We'll see you for a new set of 6 maps comes Day 2 tomorrow. And with that, we bid you farewell.